The gods of the ancient Celts remain a mystery. Even though we know many of their names, we rarely know what they did, how people worshipped them, or what stories were told about them. Julius Caesar, in his History of the Gallic Wars, only gives a short paragraph about the gods of Gaul, but that short part is still the most detailed written source we have about ancient Celtic religion. Some Greek and Roman authors also mention Celtic gods, and many names appear in local inscriptions or tribal names. Still, compared to the well-known gods of Mount Olympus, we know very little about the Celtic ones. According to Caesar, the most important god in Gaul was Mercury, but instead of using the actual Celtic names, Caesar used Roman ones that seemed similar. He said that this Mercury had many statues across Gaul, that he invented all the arts, guided travelers, and was very important for trade and business. In Roman religion, Mercury was a god of movement, of people, goods, words, and ideas. He also guided souls to the afterlife. It might seem odd that Caesar chose Mercury instead of Jupiter as the main Celtic god's counterpart, but this tells us something meaningful. The Celts were polytheists like the Greeks and Romans, but their most powerful god wasn't a sky king throwing thunderbolts. Instead, their main god was a creative and skilled traveler who helped others. Archaeologists have found many statues of Mercury in Gaul. He is usually shown as a young man with his caduceus staff. Sometimes, a goddess named Rosmerta stands beside him holding a horn of plenty. But no inscription in Gaul tells us what the Celts actually called him. We may, however, have a clue. Caesar said this god invented all the arts. In medieval Irish myths, there's a young, handsome god known for being skilled in every art. His name is Lug, which means the Shining One. He is one of the most respected Irish gods and is the divine father of the hero Cú Chulainn. Linguists believe that if this god had a name in Gaul, it would have been Lugus. There is indeed evidence of a god named Lugus across the Celtic world. Several ancient towns were named after him, such as Lugudunum, today's Lyon, France, and Luguvalium, now Carlisle in southern Scotland. Lugudunum even held a big yearly festival for Lugus on August 1st, the same day the Irish celebrated Lugnasa in his honor. In Celtic Spain, a group of shoemakers dedicated something to Lugus. In both Spain and Switzerland, his name appears as Lugavus, likely because Celtic gods often appeared in triple form, like the Christian Trinity. In later Welsh myths, Lugus becomes Lugh, a magical figure who once works as a simple shoemaker. Another stone inscription in Spain also honors Lugus as a tribal god at what seems to be a pilgrimage site. Caesar also says that the Gauls worshipped gods similar to Apollo, Mars, Jupiter, and Minerva. He explains that these gods had the same roles as they did in Roman religion. Apollo healed diseases, Mars was the god of war, Jupiter ruled the sky, and Minerva was the goddess of crafts. Although we don't know what the Gauls actually called these gods, we can learn more about them from the names used in inscriptions, their appearances in ancient Celtic art, and their similarities to gods in later Irish and Welsh stories. In Roman and Greek myths, Apollo is a young god linked to healing, prophecy, poetry, and music. In those traditions, illness was often seen as caused by spiritual impurity, so Apollo's temples were places of purification. Similarly, in Gaul, natural springs were places of worship for a healing god like Apollo. Celtic versions of Apollo often had descriptive names. For example, Apollo Belinus was worshipped at hot springs in Austria, northern Italy, southern Gaul, and Britain. The word Bel means bright, and it's related to the Irish festival Beltane, meaning bright fire. Another version, Apollo Cunamaglus, Hound Lord, appeared in Britain as a young hunting god. Apollo Granus was such a famous healing god that even Roman Emperor Caracalla honored him. Other names include Borvo, the boiling one, likely because of his link to hot springs, and Maponos, the divine youth, who was mentioned in a magical tablet written in Gaulish in the 1st century AD. Maponos was especially popular in northern Britain and later became the Arthurian character Mabon, son of Madron, divine mother. Caesar said the warlike Gauls often promised the spoils of battle to Mars. If they won, they would offer all the captured people and goods to the god, sometimes through sacrifice. Sacred places were set aside for these offerings, and anyone who robbed them faced terrible punishment. Celtic Mars was also a healing god in some places, but his main roles were war and protection of land. He had many names. Mars Albiorix was a guardian in southern Gaul. Mars Catarix, king of battle, was worshipped near Geneva, and Mars Linus was a healing god in both Gaul and Britain. Mars is often shown on carvings with a goose, a symbol of watchfulness and aggression. One of his names, Mars Tutats, matches a fearsome god mentioned by the Roman poet Lucan, who said this god required human sacrifices. A later writer claimed that victims were drowned to please him. This may not be fully accurate, but it resembles an image on the Gundestrup cauldron from Denmark, where a godlike figure is shown plunging a man upside down into a large vat. Gaulish Jupiter is often shown in statues as a sky god wearing a toga and holding a scepter. Some inscriptions call him Tyrannus, a Celtic word meaning thunderer. Lucan wrote that Tyrannus was a cruel god, and another writer said that people were burned alive in wooden cages as sacrifices to him, something Caesar also mentioned. But the Celtic sky god had many other names too, such as Jupiter Brixianus in Italy, Jupiter Laticus in Spain, and Jupiter Poeninus in the Alps. Across the Celtic world, this god was widely worshipped. A striking example is a group of tall columns found near the Rhine River, carved to look like oak trees. This fits with what the ancient writer Maximus of Tyre said, that the Celts imagined their Zeus, Jupiter, as a great oak tree. At the top of these columns, Jupiter rides a horse, sometimes holding a sun wheel and thunderbolt while trampling a giant with snake legs. In Greek myth, Zeus also fights giants, but never from horseback. This suggests a unique Celtic myth. Although we don't know the full story, the carvings might show a powerful tale about the sky god defeating dark underworld forces using sunlight and thunder. Caesar mentions only one goddess among the Gauls, Minerva. He describes her as the goddess of all crafts, just like in Roman and Greek mythology. But Roman Minerva, or Greek Athena, was more than just a craft goddess, and the same was probably true for her Celtic version. She likely also had roles in healing and helping in war. A Roman writer from Gaul named Pompeius Trogus tells a story from the time of Emperor Augustus. A Celtic leader was about to attack the city of Massalia, now Marseille, when a goddess appeared to him in a dream and told him to stop. He obeyed the dream and entered the city peacefully, where he saw a statue of Minerva, the same goddess from his dream. Another Roman writer named Solinus said that in Britain, Minerva was worshipped under the name Belisama, meaning brightest, and her temple had a fire that never went out. She was also worshipped as Sulis at the healing hot springs in Bath, known then as Aquae Sulis, waters of Sulis. Minerva was one of the longest-lasting Celtic deities. Church leaders like Salvianus of Marseille and Gregory of Tours noted that people were still praying to her in the 400s and 500s AD. Even in the 600s, Bishop Eligius warned women not to call on Minerva while weaving or dyeing cloth. Caesar names one more god, the Roman Dis, who is the same as the Greek god Hades, ruler of the underworld. He says that, according to the Druids, the Gauls believed they were descended from Dis. Because of this belief, they started each day at sunset rather than sunrise. In early Celtic art, Dis is shown holding a scroll and sometimes standing beside a goddess called Auricula. It may seem strange to think people believed they came from a god of the dead, but similar beliefs also appear in ancient India and other cultures. In later Irish myths, a god named Dawn, the Dark One, lives on an island in the Western Sea where the souls of the dead go after death. Besides these, there were many other Celtic gods, though we know little about most of them. One is Isus, whom the poet Lucan described as dreadful Esus, who wanted blood offerings. A medieval writer said Isus's victims were hung from trees after being wounded, similar to sacrifices made to the Norse god Odin. The only certain image of Isus is on a pillar found under Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris in 1711. In that carving, he is named and shown as a strong man cutting down a tree. On the same pillar is a bull with 3 birds and the name Tarvos Trigeranus. A similar carving from Trier shows a man chopping a tree watched by birds and a bull's head, suggesting these scenes may be part of a forgotten myth. Another god is Sucellus, known as the Good Striker. He is shown in carvings as a bearded man with curly hair holding a long-handled hammer. Sometimes he is next to a goddess named Nantosvelta, who is often linked to a raven. Cernunnos, the horned god, is another important figure. He appears as early as the 4th century BC in northern Italy and is often shown seated cross-legged like the Buddha, surrounded by animals such as stags and a snake with ram's horns. He wears antlers with torques, neck rings, hanging from them. Cernunnos was the lord of wild animals, and his image appears in many places. Stories of this kind of god continue in later Irish and Welsh legends. A medieval Christian tale even mentions a Breton saint named Cornélie, who protected horned animals, and may be a Christian version of Cernunnos. One last Celtic god, though little is known about him, has a story that is one of the few actual Celtic myths from ancient times. His name is Ogmios, and he seems to be related to the later Irish god Ogma. Ogma was the god of poetry and strength, called Trenfer, strong man, and was believed to have invented the Ogham script, an early Irish writing system using lines carved into stone. The Greek writer Lucian, who lived during the time of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, tells an unusual story about a statue he saw in Gaul. It showed the god Hercules, but not as the strong young man he was in Greek or Roman art. Instead, this Hercules was bald, old, and wrinkled, like a sailor who had spent years at sea. Still, he wore the lion skin, carried a club, and had a quiver of arrows, all symbols of Hercules. What surprised Lucian most was that this Hercules was pulling a group of men by golden and amber chains attached from his tongue to their ears. The men could have freed themselves, but they didn't. The god was smiling and turning to look at them. At first, Lucian thought the Celts were mocking Hercules, but then a local Gaul who spoke Greek explained the image. He said that for the Gauls, it wasn't Hermes, Mercury, who represented the power of speech. It was Hercules, who they called Ogmios, because he was stronger. They believed speech became more powerful with age, so they showed him as an old man. This Hercules used words, not muscles, to achieve great things. His arrows represented sharp, powerful speech. We shouldn't take this story too literally, since Lucian was known for writing with humor and imagination. But since he had spent time lecturing in Gaul, the story may reflect a real Celtic belief. Several classical authors noted that the Celts had a deep respect for language, and the similarities between Gaulish Ogmios and the Irish god Ogma are clear. This story likely gives us a glimpse into ancient Celtic myths about a god who could lead people with the power of speech. Celtic goddesses were not just the wives or partners of male gods. Like Minerva, they had their own powers, followers, and stories, though we only know small parts of them today. One of the earliest clues comes from a Greek traveler named Artemidorus. He wrote about an island near Britain where people performed sacrifices similar to those offered to Demeter and her daughter in Samothrace. We don't know which island he meant. It could have been one of the islands near Britain, maybe even Ireland. He didn't name the goddesses, but the similarity to Demeter's cult suggests the Celtic goddess was connected to fertility and the natural cycle of life. On Samothrace, people honored a mother goddess who brought fertility to the land and changed the seasons. Worship included animal sacrifices and offerings to underworld gods. This suggests the Celts also had myths about a goddess who left the world in winter and returned in spring after being honored through worship. Images of such goddesses are found all over Gaul and Britain. They are often shown as three-seated women, sometimes with one breast uncovered, wearing long robes and holding symbols like fruit baskets, bread, or babies. One goddess, Matrona, gave her name to the Marne River in France. Another goddess often seen with these divine mothers is Epona, the horse goddess. Her images are found across Celtic Europe, even in Rome. She was the only Celtic goddess officially added to the Roman religion, with a feast day on December 18th. Roman cavalry soldiers worshipped her and spread her cult throughout the empire. Epona is always shown with a horse, sometimes riding it side saddle, holding fruit or bread, or feeding a foal. She was more than just a horse goddess. She was also linked to fertility, healing, motherhood, and rebirth. Later, Irish and Welsh stories contain echoes of her myth. In Ireland, a magical woman named Macha outruns horses and curses men to suffer childbirth pains. In Wales, Rhiannon rides a magical horse, is wrongly blamed for killing her son, and must carry guests on her back as punishment. Rhiannon's birds were said to sing so sweetly they could raise the dead. One important British goddess was Brigantia, meaning the Exalted One. She was worshipped by the Brigantes tribe in northern Britain. In Ireland, she was known as Brigid, a triple goddess of fertility, blacksmithing, and poetry. Her festival, Imbolc, was held in early February when lambs were born. Later, some traditions of the goddess Brigid were absorbed into the Christian Saint Brigid, whose feast day is also February 1st. Just like in Greek and Roman myths, some Celtic goddesses had darker sides. A lead tablet from the 1st century AD, found in Larzac, southern France, contains a magical spell written by a group of women. They call on a mysterious goddess named Adsagsona, using secret underworld names to cast a spell that binds and enchants two other women. Another goddess, Andraste, was said to be worshipped in forest groves in Britain. The rebel queen Boudica is believed to have offered captured Roman women to her as sacrifices. Before going to war with the Romans, Boudica released a hare in a ritual to ask for Andraste's blessing. There are many other Celtic gods and goddesses, such as Alisanos, Dunatis, Sequana, and Nehelenia, but we know almost nothing about their powers or stories. Most of the old Celtic religion disappeared with the rise of Christianity. Their myths were forgotten, and even their stories of creation were lost. We don't know which Celtic god or goddess created the world, which makes them unique among ancient cultures. But the Greek writer Posidonius, who traveled in Gaul, said the Druids believed both the soul and the universe were eternal, though someday both would be destroyed by fire and water. One of the few Celtic origin stories that survived comes from Ireland. It's a long tale of how the Irish came to their land, filled with magic, battles, gods, and heroes. These stories were written down by Christian monks who mixed biblical stories with older myths from Ireland's past. This mix of legend and belief became a grand story that starts with Adam and Eve and ends with the ancient gods being driven into the underground fairy mounds while humans take over the land. This story is called the Book of Invasions, Lebor Gabala Eren in Irish. It was written down in the 12th century in the Book of Leinster, but the tales themselves are much older. The first figure is a woman named Cessair, a granddaughter of Noah. She leads a small group of men and women to Ireland, hoping to escape the Great Flood. Later, a group called the Partholonians arrives, but they are wiped out by a plague, except for one man, Tuan, who lives for centuries by changing into different animals, eventually becoming human again just before the arrival of St. Patrick. Next come the Nemedians, who fight the evil and monstrous Fomorians, but are eventually defeated and forced to leave. The Firbolg rule the land for a time, until they are beaten in battle by the magical Tuatha de Danann. Later, the Fomorians return, now more human-like, and fight the Tuatha De again in the Second Battle of Mag Tuaird. This story is one of Ireland's oldest and most mythic tales. It shows the Tuatha De Danann as gods fighting a great battle against chaos, much like the Olympians fighting the Titans in Greek myth. Finally, a group called the Sons of Meal come from Spain, defeat the Tuatha De, and take over the land. Over time, the Tuatha De Danann become known as the fairy folk of Ireland. The story also ties in with the Christian creation myth. On the first day, God created light and the angels, then the earth, seas, sun, stars, birds, and animals. On the sixth day, he made Adam to take care of the earth. Lucifer, the most beautiful angel, grew jealous of God and was thrown out of heaven along with his followers. In revenge, he tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, and so Adam and Eve were banished from Eden. Their children multiplied on the earth, but they became sinful. God sent the great flood to destroy them, saving only Noah and his family. However, before the flood, Noah tried to save his granddaughter Cessair by sending her to Ireland. She took 3 ships, bringing her father Bith and many others. 2 ships sank, and only 50 women and 3 men survived. They divided the women among themselves and settled in Ireland, arriving 40 days before the flood. But Noah had been wrong. Bith saw the flood coming from a mountaintop, and he knew they would not escape. The waters drowned everyone. Cessair died in the valley of Connacht, the last person lost in the flood that covered the earth. After the Great Flood, Ireland remained empty for 300 years. Then a man named Partholon came from the east with his followers to settle the land. 10 years after arriving, he fought and won Ireland's first battle against the monstrous Fomorians, strange beings with only 1 arm and 1 leg. Partholon and his people shaped the land, created lakes, and cleared fields for farming. But a deadly plague soon struck, killing everyone in just 7 days, except for 1 man, Tuan, the grandson of Partholon's brother. Tuan lived alone in fear and sadness. He hid in caves and cliffs to protect himself from wild animals. Over time, he became an old, tired, and miserable man. One night, ready to die, he suddenly changed into a strong young stag. As a deer, he led a herd and roamed Ireland until he saw a new group of settlers arrive. These people were led by Nemed, the son of Agnomen, who sailed from a far eastern land with over 30 ships. Only the ship carrying Nemed and his family survived. Nemed and his 4 sons settled across Ireland, and their families grew. They worked the land, but soon the Fomorians returned and attacked. Nemed fought many battles but eventually died. The Fomorians took control and forced Nemed's people to pay a cruel tax, 2/3 of their children, milk and grain each year. Nemed's descendants finally rose up and fought back. After a long war, most of both sides were dead. A plague killed many of Nemed's people, and the few survivors fled Ireland. Only Tuan remained, living first as a stag and later transforming into a wild boar, leading herds through the land. Some of Nemed's people went to Britain, but one group led by Semyon fled to Greece. There, they were forced into slavery, made to carry soil up hills to make farmland. Eventually, 5,000 of Semyon's descendants escaped, made boats from the bags they used to carry soil, and sailed back to Ireland. These people became known as the Fir Bolg and Fir Domnan. They ruled Ireland under 5 kings, but constant fighting and disease killed many. Finally, a man named Eochu, son of Erc, became king and ruled peacefully for 10 years. During his reign, it didn't rain, but dew watered the land, and Ireland thrived. Weapons were put away and laws were made. But after 10 years, Eochu was killed, and Ireland fell into violence again. Tuan, now living as a boar, kept away from all of it. Later, he turned into a hawk and flew over the land, watching and learning everything. Then, the Tuatha De Danann arrived in Ireland. Some believed they were fallen angels cast out of heaven with Lucifer. Others said they were humans who had learned magic in faraway northern islands. No one knew for sure. They came to the west coast of Ireland wrapped in dark clouds, covering the land in darkness for 3 days. They brought 4 magical items. 1. The Lia Foil, a stone that screamed when a true king stepped on it. 2. The Spear of Lug, which made its holder unbeatable. 3. The Sword of Nuadu, which no one could escape once it was drawn. 4. The Dagda's Cauldron, which could feed everyone endlessly. The Tuatha Dé asked the Fir Bolg to give up kingship or fight. The Fir Bolg chose war. In the great battle of Mag Tuired, the Tuatha Dé won. King Eochaid of the Fir Bolg was killed, and the survivors ran to the Fomorians and settled on nearby islands. Nuadu, the king of the Tuatha Dé, lost his hand in the battle. Since no one with a missing limb could be king, they made Bres, son of the Fomorian king Elatha and the Tuatha Dé woman Eriu, the new king. Eriu had once seen Elatha arrive from the sea on a silver ship. He was beautiful, dressed in gold, and carried shining weapons. He asked Eriu to sleep with him, and though she didn't know him, she agreed. Afterward, she cried because he was the only man she had given herself to. Elatha revealed he was a Fomorian king and told her she would have a son named Bres the Beautiful, who would be more handsome than any man, woman, or horse in Ireland. He gave her a golden ring to give to their son. 9 months later, Eriu gave birth to Bres, who grew quickly and became king of the Tuatha Dé. When Eriu gave him the ring, it fit perfectly. But Bres turned out to be a terrible ruler. He didn't honor the traditions of feasts, music, or poetry. Crops died, and the people starved. Even the great warriors of the Tuatha Dé were turned into servants. Ogma carried firewood, and the Dagda built fortresses. When the people complained, Bres asked for 7 more years to improve. They agreed, but he secretly planned to raise an army from his Fomorian relatives to crush the Tuatha Dé. When they found out, they removed him from the throne and made Nuadu king again. The healer Diancecht gave Nuadu a magical silver hand that worked like a real one, making him whole again. During a feast at Tara, The gatekeeper Cumhaill was told to only let in those who could serve the kingdom. A young man named Lug arrived and asked to enter. "What is your skill?" Cumhaill asked. "I'm a builder," Lug replied. "We already have one." "I'm a smith." "We have one." "I'm a warrior." "We have one." "I'm a poet." "We have one." "I'm a healer." "We have one." "I'm a magician." "We have one." "Then ask the king if he has someone who can do all of these," Lug said. Cumhaill told the king, and Nuadu replied, "Let him in. No one like that has come here before." Lug entered and was given the seat next to the king, usually reserved for the wisest man. Ogma was angry and threw a giant stone at Lug, a stone that normally took 80 oxen to move. Lug caught it and threw it back. Then he picked up a harp and played such sorrowful music that everyone wept, and then joyful music that made the whole hall rejoice. When King Nuadu saw all that Lug could do, he gathered his people and made Lug the leader of the Tuatha De Danann to prepare for war against Bres and the Fomorians. Lug agreed and held a council with the Dagda and Ogma by his side. They called all their people together, druids, sorcerers, warriors, healers, blacksmiths, and charioteers, and asked what each could offer for the upcoming battle. Everyone promised their loyalty. The sorcerers even said they would shake the mountains to scare the Fomorians into thinking the land itself was against them. The fearsome battle goddess, the Morrigan, also joined Lug and urged him to fight the enemies of Ireland. 1 week before Samhain, All Hallows Eve, Lug sent the Dagda to spy on the Fomorians. He went under a flag of peace and waited for food, as custom demanded. Knowing the Dagda loved porridge, the Fomorians made a massive meal using 80 gallons of milk, lots of fat, and heaps of meat. They dumped it in a pit and told him to eat it all or be killed. The Dagda ate every bite, even scraping the bottom. Then, bloated, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he waddled away carrying his heavy belly. On the road, he met a beautiful woman. They were attracted to each other, but the Dagda couldn't act on his desire because of his belly. She mocked him and pushed him down. This caused everything he had eaten to come back out, and he returned to normal. Then they made love. The Fomorians and Tuatha De soon gathered on the great plain of Mag Tuaird for battle. Lug stood before his army and asked what each person would do to help win the war. Goibniu the smith said, "I'll make new weapons as fast as they break, even for 7 years." Dian Secht the healer said, "I'll heal every wound unless the head is cut off." Ogma the warrior said, "I'll kill 1/3 of the enemy myself." Quirpr the poet said, "I'll shame and insult them with my words so they lose the will to fight." Bechuile and Dianan, women skilled in magic, said, "We'll enchant the very rocks and trees to fight for us." Dagda said, "I'll crush them with my club like hail under horses' hooves." When the battle began, the two armies clashed violently. Both sides were covered in armor, carrying spears, swords, and shields. The sounds of weapons, screams, and war cries filled the air. Blood ran over the bodies of fallen warriors, and the earth turned to red mud. Warriors slipped and were killed where they fell. The battle lasted for days. Whenever a Tuatha De warrior was killed, Dian Secht and his children would throw the body into a healing well and bring him back to life. But the Fomorians could not come back once they were killed. During the fighting, Lug faced the giant warrior Balor, whose deadly eye could destroy anyone who saw it. 4 men were needed to lift his eyelid. As they began to open it, Lug fired a stone from his sling. It flew straight through Balor's head, killing him and crushing many soldiers when he fell. When the battle ended, Bres begged for his life. "Spare me," he said. and I'll make sure the cows of Ireland always give milk." "That's not enough," Lug replied. "Then I'll teach you how to sow and reap crops forever," said Bress. That offer pleased Lug, and he let Bress live. Afterward, silence fell over Mag Tuired, broken only by the crows feasting on the dead. The Fomorians had been completely defeated, and the Tuatha De Danann ruled Ireland once again, while Tuan still flew high above the land in the form of a hawk, watching it all. After the Great Flood, one group of Noah's descendants became known as the Gaels. They spent centuries searching the world for a true home. They helped build the Tower of Babel under Nimrod, but after God confused their language and scattered the nations, the Gaels wandered. They traveled through Egypt and finally settled in Spain, where they conquered the native people and built a tall tower by the sea, called Breogan's Tower. One clear winter evening, Ith, the son of Breogan, climbed the tower and saw a distant land across the sea. It was Ireland. He set sail with 150 warriors to explore it, but the rulers of Ireland killed him. His death led the Gaels to seek revenge and claim the land. 36 Gaelic leaders sailed from Spain with their families, servants, and warriors. Among them were the sons of Miel, including Amergin, the most famous bard. As they approached Ireland, the brothers held a rowing race. Ir took the lead, but his jealous brother Aber Don cursed him. Ir's oar snapped, he fell back, and died. When Amergin stepped onto Irish soil, he recited a powerful poem. "I am the wind on the ocean, I am the wave on the land, I am the roar of the sea, I am the stag of 7 battles, I am the sunlight's tear, I am the brave boar, I am the salmon in a quiet pool, I am the war-making spear." The Gaels fought the Tuatha De Danann and won their first battle at Sliab Mis. Afterward, a Tuatha De woman named Banba greeted them and said, "May your journey fail if you've come to conquer Ireland." "We have," Amergin replied. "Then let my name live on in this land," she asked. "It shall," said Amergin. As they traveled further, they met 2 more women of the Tuatha De, Fotla and Eriu, who each asked for their names to be remembered. Amergin agreed and promised that Eriu's name would be the most important. And so, Ireland still carries her name. The Gaels reached Tara, the royal hill, where the kings of the Tuatha De met them. The kings asked the Gaels to leave for 3 days, claiming they wanted a fair fight. But in truth, they planned to use magic to destroy the Gaels at sea. The decision was left to Amergin, and he agreed to the challenge. The Gaels sailed beyond the 9th wave, then turned back. But the Druids of the Tuatha De summoned powerful storms to stop them. The Gaels' ships were tossed by the waves, and it seemed they would all drown. Then Amergin stood at the front of the ship with his harp and sang a sacred poem, calling upon the land of Ireland. "I call on the land of Ireland, on its strong seas and high meadows, on its rainy woods and rushing rivers, on its lakes and flowing springs, on its people and its great gatherings, on Tara, the heart of the land, home to the warriors of the sons of Miel." The sea grew calm, and the Gaels returned to shore. They defeated the Tuatha De, who then disappeared into the seed mounds, magical places beneath the earth. The Gaels took over Ireland and divided the land among themselves. High above, Tuan watched all of this as a hawk. When he grew old and couldn't fly anymore, he fasted for 9 days and turned into a salmon. One day, he was caught and eaten by the queen of King Cumhaill. From her womb, he was born again as a human baby, Tuan, son of Cumhaill, and became a wise druid. Years later, St. Patrick came to Ireland and spread Christianity. Tuan met him, converted, became a monk, and lived alone, telling everyone the ancient story of Ireland's past. The Wooing of Etain is an old Irish tale about love and transformation, told in 3 parts. In the beginning, Midir, a noble of the Tuatha De Danann, falls in love with Etain, daughter of an Ulster king, and marries her. But when he brings her home, his jealous first wife turns Etain into water. That water becomes a butterfly, and for 1,000 years, Etain is kept away from Midir, until she is reborn as a new girl with the same name. She later marries King Eochaid, but Midir eventually wins her back through cleverness. The story begins with Eochaid Olathair, also known as the Dagda, a powerful king of the Tuatha De Danann. He could control the weather and bring good harvests. One of his followers, Elkmar, lived at Brúig na Boine and was married to Aithne. The Dagda and Aithne desired each other, but feared Elkmar's magic. To be with her, the Dagda used magic to send Elkmar away on an errand. While Elkmar believed only a single day had passed, in truth, 9 months went by. During that time, the Dagda and Aithne slept together, and she gave birth to a son, Engus. When Elkmar returned, he didn't realize anything had happened. The Dagda gave Engus to Midir, who raised the boy at Brí Leith with many other children. Engus grew up to be the most handsome and noble among them, earning the nickname Mac Og, meaning the young son, because he was conceived and born in a single day. One day, Angus argued with a boy named Triath, who was from the defeated Fir Bolg tribe. "You're just the son of a slave," Angus said proudly, believing he was Midir's son and rightful heir. "I'm speaking to someone who doesn't even know who his parents are," Triath replied. Upset, Angus went to Midir, who told him the truth, that his real parents were the Dagda and Aithne, Elkmar's wife. Midir had raised him in secret to protect him from Elkmar's anger. "Take me to my father," Angus said, "so I won't be mocked anymore." Midir took him to the Dagda at Uisnech, the center of Ireland. There, the Dagda welcomed his son and admitted the truth. Angus asked for land of his own. The Dagda replied, "I would give you Brúig na Boine, but Elkmar still lives there. I don't want to shame him further." So he offered a plan. "Go to the Brúig on Samhain, the sacred festival, when peace is kept and no one carries weapons. Elkmar will be there unarmed. Threaten him and ask to be given the land for a day and a night. Then when he comes back, say you won't give it back, because all of time is made up of days and nights." Angus followed the plan. On Samhain, he went to Brúig na Boine, found Elkmar, and threatened him. Elkmar agreed to give up the land for a day and night, but when he returned and asked for it back, Angus refused. They brought the dispute before the Dagda and all the people of Ireland. The Dagda ruled that since Elkmar had given the land willingly, even if under pressure, Angus now owned it. To make peace, the Dagda gave Elkmar land across the river, and so Angus became Lord of Brúig na Boine. A year later, Midir visited Angus again on Samhain. They stood on the mound watching boys playing games nearby. On the far side of the river, Elkmar was watching too. A fight broke out among the boys, and Angus wanted to stop it, but Midir stopped him. "If you go," he warned, "Elkmar will too, and it might lead to trouble. Let me go instead." Midir went down to break up the fight, but during the struggle someone threw a holly spear, and it hit Midir in the eye, blinding him. He returned to Angus and said, "This visit has brought me bad luck. I've lost my eye and now cannot see where I've been or where I'm going." "I'll fix this," said Angus. "I'll bring the healer Diensect to cure you." Angus brought the physician to Brúig na Boine, and Diensect healed Midir's injured eye. "Now that you're well," said Angus, "stay with me for a year." "I will," Midir replied, "but only if you give me a gift." "Name it," said Angus. and I'll give it to you. I want a fine chariot worth 7 slave women, a royal cloak, and the most beautiful woman in all Ireland." "I can give you the chariot and the cloak," said Ungus, "but I cannot give you the woman. Her name is Etain, and she's the daughter of King Ailill of Ulster." So Ungus traveled to Ailill and asked for Etain's hand. "I'm a prince of the Tuatha de Danann," he said, "and I've come for your daughter." Ailill replied, "You're from a mighty race, and I can't match your power. If you ever harmed my daughter, I'd have no way to seek justice." "Then I'll buy her from you," said Ungus. Ailill agreed, but added, "You must first clear 12 wild plains so I can use them for farming and homes." Angus accepted the challenge and went to his father, the Dagda, who cleared all 12 plains in a single night. When Ungus returned, Ailill said, "Now change the course of 12 rivers so they flow to the sea. These are now bogs and marshes, but I want the land improved." Once again, the Dagda helped and completed the task in one night. When Angus returned once more, Ailill demanded one final price. "Give me Etain's weight in gold and silver, for I will lose her once she leaves." Etain was weighed in the hall, and Angus gave her father that amount in gold and silver. Then he took Etain with him. Back at Brúig na Boine, Oengus gave Midir the chariot, the cloak, and Etain. That night, Midir slept with her and stayed with Oengus for a whole year. When the year was over, Midir left with Etain. But before he did, Oengus warned him, "Be careful of your wife, Fuamnach. She's a powerful and dangerous woman, raised by the druid Bressil. She won't accept Etain into your home." At first, Fuamnach welcomed Etain and gave her a tour of the household. But when they were alone, Fuamnach struck her with a magical rowan branch, turning her into a pool of water. Then she returned to her foster father. The warmth of the hearth, the earth, and the air transformed the water into a purple butterfly. It was large, about the size of a man's head, and the most beautiful creature in all of Ireland. Its wings made a sound more beautiful than music. Its eyes sparkled, and its scent cured hunger and thirst. Dew from its wings could heal any illness. The butterfly followed Midir everywhere. He knew it was Etain, and though she was no longer human, he was happy to have her close. Every night she hummed him to sleep and watched over him. But Fuamnach returned with 3 powerful men, Lug, Ogma, and the Dagda, to protect her. Midir was angry, but Fuamnach showed no regret. She declared that she would continue to punish Etain, no matter what form she took. She used strong magic from Bressil to summon a violent wind that blew Etain away. For 7 years, she was tossed through the skies and couldn't rest anywhere, not even on a tree branch. Eventually, the wind carried her back to Angus, who found her in his lap at Brúig na Boine. He immediately knew it was her and said, "Welcome, Etain, weary from your long, painful journey, scattered by Fuamnach's cruel winds. You could not find rest with Midir, and your suffering was great. But you are welcome here, in my home." Angus gently wrapped her in the soft fleece of his cloak. He brought her into his house, placed her by a sunny window, dressed her in purple, and slept beside her every night. Fuamnach found out that Etain, now in butterfly form, had been welcomed by Oengus. She sent a message to Midir, asking him to invite Oengus for a visit, pretending she wanted to make peace. But once Oengus left his home, Fuamnach went there and used her magic again. She created a powerful wind that blew Etain away, sending her drifting across Ireland for many years. When Oengus reached Midir, he learned of Fuamnach's trick. He rushed back to Brúig na Boine, but Etain was gone. He followed Fuamnach's trail to her foster father, Bressil the Druid, and there he killed her and put her head on a pole at his home. Years later, the butterfly Etain landed on a beam in the home of a warrior named Etar. She fell from the beam into a gold cup held by Etar's wife, who accidentally swallowed her. Soon after, she became pregnant and gave birth to a baby girl. They named the child Etain and raised her in their home, along with 50 noble girls as her companions. One day, the girls were bathing in a river when a mysterious horseman rode up. He wore green clothes with red trim, had golden hair, and carried a silver shield and a 5-pointed spear. He spoke a poem, saying that Etain had returned and that great wars would be fought over her. Then he rode away, and no one knew who he was. At that time, Eochaid Éireann was the High King of Ireland. He held a feast at Tara, but the nobles refused to attend unless he had a queen. So Eochaid sent messengers all over Ireland to find the most beautiful and pure woman to marry. They found no one more lovely than Etain. Eochaid married her, but his brother Ailill Anguba secretly fell in love with her. Though she was now Eochaid's wife, Ailill's love made him sick with guilt and sadness. He refused to confess his feelings, and his health declined. A doctor finally told him he was dying from unspoken love. Eochaid, unaware of his brother's feelings, left on a royal tour and asked Etain to care for Ailill if he died. Every day she sat by his bed. He began to feel better whenever she was near. Eventually, Etain asked him the truth about his illness. "I'm sick because I love you," he confessed. "You should have told me earlier," she replied. "I could have helped you long ago." She took care of him, and he nearly recovered. Then Ailill said, "Only one thing remains to heal me." "You'll have it tomorrow," Etain promised, "but not here. Meet me behind the hill at the secret tree at sunrise." Ailill was so excited he couldn't sleep, but just before dawn, he fell asleep. Etain went to the tree and found a man who looked like Ailill. He spoke like him too, and they talked, but did not lie together. Ailill was crushed to have missed their meeting. Etain agreed to meet again the next day. This time, Ailill stayed awake by sitting by a fire and pouring cold water over himself. But again he fell asleep. When Etain reached the tree, she found the same man. She asked, "You're not Ailill. Who are you?" "I'm Midir," he replied. "Long ago we were husband and wife, but we were separated by Fuamnach's magic. Will you come with me now?" "I'll come," said Etain, "but only if my husband Eochaid gives me freely." "I'll make that happen," said Midir. Etain returned to Ailill and found him fully healed. His love and guilt had vanished. When Eochaid returned, he was grateful that Etain had helped his brother recover. Not long after, on a lovely summer day, Eochaid stood on the walls of Tara admiring the land. Suddenly, a man appeared before him. Tall, with golden hair, a purple cloak, and weapons of silver and gold. "I don't know you," said Eochaid. "Few do," replied the stranger. "I'm Midir of Bree Leith, and I've come to play Fichel, a board game, with you." They agreed to play with a wager. If Eochaid won, he'd receive 50 fine horses. He won. The next day they played again. Midir offered pigs, swords, cows, and sheep. Eochaid won again. The third day, Eochaid asked for an even greater reward. Midir must clear all the stones from the king's fields and build a road through a swamp. Midir hesitated, but agreed. That night, the people of Tara heard great noise. By morning, the work was done. Midir then asked for one more game, with the prize to be whatever the winner wished. Eochaid agreed and lost. "What do you want?" asked Eochaid. "I want to hold Etain and receive a kiss," said Midir. Eochaid agreed, but delayed the meeting for 1 month. When the day came, he locked Tara's gates and surrounded himself with guards and warriors, thinking Midir couldn't enter. But Midir appeared in the hall anyway. "Give me what you promised," he said. "You may kiss her, but only here in front of us," said Eochaid. Etain stood up, went to Midir, and kissed him. Then, the two of them floated through the skylight and flew away in the form of swans. The king was shocked. His advisors told him that Midir had taken Etain into the other world, the realm of the CD mounds. Eochaid ordered all the mounds across Ireland to be destroyed, but each one he tore down was mysteriously whole again the next day. When he reached the mound of Ban Find, a man came out and said, "Why are you doing this? We didn't take your wife." "I won't stop," Eochaid said, "until I get her back." "Then go to Bree Laith," said the man, "and leave blind puppies and cats at the mound's entrance. That will draw Midir out." Eochaid did as told, and Midir appeared. "Give me back my wife," said Eochaid. "You lost her in a fair game," Midir replied, "but I'll send her to you, if you can recognize her." The next morning, 50 women who all looked exactly like Etain arrived at Tara. An old hag led them. "Choose your wife," she said. Eochaid asked each woman to pour wine, thinking he could identify Etain by her graceful serving. But even after most had poured, he wasn't sure, until the last one came forward. He was convinced she was the real Etain and chose her. The old woman and the rest vanished. Later, as the king and his queen sat outside, Midir appeared again. "Are you happy now?" he asked. "Yes," said Eochaid. "I have Etain, and I've defeated you." "Are you sure?" asked Midir. "When I took Etain from you, she was pregnant. She gave birth to a daughter in my home who looks just like her. That daughter grew quickly and learned everything from her mother, even how to pour wine." "No!" cried Eochaid. "Yes," said Midir. "You chose your own daughter and slept with her. Now she is carrying your child." Eochaid was horrified. When the baby was born, he sent her away to be left for the dogs. But the cowherd and his wife found her first and raised her as their own. Eochaid was never the same. He was later killed by his enemies, and his head was placed on a pole. But Midir and Etain lived together in love from that day on. The Tain Bo Cuailnge, often translated as the cattle raid of Cooley, is the main story in a group of ancient Irish tales called the Ulster Cycle. These stories tell of the heroes and events from Ulster in Northern Ireland. The oldest versions of the Tain are found in manuscripts like the Book of the Dun Cow, the Book of Leinster, and the Yellow Book of Licken, written between the 12th and 14th centuries. However, the language and content of the stories are much older. Scholars still debate whether parts of the story reflect times before Christianity came to Ireland. Some short tales called Remshela, or pre-tales, are usually told before the main Táin. While they aren't officially part of the Táin, they help explain the story better, so a few are included here. The hero of the Táin is Cú Chulainn, a legendary warrior born from both divine and human parents. Like many mythic heroes, his life follows a familiar pattern: miraculous birth, impressive deeds as a child, great battles, and eventually a tragic death. Long ago, Seanchan Torpaist, the chief poet of Ireland, visited King Gwaire in Connaught. Seanchan brought with him 300 poets, including their families and servants. Soon, they ate all of the king's food. Gwaire's brother, a hermit named Marban, was angry about this and cursed the poets. They would lose their poetic gifts unless they could recite the entire Tain Bo Cuailnge. But none of them knew the full story. So they searched across Ireland for a year and a day, hoping to find someone who knew it all, but no one could help them. One night, a young poet named Emin and his friend Morrigan came to the grave of an ancient warrior named Fergus MacRoich. Emin left to find shelter, but Morrigan stayed by the grave and sadly recited a poem, calling out to Fergus to help him. Suddenly, a mist appeared, and out of it came the ghost of Fergus, dressed in a green cloak, red tunic, and golden sword. He recited the entire Tyne to Morrigan over 3 days and nights. When Fergus vanished, Morrigan returned and told the story to Seanchan, lifting the curse and saving their poetic skills. That's how the Tyne was passed down. The story begins with a woman named Nace, daughter of Eochaid Salbuide. One day, sitting outside the great fort of Emain Macha, she asked a druid named Cathbad what the day was good for. "It's a perfect day to conceive a king," he said. Taking him at his word, and since he was the only man there, Nes lay with Cathbad and became pregnant. She gave birth after 3 years and 3 months to a son named Conchobar. Nes raised Conchobar himself for 7 years, teaching him leadership and the desire for power. She later married the king of Ulster, Fergus MacRoich, but made a strange request in return. "I will marry you," she said, "if you let my son Conchobar be king for just 1 year. That way, his sons will one day be kings too. You'll still rule in every way but name." Fergus agreed. After their marriage, Nes gave gifts to the nobles and told Conchobar to take from half of Ulster and give generously to the other half, winning their loyalty. When the year ended and Fergus asked for the kingship back, the nobles refused. "You gave it up. Let Conchobar keep what he has earned." And so Conchobar became the true king of Ulster. He was a beloved and wise king. His decisions were fair, and the land prospered under his rule. He was brave in battle, and his warriors protected him with their lives. People respected him so much that, by custom, every new bride would spend her first night with the king. When he visited homes, husbands would offer their wives to share his bed. His house was filled with riches and trophies from battles, and his generosity was famous. His feasting hall was always open and full. Conchobar seemed to be the perfect king in every way. One of Conchobar's noblemen was Cruiniuc mac Agnomain, a wealthy widower living with his sons in the Ulster Mountains. One day, while he was alone at home, a beautiful woman appeared and walked into his house. She acted as though she belonged there, doing housework and chores. That night she lay in bed with Cruiniuc and made love to him. From that day on, she stayed with him and cared for his home and children. Everything went well. His farm was successful, and they never lacked food, clothing, or anything else. Later, King Conchobar invited everyone in Ulster to a big festival. Everyone dressed in their finest clothes and joined, including Cruiniuc and his sons. But his wife, now 9 months pregnant, stayed at home. Before he left, she warned him, "Don't brag or say anything foolish at the festival." Cruiniuc promised to behave. At the end of the festival, there was a horse race. The king's horses always won, and the crowd praised them. But Cruiniuc bragged, "My wife can run faster than the king's horses." When the king heard this, he demanded that Cruiniuc prove it. He sent messengers to fetch the woman. She begged not to go. "I'm about to give birth to twins," she said. But the messenger replied, "If you don't come, your husband will die." So she came. As soon as she arrived, her labor pains began. She pleaded with the king to delay the race until after she gave birth, but he refused. She turned to the crowd and said, "Please, help me. You all had mothers. Let me give birth first." But no one answered her. She sighed and said, "Very well. But Ulster will suffer for this cruelty." The king then asked her name. "I am Macha, daughter of Cernunnos mac Imbaith. From now on, my name will be remembered here." Then the race began. Macha ran beside the king's horses and reached the finish line just ahead of them. As soon as she crossed it, she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. From them came the name of Ulster's capital, Emain Macha, meaning the twins of Macha. In her pain, Macha cursed the warriors of Ulster. She said that in their hour of greatest danger, they would be struck with labor pains lasting 5 days and 4 nights. Her curse lasted for 9 generations. From then on, whenever Ulster was attacked, the men would collapse in pain. Only women, young boys, and the hero Cú Chulainn were spared. One day, King Conchobar and the Ulster warriors gathered for a feast at the house of their storyteller, Fedlimid MacDale. His wife, heavily pregnant, served them food and drink throughout the evening. The feast went late into the night, with laughter and noise filling the hall. After everyone had fallen asleep, the woman finally made her way to bed. Suddenly, the child in her womb gave out a scream so loud that it woke everyone. The warriors jumped up, thinking they were under attack. But Sencha Mac Ailela, the king's judge, told everyone to calm down and asked for the woman to be brought forward. Her husband asked her what caused the terrible scream. She replied, "Though the cry came from my own womb, no woman knows what child she carries." She turned to the druid Cathbad for an answer. Cathbad said, "The cry came from a girl with golden hair and gray-green eyes, with cheeks red like flowers and white teeth like new snow. Her lips shine red like polished stone. Queens will envy her, warriors will fight for her, and kings will want her. But her beauty will bring death and sorrow to Ulster's heroes." Cathbad touched the woman's belly, and the baby stirred. "Yes," he said, "it is a girl. Her name will be Deirdre, and she will bring tragedy to us all." When the child was born, everyone agreed she was the most beautiful baby they had ever seen. "Kill her!" shouted the warriors. But Conchobar said, "No, I will raise her in secret. When she is grown, she will be mine." So he hid Deirdre away in a secret place with a foster father, mother, and a poet named Lebercham, who could not be kept away. Years later, when Deirdre had grown into a stunning young woman, she saw her foster father skinning a calf in the snow. A raven landed nearby and drank from the red blood. Deirdre said, "I could love a man with those 3 colors, black like the raven, red like the blood, and white like the snow." Lebercham smiled and said, "Then you are in luck. There is a man like that, Nois, son of Wislu." "I won't feel well," said Deirdre, "until I see him." Soon after, one night, Nois was standing alone on the wall of Emain Macha, the stronghold of Ulster, singing. The songs of Nois and his brothers were so beautiful that cows gave extra milk, and people felt calm just hearing them. They were not only great singers, but also fierce warriors. If the 3 brothers stood back to back, they could fight off all of Ulster. They were also fast runners, quicker than wild animals. While Nois was singing alone, Deirdre secretly left her hidden home and walked near him, pretending to be just passing by. At first, Nois didn't recognize her. "That's a fine young cow walking by," he joked. "There are fine cows," she replied, "when there are no bulls around." Then he realized who she was. "You already have the strongest bull in Ulster, the king himself," he said. "I'd rather have a young bull like you," she answered. "Don't say that," Nois said nervously. "Remember Cathbad's prophecy." "Are you turning me away?" she asked. "I must," he said. Then Deirdre grabbed his ears and said, "These ears will be mocked forever if you don't take me with you." Nois tried to resist. "Leave me alone, woman!" But she had already spoken her curse, and he was trapped by it. Nois let out a loud cry. His brothers and other Ulster warriors heard it and thought a fight had begun. His brothers rushed to calm him down. "What are you doing?" they said. "You'll start a war." Then Nois told them what happened. "This is going to lead to trouble," they said, "but we won't let you be shamed. Let's leave Ulster. Any other king in Ireland will welcome us." That night, Nois, his brothers, Deirdre, and a group of warriors and followers, 50 women, 50 men, 50 dogs, and 50 servants, left Ulster. They traveled all over Ireland looking for safety, but King Conchobar always sent spies or tried to trap them. At last, they crossed the sea to Britain, where they lived in the mountains and hunted to survive. When wild game ran out, they became mercenary soldiers for the King of Britain. But Nois made sure no one saw Deirdre, building hidden houses to keep her safe. One day, a servant of the king entered Nois's house early in the morning and saw Deirdre asleep. He ran to the king, saying she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and that if the king killed Nois, she would be his. The king didn't want to upset the Irish soldiers, so he didn't attack directly. Instead, he sent the servant daily to try to win Deirdre's love in secret. Each night, Deirdre told Nois what the servant said. Then the king started sending Nois and his brothers into the most dangerous battles, hoping they'd be killed. But they were too strong. Eventually, the king sent soldiers to murder Nois, but Deirdre found out in time. She begged Nois to flee back to Ireland, and they escaped that very night. Back in Ulster, many warriors told Conchobar it was time to forgive Nois and let him live in peace. Conchobar sent a message promising safety. Nois agreed, but only if the old king Fergus, the warrior Dubthach, and Conchobar's own son Cormac promised they would protect him. Fergus and the others went to meet Nois, but Conchobar had a secret plan. He knew Fergus was bound by a Giais, a magical rule that forced him to attend any feast he passed. So Conchobar held feasts along the way to delay Fergus. Meanwhile, Nois and his brothers, tired and hungry, had sworn not to eat in Ireland until they ate at Conchobar's table. So, instead of waiting, they went ahead to Emain Macha, bringing Fiacha, Fergus's son, with them. When they arrived, the people of Ulster were waiting silently on the walls. Then, Eogan mac Durthacht stepped forward and suddenly stabbed Nois through the chest with a spear, breaking his spine. Fiacha jumped to protect Nois, but it was too late. The Ulster warriors then attacked and killed Fiacha, Nois's brothers, and all their companions. The ground ran red with blood. Deirdre was the only one left alive. Her hands were tied, and she was taken to Conchobar. When Fergus, Dubthach, and Cormac, Conchobar's own son, heard what had happened, they were furious. They attacked Conchobar at Emain Macha, killing many Ulster warriors. Then they and 3,000 followers left Ulster and went west to Connaught, where King Ailill and Queen Medb welcomed them. They stayed there for 16 years, mourning their betrayal and lost honor. As for Deirdre, she never smiled again. She never lifted her head in Conchobar's presence. She mourned Nois constantly. In anger, Conchobar decided to give her to Eogan mac Durthacht, the man who had killed Nois. On the morning Eogan came to take her away, Deirdre rode in the chariot between him and Conchobar. "Why look so sad?" said Conchobar mockingly. "Between me and Eogan, you're just a helpless sheep between two rams." As they passed a large rock on the road, Deirdre threw herself from the chariot and smashed her head against the stone, killing herself instantly. In this way, she escaped them both. Fergus and the Ulster exiles remained in Connaught, now living among their old enemies. Yet many strong warriors still served Conchobar. The greatest of these would be Setanta, later known as Cú Chulainn. The story of Setanta's birth is strange and magical. One day, the crops of Ulster were destroyed by 180 birds, males and females tied together with silver cords. Angry, Conchobar and his warriors chased them in their chariots. With them went Deichtine, Conchobar's sister, the warrior Cumhaill, and the mischief-maker Bricriu. They chased the birds across Ireland until nightfall and reached the ancient mound of Bruig by the River Boyne. Conchobar sent Cumhaill and Bricriu to find shelter, and they came upon a poor couple in a small hut. Bricriu warned that they'd need to bring their own food, but the warriors went anyway and crowded into the hut, helping themselves to the food and drink. That night, the woman in the hut went into labor just as a mare outside gave birth to 2 foals. Deichtine helped deliver the baby boy and nursed him. The Ulstermen gave the baby the 2 foals as a gift. Then they all fell asleep. In the morning, the hut and the couple had vanished. Only the baby and foals remained. They took the child back to Emain Macha, and Deichtine raised him as her own. But not long after, the baby grew sick and died. Heartbroken, Deichtine and the women of Ulster sang a mourning song. When she returned home, Deichtine asked for a drink. Unknowingly, she swallowed a tiny magical creature inside the cup. That night, she had a dream. A man came to her and said his name was Lug. He told her that he had brought her and the others to the mound by the Boyne. The baby born there was his son. Even though the child had died, he now lived inside her. The boy would be named Setanta, and the 2 foals were to be raised with him. Deichtine became pregnant, though no one knew who the father was. Some whispered that Conchobar had slept with her while drunk. Conchobar said nothing, but gave his sister in marriage to Sualdam MacRoish. On her wedding night, ashamed to be pregnant, she miscarried. Then she slept with Sualdam and became pregnant again, giving birth to Setanta, a boy said to be born 3 times. When Setanta was born, many important people wanted to foster him, as was tradition. They went to King Conchobar to decide who should raise the boy. "My sister Fincom should take him," said Conchobar. "I love him like my own son Cumhaill," she agreed. Troublemaker Bricriu joked, "No surprise there. It's hard to tell a son from a nephew." Then Sencha, the king's judge and wisest man, spoke. "I should foster him. I'm a great warrior and the best judge in Ulster. Everyone trusts me." "No," said Blae Briuga, known for his generosity. "He should live with me. I can feed all of Ireland for a week and care for him best." Fergus interrupted. "I'm unmatched in courage and honor. He should live with me." "Sit down, Fergus," said Emergin the poet. "The boy belongs with me. I am the finest speaker and bravest hero." Finally, Conchobar said, "Enough. Let the druid Moran decide." Moran gave his judgment. "Let Conchobar be his foster father, as he is Fincom's brother. Let Fincom be his foster mother, and Cumhaill his foster brother. Let Sencha teach him how to speak wisely. Let Blae Briuga provide food and shelter. Let Fergus carry him on his knee and teach him courage. Let Emergin teach him bravery and poetry. This boy will be raised by everyone, as a warrior, a nobleman, and a wise man. He will be loved by all, and one day he will save Ulster." When Setanta was still a young boy, he lived with his mother and father near the sea on the plain of Muirthemne, south of Emain Macha. He often heard stories about the boys of Ulster, who played hurley ball with their sticks in great numbers, 3 groups of 50 boys. "Mother," he said, "let me go to Emain Macha and join them." "You're too young," she said, "and you have no warrior to protect you on the way. The road is too hard." "I'm going anyway," he replied. Setanta took his small wooden shield, toy javelin, hurley stick, and ball, and set out by himself. As he walked, he threw his javelin into the air and caught it before it touched the ground. Eventually, he reached Emain Macha and ran straight onto the playing field to join the boys. "This is an insult," said Folomon, Conchobar's son. Setanta didn't know he was supposed to ask for permission and protection before joining the game. The boys threw 150 javelins at him, but he blocked them all with his little shield. Then they threw their balls, but he caught everyone against his chest. Then they threw their hurley sticks, but none hit him. Angry at how they treated him, Setanta became wild with battle fury. His hair stood straight up, one eye shrank like a needle, and the other widened like a cup. His mouth stretched wide, and his body glowed with rage. The boys ran in fear. Setanta chased them and knocked down 50 before they could reach the gates of Emain Macha. He even ran past King Conchobar, who was playing chess at the gate, and leapt over the chessboard. The king grabbed his arm. "You're being very rough with the boys," he said. "I only gave them what they gave me," Setanta replied. "I came here to play, but they treated me badly." "What's your name?" asked the king. "I am Setanta, son of Sualtaim and your sister. I didn't expect such cruelty from my own people." "Why didn't you ask for their protection first?" said Conchobar. "I didn't know I had to," Setanta said. "But I ask now, for your protection." "You have it," the king said. But Setanta didn't stop. He kept chasing and attacking the boys in the fort. "Why are you still fighting them?" asked Conchobar. "Because now," said Setanta, "they should ask me for protection." "They will," said the king. "You have my word." "Then I'll stop," said Setanta. Afterward, the people of Emain Macha helped the boys up, each finding their own foster son and comforting him. At first, Setanta didn't sleep inside the fort. "Why not?" asked Conchobar. "Because I can't sleep unless my head and feet are at the same height," the boy answered. So the king had 2 stone pillars placed, one at his head, one at his feet, and built him a special bed between them. One morning when someone tried to wake him up, Setanta jumped up suddenly and hit the man so hard on the head that it crushed his skull and killed him. He also knocked over one of the stone pillars. From that day on, no one dared to wake him. They just let him sleep until he woke on his own. One day, he was playing hurley ball alone against all the boys, 3 times 50 of them. He won every game until the boys grew tired of losing and attacked him. Setanta fought back and killed 50 of them. Then he ran to hide under Conchobar's bed. The people of Ulster were ready to kill him, but the king ran to protect him. Setanta lifted the bed, with 30 warriors sitting on it, and threw it across the room. Finally, Conchobar and Fergus calmed everyone down and made peace between Setanta and the boys. Later, while Setanta was still a child, a war broke out between Ulster and Eugen MacDurthacht, who had once been Conchobar's ally, the same man who killed Nois when he returned to Ireland with Deirdre. When the battle started, Setanta was still asleep at Emain Macha. The Ulstermen were losing badly, and Conchobar and many of his men were left for dead on the battlefield. Their cries woke Setanta, and he rushed out to help. On his way, he met a strange man with only half a head, carrying half of another man on his back. "Help me, boy," said the half-headed man. "I'm injured. Take my brother from me and carry him for a while." "I won't," Setanta replied, frightened. The man threw the body at Setanta, who pushed it off and fought him. But the man defeated him and threw him to the ground. Then Setanta heard the war goddess's voice among the corpses. "You are a poor warrior to be beaten by a phantom." Angry, Setanta picked up his hurley stick and struck the man's head off, then knocked it across the field like a ball. "Conchobar, are you here?" he shouted. The king answered, and Setanta found him. "Why have you come, boy?" Conchobar asked. "Even a grown man could die of fear here." Setanta lifted the king from a ditch and carried him on his shoulders, something 6 men couldn't have done. Later, the king said, "Go to that house and make a fire." Setanta carried him into the house and lit a fire. "If I had some roasted pig to eat," said the king, "I might survive." "I'll get one for you," said Setanta. He went into the woods and found a man roasting a pig. The man looked fierce, holding both the pig and his weapons. Setanta attacked, killed him, and brought the pig and his head back to Conchobar, who ate the meat. "Let's go home," said the king. Setanta carried him back to Emain Macha. On the way, they found Conchobar's son, Cuscraid. Setanta picked him up too, and carried both of them home. When Setanta was just 5 years old, 27 warriors from the Isles of Fish attacked Ulster. Because of a curse from Macha, the Ulstermen collapsed in pain like women giving birth. But the curse didn't affect young boys. When the enemies broke into Emain Macha, the women screamed and the boys ran, except for Setanta. He stood his ground, killed 9 with his hurley stick, and chased the rest away, saving Ulster. At age 7, the blacksmith Cú Chulainn invited King Conchobar and his warriors to a feast. On the way, the king saw Setanta beating all the other boys at games. "Come with me to the feast, little Setanta," said the king. "I'll come later. I want to keep playing," said Setanta. Conchobar went ahead and forgot that Setanta was coming. When Cú Chulainn asked if anyone else was expected, the king said no. So Cú Chulainn locked his gate and let loose his massive guard dog. The beast was so wild that it took 3 men with chains to control it. Meanwhile, Setanta came walking toward the fort, still playing with his hurley ball. Just then, Conchobar remembered him and shouted to Cú Chulainn, but it was too late. The hound saw Setanta and charged. As it leapt, Setanta threw his hurley ball so hard that it went down the dog's throat and burst its insides. The Ulstermen cheered. "I'm glad you're safe," said Cú Chulainn. "But I wish this feast had never happened. That hound protected all my land and cattle. Without it, I'm ruined." "Don't worry," said Setanta. "I'll raise a pup just as strong, and until then I will guard your farm myself." Then Cathbad the Druid said, "From now on, your name will be Cú Chulainn, the Hound of Cú Chulainn." "That's a good name," said the boy, and from that day on, he was called Cú Chulainn. One day, Cathbad was teaching his students when one asked what the day was good for. "One who takes up arms today will be famous forever in Ireland," said Cathbad the Druid. "Today is the perfect day for a warrior to first take up weapons." Cú Chulainn heard this and ran to King Conchobar to ask for weapons. "Who told you to do this?" asked the king. "Cathbad the Druid," said Cú Chulainn. So the king gave him a spear and a sword. But Cú Chulainn was so strong that he broke them right away. He went through 15 more sets before Conchobar finally gave him his own weapons, which didn't break. Then Cathbad arrived and asked, "Who gave this boy weapons today of all days?" "I did," said the king. "Didn't you tell him to ask for them?" "No," said Cathbad. "Yes, he'll be famous, but he'll also die young. His mother will mourn him." "Why did you trick me?" the king asked. "I didn't care," said Cú Chulainn. "Let me live even one day if it means my name will live forever." On another day, someone asked Cathbad what the day was good for. "Anyone who goes into battle in a chariot today will be remembered forever," said the druid. Cú Chulainn heard this too, and asked Conchobar for a chariot. The boy broke the first 12 chariots he tried, so the king gave him his own. He rode in the king's chariot with Ebor the charioteer. They circled the fort, but Cú Chulainn wanted to go farther. "Let's ride around Emain Macha," he said. "I'll reward you." They rode around the fortress, and Cú Chulainn asked to go even farther. "To the end of the road," he said. They reached Mount Sliab Fuait, where his foster brother Cumhaill Turnach was on guard duty. "Hello, Cumhaill," said Cú Chulainn. "You can go home now. I'll take your place." "You're just a boy," Cumhaill replied. Cú Chulainn threw a stone and broke Cumhall's chariot shaft. No warrior can guard Ulster with a broken chariot, said Cú Chulainn. Go back to Emain Macha. Cumhaill gave in and left. Cú Chulainn asked Ebor about nearby enemies. The sons of Nechta Sin live close by, said Ebor. Foil, Fanal, and Tuachel. They're deadly warriors. Take me to them, said Cú Chulainn. They went to a small river where the 3 warriors lived. There was a pillar with a warning sign. Cú Chulainn removed the sign and lay down to nap. Wake me if anyone comes, he told Ebor. The sons of Nechta Skein saw what had happened and came down to the river. Cú Chulainn woke as they approached. There's no boy here, he said. Only a warrior ready for battle. Don't underestimate them, warned Ebor. Foil is clever. If you miss your first shot, you won't get another. I won't miss, said Cú Chulainn. He threw his spear and broke Foil's back, then cut off his head and took his spoils. Watch out for Fanal, said Ebor. He's as fast as a bird. But Cú Chulainn was faster. He killed him too and took his head. Tuachel is clever, Ebor warned. No weapon has ever touched him. Then I'll pierce him with my best spear, said Cú Chulainn. He struck Tuachel and cut off his head. He gave all 3 heads and the stolen goods to Ebor for the chariot. Then they headed across the plains. Cú Chulainn saw a herd of deer. What would impress the Ulstermen more, dead or alive? He asked. Catching a live deer is impossible, said Ebor. Not for me, said Cú Chulainn. He chased the herd into a bog, jumped from the chariot, and captured the biggest deer. He tied it to the back of the chariot. Next, they saw a flock of swans. What's more impressive, dead or alive? Cú Chulainn asked. Catching swans alive is too hard, said Ebor. Cú Chulainn threw 2 stones and stunned 20 swans. He tied them to the chariot and headed back to Emain Macha, with the swans flying above, the deer behind, and 3 heads hanging from the chariot. As they reached the fort, Cú Chulainn told Ebor to turn the left side of the chariot toward the gate, a serious offense. Then he shouted, Unless someone comes out to fight me, I will kill everyone inside. A watchman warned the king. A warrior in a frenzy is here. Unless naked women go out to meet him, he'll destroy us all. Send out the women, said Conchobar. The women came out, led by the queen, Morrigan. They bared their chests in front of Cú Chulainn. These are your enemies today, said Morrigan. Embarrassed, Cú Chulainn turned red. The men of Ulster grabbed him and threw him into a tub of cold water, which burst from his heat. A second tub began to boil. A third tub only warmed slightly. After his rage cooled, the queen dressed him in a blue cloak with a silver pin and a fine tunic. Then Cú Chulainn sat beside the king in the seat of honor, and that became his rightful place from then on. One day, while the men of Ulster were feasting at Emain Macha, they decided that Cú Chulainn should find a wife. All their wives and daughters were falling in love with him, and they believed such a great warrior should have a son. Cú Chulainn agreed, and set off to the gardens of Lug to woo a beautiful girl he knew named Emer, the daughter of a clever man named Forgall Monarch. Cú Chulainn found Emer sitting on the grass with her foster sisters, sewing. She wore a dress that showed the top of her chest. I see a sweet land where I'd like to rest my weapon, Cú Chulainn said playfully. No man can set foot in this land until he has killed 100 men, Emer replied. Still, I will rest my weapon there, he said. No one may come to this land until he has jumped like a salmon, while holding double his weight in gold, and taken down 3 groups of 9 men each with a single blow, without hurting the man in the middle of each group, she added. I will do all of that, said Cú Chulainn. Then he returned home. That evening, Emer told her father what Cú Chulainn had said. Forgall was furious. He will never have her, he muttered to himself. Forgall came up with a trick. he disguised himself as a royal messenger from Gaul and visited Conchobar's court, pretending to offer tribute. Cú Chulainn and the warriors put on a show of their skills. "Impressive," said Forgal, "but if you really want to be the best, you must train with Scathach, the great warrior woman in Britain. She can teach you to defeat any man in Europe." Cú Chulainn was inspired and vowed to go study with Scathach, just as Forgal had hoped. But before he left, he went to say goodbye to Emer and promised to stay loyal to her. He set off on the long journey across the sea, taking his foster brother Ferdia with him. When he finally reached Scathach's land, he had to cross a deadly bridge called the Pupil's Bridge to reach her fortress. The bridge would throw off anyone who wasn't a skilled warrior. Cú Chulainn tried 3 times and was thrown back. But then, filled with warrior rage, he jumped straight across. Scathach heard of his arrival and sent her daughter Huathach to greet him. When she saw Cú Chulainn, she instantly fell in love. "I see you like him," said Scathach. "If you want, go to his bed tonight." "I'd like that," said Huathach. That night she dressed as a servant and went to his room. But when Cú Chulainn reached out for her, he accidentally hurt her, and she cried out. One of Scathach's top warriors, Cochar Cruben, rushed in to protect her. Cú Chulainn killed him by cutting off his head. Feeling sorry, Cú Chulainn promised to take Cochar's place and train hard under Scathach's guidance. He became her best student, learning all her skills, including how to use the deadly Gai Bolga, a spear that no enemy could avoid. One day, Scathach's enemy, Aoife, came to attack. Cú Chulainn challenged her to single combat. After a fierce fight, he grabbed her by the chest, threw her down, and held a sword over her. "Spare my life," said Aoife. "I will, if you grant me 3 things," said Cú Chulainn. "Give hostages to Scathach, promise never to attack her again, and sleep with me tonight so you can give me a son." "If you ask them in one breath, I agree," she said. He did, and she accepted. That night they slept together. A few weeks later, Aoife told him she was pregnant. "Name the child Conla," Cú Chulainn said. "I'll send for him in 7 years." He gave her a ring for the boy and told her to teach him 3 rules. Never tell anyone his name, never step aside for anyone, and never refuse a challenge. After finishing his training, Cú Chulainn returned to Ireland and went to Emer's home. Forgal had prepared guards, including Emer's 3 brothers, each with 8 strong warriors. Cú Chulainn killed 8 from each group with 1 blow, leaving the middleman unharmed, just as Emer had challenged. He entered the fortress, lifted Emer and her sister onto his back, each holding a bag of gold, and leapt over the wall. As Forgal tried to flee, he fell from the rampart and died. As Cú Chulainn returned to Emain Macha with Emer, he killed 100 men along the way. When they arrived, King Conchobar welcomed the couple. But Bricriu, known for causing trouble, said that by tradition, the king had the right to sleep with every bride before her husband. Cú Chulainn was furious and nearly attacked everyone there. But Fergus and Cathbad the Druid calmed him down, promising to sleep between the king and Emer to protect her. Cú Chulainn agreed, and Emer remained untouched that night. The next day, King Conchobar gave Cú Chulainn a full bride price and provided Emer's dowry himself. After that, Cú Chulainn and Emer were truly married. 7 years later, some men of Ulster were walking on the beach when they saw a small bronze boat with golden oars coming toward the shore. Inside was a boy who was so skilled with a sling that he only stunned birds and then set them free. The men reported the strange boy to the king, who sent the warrior Condore to find out who he was. When asked his name, the boy replied, "I give my name to no man, and I yield to no one." Condore returned and told the king what the boy had said. Conall Cernach, a great warrior, was angry and went to challenge the boy himself. But the boy quickly knocked Cumhaill out with a sling stone, tied his hands, and sent him back to the king. "This is an insult to Ulster," said Conchobar. "Who will face this boy?" At first, no one stepped forward. Then Cú Chulainn said, "I will." His wife Emer begged him not to go, afraid that the boy was the son Cú Chulainn had fathered with Aoife. Cú Chulainn admitted he feared the same, but he could not ignore the king's request. He went to the shore and faced the boy. "Tell me your name, or you will die," Cú Chulainn warned. "Then I will die," said the boy. They fought fiercely for a long time, and Cú Chulainn could not defeat him. Finally, he forced the boy into the water and took out his deadliest weapon, the gay bolga. He threw the magical spear, and it struck the boy, fatally wounding him. Cú Chulainn carried him to the shore and gently laid him on the sand. "Men of Ulster," he said, "this boy is my son, Connla." When they heard this, all the warriors wept. Connla asked to greet the famous warriors his mother had told him about. Then, while resting in his father's arms, he died. They buried him under a stone, and for 3 days, no calf in Ulster was allowed to be with its mother, to mourn the loss of Cú Chulainn's only son. One night in Connacht, King Ailill and Queen Medb were lying in bed in their fortress at Cú Chulainn, talking quietly. "You know," Ailill said, "people are right when they say a rich man's wife lives well." "Is that so?" Medb replied. "Why do you say that?" "Well," said Ailill, "you've done much better for yourself since you married me." "Really?" Medb said sharply. "I think I was doing just fine before I ever met you." "I doubt that," Ailill replied. "Back then, all you had were a few trinkets that your enemies kept stealing." "You can't be serious," Medb said. "My father was Eochu Feidlech, the High King of Ireland from a long line of kings. He had 6 daughters, and I was the most famous and generous of them. I commanded 1,500 royal bodyguards and just as many freeborn warriors in my own household guard. My father gave me this whole province to rule from Cú Chulainn. Many men from across Ireland asked to marry me, but I refused them all. I demanded a higher bride price than any woman before me, a husband who was never greedy, never afraid, and never jealous. I could never marry a stingy man because I'm always giving gifts. I couldn't marry a coward because I love battle and conflict. And I definitely couldn't stay with a jealous man because I've never had just one man without another waiting for me in the wings. But I chose you, Ailill of Leinster. You're not greedy or afraid or jealous. And when we married, I gave you the best bride price a man could want. Clothes for 12 men, a chariot worth 7 maidservants, a plate of red gold as wide as your face, and the weight of your arm in white bronze. Everything you have came from me. You're a kept man, Ailill." "I am not," Ailill shot back. "The only reason I let my brothers rule in Leinster is because they're older, not because they're more generous. And I didn't come here to live under your rule. I came to rule alongside the High King's daughter." "Still," said Medb, "I'm richer than you." "That's nonsense," Ailill replied. "I have just as much treasure and wealth as you." So they jumped out of bed and ordered all their possessions to be brought before them. Everything from pots and buckets to rings, gold, purple cloth, bracelets, and sheep. All items were counted, and it turned out their belongings were equal in value. Then they brought in their horses and pigs, again perfectly matched. Finally, they called in their herds of cattle. They were almost exactly equal, except for one animal. Ailill had a great white bull named Finnbenach, who had been born to one of Medb's cows, but refused to be owned by a woman. He had joined Ailill's herd instead. Medb had no bull to match Finnbenach, and suddenly she felt as though she had nothing at all. Upset and determined to fix this, she called her messenger, Mac Roth, and asked him where she could find the greatest bull in all of Ireland. "I know the perfect bull," said Mac Roth. "He's in Ulster, in the region of Cuailnge, owned by a man named Deirdre Mac Fiachna. The bull's name is Don Cuailnge, the brown bull of Cuailnge." "Then go to Deirdre," ordered Medb, "and ask to borrow his bull for a year. I'll return it with 50 young heifers as payment. I'll also give him land on the Plain of Eye, a fine chariot worth 7 slave women, and even offer myself if needed." Mac Roth and his men traveled east and gave Deirdre the offer. At first, Deirdre gladly agreed. He welcomed the messengers and made them comfortable for the night. But later, one of Deirdre's men overheard a guest saying that it was lucky they got the bull peacefully. Otherwise, they would have taken it by force. When Deirdre heard this, he was furious and refused to give up the bull. Mac Roth had to return to Medb empty-handed. "What did Deirdre say?" asked Medb. Mac Roth told her what happened. "So he feared we'd take it by force," Medb said. "Then we will." Medb and Ailill began preparing for war. Ailill called his brothers and their men to Cú Chulainn. Warriors from all over Ireland came to join the army. Together they planned to invade Ulster and take the brown bull. Before leaving, Medb went to her chief druid. "I've called this army together," she said. "They've left everything behind to follow me. Tell me, will I return safely?" "No matter who else does or doesn't return," said the druid, "you will." Relieved, Medb turned to go, but suddenly a mysterious young woman appeared in front of her. She had golden hair, dark eyebrows, white teeth, and red lips. "Who are you?" Medb asked. "I'm Fidelm," she replied. "A poet from Connacht. Where have you been?" "In Britain, studying poetry." "Do you have second sight, the Imbus Forestnai?" Medb asked. "I do." "Then look into the future," said Medb. "Tell me what will happen to my army." Fidelm closed her eyes and said, "I see crimson. I see red." "That can't be," Medb replied. "Conchobar and the warriors of Ulster are cursed and helpless. My spies told me so. Look again." Fidelm looked again and repeated, "I see crimson. I see red." "No," shouted Medb. "Conchobar is weak, and the best warriors are in exile here with me. Look again." "I still see crimson. I still see red." "You must be mistaken," Medb said. "There's always blood in war, but not total disaster. Look once more." "I see a young warrior blocking your path. I see your soldiers dead, bodies torn apart, women crying. His sword drips with the blood of your army." As the army marched into Ulster, Medb reviewed her troops. That night she complained to Ailill about the 3,000 Gallioan soldiers from Leinster. "What's wrong with them?" Ailill asked. "They're too good," Medb said. "They set up camp first, finished cooking first, and now they sit by the fire playing harps while everyone else is still busy. They make the rest of the army look bad." "Do you want to send them home?" Ailill asked. "No," Medb said. "If we do, they might take over our lands while we're away." "Then what should I do?" "Kill them," Medb said coldly. "That's a cruel and foolish idea," Ailill said. "They're our allies. I won't kill them." Fergus, the exiled Ulster warrior, overheard this and suggested, "Just split them into smaller groups and spread them throughout the army so they don't stand out." Medb agreed. Meanwhile, Fergus secretly sent word to Cú Chulainn, warning him of the army's arrival. He also led the army on a winding route to give the Ulstermen time to recover from Macha's curse. Medb noticed and accused him of betrayal. "I'm not betraying you," Fergus said. "I'm just taking the long way around to avoid Cú Chulainn. He isn't under the curse, and if he sees us, he'll destroy the entire army." "No single man could do that," Medb scoffed. "Cú Chulainn could," Fergus said. The next day, they came to a river ford and saw 4 severed heads on a branch. Nearby were horses, covered in blood but unharmed. Warnings were carved on the branch in Ogham script. "Are these our men?" asked Medb. "Yes," said Ailill. "4 of our best warriors." "But who could have done this?" Medb asked. "Only Cú Chulainn," Fergus said. "Then Cú Chulainn must die," Medb declared. The next morning, Queen Medb called the warrior Froch MacFidaig to her tent. "Froch, I need you to get rid of Cú Chulainn. Go find him and challenge him to a one-on-one fight." The next day, Froch took 9 men and found Cú Chulainn bathing in a river. "Wait here," Froch told his men. "He's weaker in water. I'll fight him there." Froch removed his clothes and walked into the water toward Cú Chulainn. "If you come closer, I'll have to kill you," Cú Chulainn warned. "Try it," said Froch. They wrestled in the water, and in the end, Cú Chulainn overpowered him and held him under the water for a long time. He pulled him up and asked, "Will you let me spare your life?" "I'd rather die than live in shame," Froch replied. So Cú Chulainn pushed him underwater again and held him there until he died. Every day after that, Medb sent a new warrior to fight Cú Chulainn, but each one was defeated. She offered rewards of gold, land, marriage to her daughter, and even herself, if they could just kill him. But Cú Chulainn killed dozens more every day and night. The fighting wore him down. He was exhausted and wounded, with no time to rest. Still, Medb's army kept moving forward. They eventually reached Ulster and captured the brown bull of Cuailnge. Medb claimed the bull and ordered the army to march back to Connacht. One morning, as Cú Chulainn followed the retreating army, he stopped to clean his wounds by a stream. A stranger approached him. "Who are you?" Cú Chulainn asked. "I've come to help," said the man. "I am Lug, your father from the other world. You're badly hurt. You need to rest. Sleep, Cú Chulainn, and heal." Lug put Cú Chulainn into a deep sleep for 3 days and treated his wounds with herbs. While he slept, he slowly healed without knowing it. During this time, the young boys of Ulster rose up. Too young to be affected by Macha's curse, they wanted to help. Led by Fólamainn, son of King Conchobar, 150 of the best boys went to face the Connaught army. "Kill them all," Ailill ordered. The Connaught warriors met the boys at a stone called Lia Toll and slaughtered all of them, except for Fólamainn. He survived the battle and swore he would not return to Ulster until he had taken Ailill's head and crown. But 2 warriors were sent to stop him, and they killed him too. Cú Chulainn woke up 3 days later, feeling strong enough to feast, love, or fight. "How long was I asleep?" he asked. 3 days and nights, Lug replied. "That's terrible," said Cú Chulainn. "The enemy moved freely all that time." "Not quite," Lug said. "The boys of Ulster fought in your place. They all died, except for Fólamainn, who was killed later." Cú Chulainn was filled with guilt. "This is my shame. Those boys died because I wasn't there." "Then fight," said Lug. "You are healed. No one can stop you now." "Prepare my chariot," Cú Chulainn told his driver. "Load my battle weapons." He put on his armor and belt, took 8 ivory-hilted swords, 8 spears and javelins, 8 red shields with razor edges, and a crested helmet. Over his shoulders he fastened a magical cloak from the land of promise, a gift from his father. Once ready, his battle rage took over. His face turned red, his mouth twisted, one eye sank into his skull while the other bulged out, and fire rose from his head. His heart pounded like a wild beast. He climbed into his chariot and stormed into battle. In his fury, he killed 100, then 200, then 300, and eventually 500 men. He circled Medb's camp 6 times, killing as he went. The place became known as Saesrec Bresligi, the place of the 6-fold slaughter. None of Medb's soldiers escaped without a wound, but Cú Chulainn remained unharmed. The next morning, Cú Chulainn dressed in his finest clothes and walked out proudly to be seen by the women in the Connaught army. The day before, he had looked like a raging monster. Now he was the most handsome man in Ireland, with golden hair flowing over his shoulders. As Cú Chulainn rode past the Connaught camp in his chariot, the women climbed on top of their husbands just to catch a glimpse of him. "This is annoying," said Queen Medb. "The women are pushing so much that I can't see him at all." She climbed on the backs of her own warriors, and when she finally saw Cú Chulainn, she was amazed by his beauty. "Send someone out to fight me," Cú Chulainn shouted. But none of the Connaught warriors wanted to go. "Why should I die?" each man said. "My family has no debt to pay the gods." The next day, Medb sent 29 men to face Cú Chulainn at a swamp called Blood Iron. They were Gael Danu, his 27 sons, and his nephew. Their weapons were covered in poison. Any cut would be deadly. But Cú Chulainn killed them all without getting a scratch. Every day Medb sent more warriors, and every day Cú Chulainn killed them. Eventually she turned to one of the Ulster exiles, Ferdia, Cú Chulainn's foster brother and dear friend. "Ferdia," she said, "you know why I've called you." "I can guess," he replied, "but I won't fight Cú Chulainn. He's my brother." Medb offered him everything: a valuable chariot, weapons, land, endless wine, freedom from taxes, piles of gold and jewels, her daughter Finnebert as his wife, and even herself. "They're generous gifts," said Ferdia, "but I still refuse." "Oh, really?" said Medb. "Then maybe what Cú Chulainn said is true." "What did he say?" asked Ferdia. "He said killing you wouldn't be any great challenge." "That's not right," Ferdia replied. "I'm just as strong as he is. I swear I'll fight him tomorrow at the ford." "Good," said Medb. "Everything I promised will be yours. Prepare for battle." Ferdia arrived at the ford, where Cú Chulainn was waiting. "I don't want to fight you, my brother," said Cú Chulainn. "It would be better if you turned back." "I can't go back without facing you," said Ferdia. "One of us must die." "Then so be it," said Cú Chulainn. "You choose the weapons." "Let's use the short spears we learned to throw in Scathach's school," said Ferdia. They fought all day with short spears and shields, but neither was hurt. Then they used longer spears, still without success. "It's getting dark," said Ferdia. "Let's stop and continue tomorrow." They gave their weapons to their charioteers, embraced, shared food, and slept by the same fire. The next day, Ferdia chose large stabbing spears. They fought fiercely, and this time both landed wounds, but neither would give in. At sunset, they stopped again. That night, they tended each other's wounds before sleeping. The next morning, they picked up their swords and shields. They fought until nightfall, both badly wounded. This time, they went to separate fires. At dawn, they dressed in their finest armor and prepared for the final fight. Ferdia used all his skills, jumping and striking with great speed. But then Cú Chulainn entered his battle rage. He grew large and monstrous. He called for the Gay Bolga, the magical spear no one could survive. With one throw, it went straight through Ferdia's body. "That's enough, my brother," said Ferdia with his last breath. "You've killed me." Cú Chulainn ran to him and caught him in his arms. As Ferdia died, Cú Chulainn gently laid him on the ground. "Get up, Cú Chulainn," shouted his charioteer Lag. "The Connaught warriors are coming. They'll kill you while you're weak." "What does it matter?" said Cú Chulainn. "I've killed the one I loved most." Then he sang a sorrowful song over Ferdia's body. The next morning, he finally stood and returned to his camp. After Ferdia's death, Cú Chulainn kept fighting the warriors of Medb and Ailill as they tried to return to Connaught with the stolen brown bull. He fought to delay them, hoping the men of Ulster would recover from the curse of Macha in time to help. But every day, Cú Chulainn's wounds worsened, and he was beyond exhaustion. Even he couldn't keep fighting alone forever. Finally, the curse was lifted. King Conchobar gathered the warriors of Ulster and marched quickly to catch up with the Connaught army and support Cú Chulainn. Hundreds of Ulster's best fighters moved through the hills and valleys to face their enemies. But Ailill and Medb were not afraid. "Let them come," said Ailill. "We have warriors ready to meet them." When the two armies met, they camped across the plain, lighting hundreds of fires that shone like stars. That night, the Morrigan, goddess of war, appeared and sang over the sleeping men. Ravens tearing men apart, blood spraying, bodies broken, blades cutting through flesh. Such is war. Hail Ulstermen, woe to Connaught, hail Connaught, woe to Ulster. Cú Chulainn lay by his fire and listened to the sound of the armies preparing for battle. He wanted to help, but his body was too weak. All he could do was wait for morning. By noon the next day, Cú Chulainn had recovered enough strength to fight. He joined the battle, which was already fierce, with heavy losses on both sides. At one point, he found Queen Medb relieving herself away from the army. Though he could have killed her, he let her go. He would not strike a woman. The battle slowly began to turn against the Connaught army. But by then, Medb and Ailill had already sent the brown bull safely back to Connaught. Fergus, the Ulster exile, was angry and blamed Medb for the death and destruction caused by her pride. "We've been led by a foolish woman," he said. "This is what happens when a herd follows a mare." Eventually, the Ulstermen and the Connaught army made peace. Cú Chulainn and his warriors returned to Emain Macha victorious, though both sides had lost many men. For the next 7 years, Ulster and Connaught remained at peace. All that remained was to settle the final question: who owned the greater bull? The brown bull of Cumhaill and Ailill's white bull were brought together to fight on the plain of Ai, which later became known as Tarbga, the field of the bullfight. The two animals battled all day, but neither could defeat the other. At sunset, the brown bull pinned the white bull's horn to the ground and held him there. Then, in a twist of fate, the brown bull was thrown off and broke a leg, while the white bull lost a horn. They kept fighting through the night, unseen in the darkness. At dawn, the people of Connaught saw the brown bull walking west, carrying the bloody remains of the white bull on his horns. As the brown bull wandered through Connaught, pieces of the white bull fell from his horns, and many places were later named after those parts. Medb and Ailill returned to their fortress at Cú Chulainn. Though they had lost the war against Ulster, Medb had won her personal contest. She had proven her bull was stronger than her husband's. There are many early Irish stories besides the Tyne Bo Cumhaill that feature heroes like Conchobar, Fergus MacRoich, and Cú Chulainn. Queen Medb and King Ailill also appear often in the tales of conflict between Ulster and Connaught. Some of these stories are funny, like the story of Mac Da Tho's pig, while others, like the death of Cú Chulainn, are serious and tragic. Together, these tales make up what is known as the Ulster Cycle. One such tale begins with a wealthy landowner in Leinster named Mac Da Tho, whose hound Ailbe was famous across Ireland. Kings everywhere wanted to own the dog. One day, messengers from both Connaught, sent by Ailill and Medb, and Ulster, sent by Conchobar, came asking for the hound. Each side offered rich gifts: herds of cows, chariots, horses, and royal alliances. Mac Da Tho welcomed the messengers into his large guest house, which had 7 doors, 7 cauldrons, and 7 fires, each with a pig and an ox cooking. According to custom, each guest would stab a fork into a cauldron, and whatever he pulled out first was his meal. There were no second chances. Mac Da Tho went to his room and remained silent for 3 days, eating nothing. His wife finally asked what was wrong. "I won't tell a woman my thoughts," he said. "I don't even trust a slave with my money." "Really?" she replied. "Sounds more like you just don't know what to do." He sighed and explained, "If I don't give the hound to Conchobar, Ulster's army will destroy my land. But if I refuse Ailill and Medb, Connaught will do the same. I can't win." His wife replied, "There is a way. Promise the dog to both sides. Let them come here to get it, and then let them fight each other instead of us." Mac Da Tho liked the idea. He secretly told each group of messengers that he had chosen to give the hound to their king, and asked them to return with their full armies to collect it. So, on the chosen day, both the armies of Connaught and Ulster arrived at Mac Da Tho's home. He welcomed them all into his guest house and prepared a feast. The pig he served was enormous. It had been fed by 60 milk cows for 7 years. Once the pig was roasted and set on the table, Ailill turned to Conchobar and asked, "How shall we divide the meat?" Before the king could reply, Bricriu, Ulster's troublemaker, stood up and said, "Since the greatest warriors of Ireland are here, let the best among them carve the pig. Each warrior should tell of his deeds to prove he deserves the honor." Both kings agreed, and the contest began. One by one, warriors from both sides boasted of the enemies they had slain and the cattle they had taken in raids. Finally, only Set MacMagach of Connaught remained standing. "If anyone here is better than I am," he said, "step forward, or I will carve the pig." Logair of Ulster stood up. "I'm the better warrior, Set." But Set reminded him, "Weren't you wounded by me the day you first took up arms? I kept your horse and chariot as a prize. Sit down, Logair." So Logair sat. Next, Ungus of Ulster stood. "I'm better than you, Set." "Really?" said Set. "I once faced your father in battle. He threw a spear at me. I caught it and threw it back, cutting off his hand. That's how he got the name Wailing Hand. Sit down, Ungus." Then Ogan Moore tried his luck. "Don't forget," Set said, "I once raided your land, and when you chased me, I threw your own spear back at you. It went through your head and came out your eye. That's why you see with only one eye now. Sit down." One by one, more Ulster warriors stood up. Munramar, Celtchair, Mend, and Cumscraid the Stammerer. But each time, Set mocked them, reminding them how he had injured or humiliated them in the past. Each man sat down in defeat. Set was about to carve the pig when suddenly Cumhaill Cernach entered the hall. The Ulstermen cheered. "Step away from the pig, Set!" shouted Cumhaill. "I've killed a Connaught warrior every day and raided your lands every night. I've never slept without the head of one of your men beneath my knee." Set admitted defeat. "You are the better warrior, Cumhaill. But if my brother Anluan were here, he'd best you." "He is here," said Cumhaill. Then he pulled out a severed head from his bag. It was Anluan's. He threw it at Set, covering his chest with his brother's blood. Cumhaill took his place at the table and began to carve the pig. But the Connaught warriors, furious, threw stones at him. The Ulstermen shielded him, and Cumhaill gave only a small portion of the meat to Connaught, keeping the best for his own. The warriors of Ailill and Medb were furious at receiving only a small share of the feast, so they rose up in anger and attacked Conchobar's men. Spears flew, swords clashed, and soon the hall was filled with the bodies of fallen warriors from both sides, piled so high they reached the ceiling. Blood poured through all 7 doors, and the battle spilled out into the yard. At that moment, Mac Da Tho came out with his famous hound Ailbe. He released the dog to see which side it would choose. Ailbe sided with Ulster and began attacking the Connaught warriors. Seeing this, Ailill and Medb jumped into their chariot and fled in fear. But Eilbe chased after them. Their charioteer swung his sword and cut off the dog's head as they rode through a place that would later be called Mag Nailbe, the Plain of Eilbe. King Conchobar also tried to escape in his chariot, but one of Eilill's charioteers, named Fair Loga, was hiding in the tall grass nearby. As Conchobar passed, Fair Loga leapt into the chariot and held a sword to his throat. "You're not getting away that easily," said Fair Loga. "Spare me," said Conchobar, "and I'll grant you anything you ask." "I don't want much," said Fair Loga. "Just take me to your fortress at Emain Macha, and have your maidens sing 'For Loga is my darling' to me every night for a year." Conchobar agreed. So every night for a year, the maidens of Ulster gathered and sang love songs to For Loga. At the end of the year, Conchobar sent him home to Connaught with gifts of horses and gold. There was once a young man named Froch, said to be the most handsome warrior in all of Ireland. His father was Idath from Connaught, and his mother was Bay Find, a magical woman from the otherworld and sister to the river goddess Boand of the Boyne. From his mother's side, Froch had been given 12 magical white cows with red ears. He was wealthy and successful, but he had no wife. Fianna, the daughter of King Ailill and Queen Medb, heard stories of Froch and fell in love with him, even though she had never met him. When Froch learned of this, he decided to go meet her. His family advised him to visit his aunt Boand first to gather gifts that he could offer to Ailill as a bride price. Froch went to Boand and returned with many luxurious gifts: 50 blue cloaks with golden embroidery, 50 silver shields with golden rims, 50 golden decorated candles, 50 spear tips encrusted with gems that glowed in the dark, 50 gray horses with golden bridles, 7 hounds on silver chains, bronze shoes, 7 horn players with golden hair, 3 jesters with silver shields, and 3 harpists dressed like royalty. Froich and his group arrived at Cú Chulainn, the royal home of Ailill and Medb, and were warmly welcomed. So many people came to see them that 16 were crushed in the crowd. They were given a place in the guest house and treated to a feast. When Froich's harpists played, their music was so sorrowful that 12 people died weeping. Froich stayed at Cú Chulainn for a week, hunting daily with the king and queen. Still, Froich grew restless. He hadn't yet spoken to Fianna. One morning, he went to bathe in the river, hoping to see her. Soon, Fianna and her maid arrived. Froich approached her and gently took her hand. "Please stay and talk," he said. "I came to Cú Chulainn for you." "You are very welcome here, Froich," she answered. "Will you come away with me?" he asked. "I can't," she said. "I am the daughter of a king. I cannot run off with a man, but take this ring, my father gave it to me. Keep it as a sign of my love. I'll say I lost it." They parted ways. Later that day, Ailill spoke to Medb. "I'm worried our daughter might try to run away with Froch." "It might not be such a bad match," Medb replied. "He would bring plenty of cattle and could join us in our campaign against Ulster." Just then, Froch entered the room. "May I speak with you?" he asked. "Will you allow me to marry your daughter?" "I will," said Ailill, "if you pay the bride price." "I'm happy to do so," said Froich. "Then this is the price," Ailill said. 60 gray horses with golden bridles, 12 milking cows, each with a white calf with red ears, and your entire company must come with us to fight Ulster." Froch was shocked. "I swear by my sword and shield," he said angrily. "I wouldn't pay that much even for Queen Medb herself." He stormed out of the room. "Exactly as I hoped," Ailill said to Medb. "If we gave him our daughter, every king in Ireland would come after us in envy. I think we should kill him now before he causes trouble." "That would be dishonorable," said Medb. "Then I'll do it in a way that no one can blame us," Ailill replied. The next day, Ailill, Medb, and Fianna invited Fruch to join them on a hunt. At midday, tired and hot, they all went to bathe in the river. Once Fruch had removed his clothes and entered the water, Ailill searched his bag and found the ring he had given to his daughter. "Do you recognize this?" he asked Medb. "I do," she said. Angrily, Ailill threw the ring into the river, but Fruch saw a salmon leap from the water and swallow it. He quickly caught the fish and hid it on the riverbank, keeping the ring safe. As Fruch was about to leave the river, Ailill asked him to fetch a branch with red berries from a rowan tree on the far bank. Fruch did so. As he moved through the water, Fianna watched him and thought he was the most beautiful man she had ever seen. His skin was white, his hair golden, his eyes bright blue, and his body flawless. "Nice berries," said Ailill. "Get us some more from farther away." This was a trap. Fruch walked into the deep part of the river where a monster lived. The creature grabbed him. "Someone bring me a sword!" Fruch cried, but no one dared to help, fearing Ailill and Medb. Then Fianna took off her outer garments and leapt into the water, sword in hand. Ailill threw a 5-pointed spear at her, which tore her inner clothes. Fruch caught the spear and threw it back, cutting through Ailill's shirt. Fianna handed him the sword, and after a fierce struggle, Fruch killed the monster by cutting off its head. From that day on, the place was called the Black Pool of Fruch. Ailill and Medb returned to their fort. "We've done a great wrong to that man," said Medb. "Yes," said Ailill, "but the girl will die tomorrow." Fruch returned to Cú Chulainn, badly wounded and close to death. Supper was prepared, and women bathed him and carried him to bed. That night, people outside the fort heard the weeping of many women, wearing red cloaks, green headscarves, and silver bracelets. When asked why they were crying, one replied, "Fruch, son of Idath, is beloved by all the fair folk of the other world." Fruch heard the crying and asked to be brought outside. The women gathered around him and carried him into the Side, the magical realm beneath Cú Chulainn. The next evening, they returned him to the fort, completely healed. Ailill and Medb were amazed that he had returned from the other world. They held a great feast in his honor. During the feast, Fruch quietly called one of his men and said, "Go to the riverbank where I fought the monster. There's a salmon hidden there. Bring it to Fianna and ask her to cook it. My ring is inside. It may be useful tonight." As the party went on, and everyone grew drunk, Ailill decided to show off his treasures. "Fianna," he said, "bring me the thumb ring I gave you." "I'm sorry, father," she said. "I lost it." "If you don't find it," Ailill said, "I swear you will die." The guests protested, saying the ring wasn't worth her life, but Ailill wouldn't change his mind. "If I find the ring and return it," Fianna asked, "will you release me from being your daughter? Will I be free to choose another protector?" "If you bring me that ring," Ailill said, "you can run off with the stable boy for all I care." Then she had her maid bring in the salmon on a platter. The ring was placed on top. Ailill and Medb stared in amazement. Fianna stood and declared, "You promised I could choose my own husband. I choose Fruch. There is no man I love more." "So be it," said Ailill. "When you return with the cattle you promised, Fruch, you may marry her." "I will," Fruch replied. The next morning, Fruch and his men left for the east to get his cattle. But while traveling, he received terrible news. His cattle and family had been stolen. That night, his mother came to him from the Cid. "Outlaws have taken your cattle and family far away, beyond the Alps. They may be lost forever." "No," said Fruch. "I swore I would bring those cattle, and I will." So he set off with 27 men, along with a falcon and a hound. While passing through Ulster, he met the warrior Cumhaill and told him what happened. That's a tough task, said Cumhaill. Then help me, said Fruch. I will, Cumhaill agreed. They crossed the sea to Britain, then traveled through France and eventually reached the Alps. One day, they saw a small woman herding sheep. Who are you? Fruch asked. I'm part Irish, she said. I'll help you. The men here are dangerous warriors who steal whatever they want. I've heard they have your cattle, and the woman who tends them is from Ulster. Talk to her. Maybe she can help. But be careful. A terrible serpent guards those cattle now. Fruch and Cumhaill secretly found the cowherd. When she learned Cumhaill was from Ulster, she was overjoyed. It had been foretold that he would destroy the bandits' fortress. I have to go now to milk the cows, she said, but I'll leave the door open tonight. Once everyone is asleep, sneak in and kill the serpent, if you can. Many have died trying. That night, Fruch and Cumhaill crept into the fortress. When they found the serpent, it leapt into Cumhall's bag. They killed the bandits, rescued Fruch's cattle and family, and burned the fortress to the ground. Then Cumhaill released the serpent, and it left without harming him. Fruch and his men drove the cattle all the way back across Europe to Ireland. He said goodbye to Cumhaill and returned to Cú Chulainn, ready to join Ailill and Medb on their great raid against Ulster. There was once a famous king of all Ireland named Eochaid Feidlich. One day, as he passed by a gathering place called Brí Leith, he saw a beautiful young woman standing beside a well. Her hair shone like red gold, and she wore a green silk cloak embroidered with gold, fastened with clasps of silver and gold. She loosened her hair to wash it, and Eochaid couldn't take his eyes off her. Her skin was pale, her hands white as snow, her teeth like pearls, her eyes like flowers, and her lips red like berries. She moved with the grace of a queen, and to Eochaid, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Desiring her, Eochaid asked if she would lie with him. That's why I came, she said. I am Etain, daughter of Etar, king of the Otherworld's horsemen. I was born in the Sed, fairy world, 20 years ago. Many nobles have asked for my hand, but since I could speak, I've loved only you. I'll never be with another woman, Eochaid said. You'll be my wife forever. You must pay the proper bride price, she replied. Then I'll be yours. You'll have it, he promised. Eochaid paid her father the value of 7 slave women, and they were married. Etain gave birth to a daughter, also named Etain. When Eochaid died, the younger Etain married Cormac, king of Ulster. But she gave him only one daughter. He had hoped for a son. She asked her mother for a magical porridge to help her have a son, but it didn't work. I only had a daughter, she told her mother. That's fine, her mother replied. Kings will chase after her. Disappointed, Cormac left Etain, though he later changed his mind and brought her back. However, he wanted to get rid of their daughter. He ordered 2 slaves to throw the child into a pit. But when they were about to do it, the baby smiled and laughed at them. The slaves couldn't bring themselves to kill her, so they secretly took her to a king named Etersel, who raised her as his own. Etersel built a hut with no door and surrounded it with a fence, so no one could see the girl. Only a skylight in the roof let in light. Years passed, and one day a young herdsman looked through the skylight and saw that the girl had grown into a beautiful woman. He told King Cormac, who sent warriors to get her. It had been foretold that an unknown woman would bear him a son. One morning, as the young Etain sat in the hut, a bird flew in through the skylight. It dropped its feathers and turned into a shining young man. The king's men are coming, he said. They will destroy this hut and take you away. But before that, you will bear my child. You will name him Conair. Then the birdman lay with her, and she became pregnant. After he left, the king's men arrived, destroyed the hut, and brought her to King Cormac. He was so taken by her beauty that he married her, not realizing she was his own daughter. 9 months later, she gave birth to a boy and named him Conair. Conair was raised with 3 foster brothers, Ferle, Fergar, and Fer Rogan. He had special powers, keen hearing, sharp eyesight, and great judgment, and taught one of these skills to each foster brother. They shared everything, and even had horses of the same color. Later, when King Etersel died, a traditional bull feast was held to choose the next king. A bull was killed and cooked, and one chosen man would drink its broth and sleep under a spell. He would dream of the next king, but if he lied about what he saw, he would die. The man who slept that night dreamed of a naked man walking the road to Tara with a sling and a stone. At the same time, Conair was hunting near the river Liffey with his foster brothers. He left them and went toward Dublin, where he saw a group of large, beautiful, white-speckled birds. He chased them all the way to the sea. As he aimed his sling, the birds suddenly shed their feathers and turned into warriors. One of them stepped forward to protect him. "I am Nemglan, king of your father's birds," he said. "You must go now to Tara. A bull feast was held last night, and the prophecy said the new king would be a naked man with a sling and a stone. That man is you." Nemglan then warned Conair of the rules he must follow as king. "Your reign will be noble," he said, "but there are 9 taboos, Jessa, you must never break. The first is this: never harm a bird. Never throw stones at birds because we are your kin." The bird king Nemglan warned Conair of the sacred rules, called Jessa, he must never break. He must never walk to the right, clockwise like the sun, around the hill of Tara, or to the left around the plain of Brega, between the Liffey and Boyne rivers. He must not hunt the strange wild beasts of Cerna. He must never be away from Tara for more than 9 nights. He must not stay overnight in a house where firelight is visible from outside. He must never let 3 red-clad men enter a red man's house before him. He must not allow raids to happen in his kingdom. He must not welcome a lone man or woman after sunset. He must never interfere in a quarrel between his slaves. After giving this warning, Nemglan and his bird companions disappeared. Conair then took off his clothes and approached Tara, just as the prophecy had said a naked man would become king. Nobles were waiting with royal clothes, and they dressed him and brought him to Tara in a chariot. But the people weren't happy. "We expected a mighty king," they said, "not a boy." "I may be young," Conair replied, "but I am generous and of noble blood." So they accepted him as king. Under Conair's rule, Ireland prospered. Trade flourished, the rivers were full of fish, pigs ate acorns up to a man's knees, the weather was good, and no one committed murder. But Conair's foster brothers weren't pleased. They were criminals, used to raiding and stealing. Each year they robbed the same farmer and beat him, just to see if Conair would punish them. But the king never listened to the poor man's complaints. Feeling bold, the brothers began raiding openly with a band of 150 men. Eventually, they were caught by the people of Connaught and brought before Conair for justice. "Let each man's father execute his son," the king said, "but my foster brothers will be spared. I banish them from Ireland. If they want to raid, let them do it in Britain." This angered many, but the foster brothers left and went to Britain. There, they gathered other criminals and exiles, including the one-eyed Cumhaill, son of a British king, and the sons of Queen Medb, all named Maine. Later, as Conair and his friend Conall Cernach were returning to Tara through Uisnech, they saw naked men marching and burning farms. "What's happening?" Conair asked. "The king's laws are broken," the people said. "Ireland is falling into chaos." Conair fled in panic. On his way, he unknowingly broke several Gessa. He circled Tara to the right, Brega to the left, and hunted the forbidden beasts of Cairna. That night was Samhain, when the barrier between the mortal world and the other world is weakest. "Where can we stay?" Conaire asked his companion, Mac Secht. "There's a man I know," the king said. "His name is Da Durga of Leinster. I've given him many gifts." "I know the place," said Mac Secht. "It's a large house with 7 doorways and rooms between each." As they traveled toward the hostel, they saw 3 horsemen ahead. All wore red cloaks, had flaming red hair, red shields and weapons, and rode red horses. "This is bad," said Conaire. "One of my guesses is that 3 red men must not arrive before me at the house of a red man." Conaire sent his son, Le Fer Flaith, to stop them by offering gifts. But no matter how fast he rode, he couldn't catch them. He shouted, but they only rode faster, singing, "We ride the horses of the other world. Though once alive, we are now dead. Death is coming." Then they vanished. Conaire was deeply troubled. "All my forbidden fates are catching up with me tonight." Still, he and his companions rode on. On the road, they met a strange man with black hair, 1 hand, 1 eye, and 1 foot, carrying a squealing pig on his back. Behind him walked a dreadful woman with a huge mouth. "Welcome, King Conaire," said the man. "We have long awaited you." "Who are you?" Conaire asked. "I am Ferkai, the man of the woods. This is my wife, Tishwil. I've brought you a pig so you won't go hungry." "I appreciate it," said the king, "but I must keep moving." "No matter," Ferkai replied. "We'll follow you to your destination." At that very moment, Conaire's foster brothers returned from overseas, bringing with them a vast force of raiders. They landed near the Hill of Hoth, right beside Da Durga's hostel, just as Conaire arrived. "Welcome, Conaire," said Da Durga. "I would welcome you even if you brought all of Ireland with you to feast." The king entered and sat in the place of honor, joined by the 3 mysterious red riders and Ferkai, still carrying his pig. As the guests sat at the feast, a lone woman came to the door of the hostel after sunset. She wore a heavy gray wool cloak and had long dark hair. She leaned on the doorpost, standing on 1 foot with 1 hand raised, and looked intensely at King Conaire and his men. "Who are you?" Conaire asked, nervous. "Some call me Caleb," she said, "but I have many names." "Whoever you are," said Conaire, "if you're a seer, tell us what our future holds." She fixed her gaze on him and chanted, "No living soul will leave this place tonight. Only what birds carry off in their claws." "What do you want from me?" asked the king. "A seat at your feast," she replied. "I have a sacred rule," said Conaire. "I cannot let a lone person in after sunset. You can't enter." "Then the king's hospitality is gone," she said coldly. "Wait," said Conaire. "Even if it means my doom, you may come in." While the feast continued, Conaire's foster brothers and the raiders arrived outside the hostel. Their leader was Ingshel, the one-eyed son of the King of Britain. He had 7 pupils in his single eye, and from far away he could see Conaire sitting on the throne inside. Ingshel, who had already killed his own family, felt no guilt about killing the king. He ordered his men to surround the building and attack. Conaire heard them coming and quickly gathered his warriors. The first to die was his fool, Lomna Druth, who had predicted his own end. The king didn't hide inside. He led his men out to fight. The battle was brutal. Hundreds died on both sides. The outlaws set the hostel on fire 3 times, and each time it was put out. Conaire fought bravely, killing many with his own sword, even as his men were struck down around him. Eventually, the king grew unbearably thirsty. "Bring me something to drink, MacSecht," he begged his companion, "or I'll die." "There is nothing to give you," MacSect answered. "No water or wine anywhere." With the last of his strength, Connor rushed into the fight again. But it wasn't a weapon that killed him. It was his thirst. 2 outlaws cut off his head as a trophy, but MacSect killed them and took the head back. The rest of the raiders fled. MacSect, badly wounded, collapsed. With the little strength he had left, he lifted the head of the king, opened its mouth, and poured water in. And then the king's severed head spoke. "A good man, MacSect. A fine man, MacSect. He gives a king a drink. A noble act he does." MacSect lay in the blood for 3 days. On the 3rd day, a woman passed by. He called to her. She was scared, but he promised not to harm her. "Please," he said, "something is biting my wounds, but I'm too weak to look. Tell me what it is." "It's a wolf," she said. Then she grabbed it by the tail and pulled it off him. "I swear," MacSect said, "it felt no bigger than an ant." Then he grabbed the wolf by the throat and smashed its head with a single blow. After that, he carried Connor's body and head back to Tara so he could be buried like a king. Meanwhile, Cumhaill Cernach had escaped from the burning hostel with 50 wounds in his shield arm. He limped home to his father. "Do you bring news of the king?" the old man asked. "He is dead," Cumhaill said. "Then you are a coward for leaving him," his father scolded. "Look at my arm," said Cumhaill. "It's barely holding together. I fought with everything I had." "Yes," said his father, looking at the torn limb. "That arm did fight." "It did," said Cumhaill, "and I survived. But many men received death from this arm before Da Derga's hostel last night. There was once a well-known blacksmith in Ulster named Exet Salach. He had a son named Amergen, who didn't speak a single word for 14 years. During that time, his belly swelled to the size of a small house, and mucus constantly dripped from his nose. His skin was dark and covered in scabs. His toes were crooked, his eyes red and sunken, and his hair rough and spiky. He was so filthy from lying still that piles of his own waste surrounded him. He played on the floor with his favorite foods: boiled curds, sea salt, raw berries, burned grains, garlic, and nuts. One day, Athern, the chief poet of Ulster, sent his servant Greth to Exet's forge to request an axe. When Greth arrived, he was terrified to see the monstrous figure of Amergen sitting in the house. Only Exet's daughter was there, caring for him. Suddenly, Amergen spoke. "In Nithgreth Gruth? Does Greth eat curds?" He said it twice more, then added some poetic-sounding phrases about bushes, garlic, and pine. Greth fled in panic and told Athern everything. When Exet returned home and heard what his son had said, he knew trouble was coming. A boy who speaks such poetry after 14 years of silence would be seen as a threat. Athern would surely want to eliminate him. So Exet made a fake boy out of clay and put it in Amergen's bed. That night, Athern and Greth came to kill the boy. Believing the clay dummy was Amergen, Athern struck its head with an axe and fled. A cry of alarm followed them. Exet and his men chased Athern to his fort and captured him. The judges of Ulster ruled that Athern had to pay compensation worth 7 slave women and Exet's honor price. On top of that, Athern had to take Amergen as a student and train him in poetry. Eventually, Amergen became the chief poet of Ulster. Now, Bricriu, known as the Poison Tongue of Ulster, decided to host a great feast. He had a magnificent hall built, more beautiful and expensive than any in Ireland. It was decorated with gold and silver, and a royal couch was set up for King Conchobar. Bricriu even made a private room above the hall for himself, knowing the others wouldn't let him sit with them. When everything was ready, Bricriu went to Emain Macha to invite the king and nobles. He arrived on a day when all the warriors were gathered. "People of Ulster," Bricriu announced. "Come enjoy a feast at my new hall." "We will," said King Conchobar, "if my people agree." "No way," shouted Fergus MacRoich. "If we go, Bricriu will cause so much trouble the dead will outnumber the living." "Then I'll cause even more trouble here," warned Bricriu. "Fathers will fight sons, mothers will argue with daughters, and women will bash each other's chests until they fall." "Let's talk about it," said Sencha, the wisest man there. The Ulstermen agreed to go, but only if Bricriu gave hostages as a guarantee of peace. They also assigned 8 swordsmen to throw him out of the hall before the feast started. "I agree to all of it," said Bricriu happily. So the king and his warriors headed to the feast, with the women following behind. But Bricriu couldn't resist starting trouble on the way. He spoke privately to 3 warriors. First, he told Loeger Boisdach, "You're the finest man here. You should take the champion's portion of the meal." "I will," said Loeger, "and I'll fight anyone who stops me." Then Bricriu told Conall Cernach the same thing, and he agreed. Finally, he told Cú Chulainn, and he too vowed to claim the champion's portion, even if it meant killing. At the hall, everyone sat, one half for Conchobar and his warriors, the other for their wives. Bricriu served a grand feast, then was removed as agreed. But as he left, he shouted, "Have fun! Oh, and don't forget to give the best cut of meat to your greatest hero." That's when the trouble began. Loeger's charioteer tried to grab the champion's portion for his master, but Conall's and Cú Chulainn's men did the same. A sword fight broke out among the warriors and nearly tore the hall apart. "Enough!" shouted Conchobar. "Sencha, what do we do?" Sencha advised, "Split the best meat equally, then send the 3 warriors to King Ailill in Connacht to decide who is truly the greatest." Everyone agreed, and peace returned, until Bricriu saw the women arriving. He rushed out and spoke to each of the 3 wives, telling each of them that she was the most beautiful and honorable, and should enter the hall first. Fidelm, wife of Loeger; Lendabear, wife of Conall; Emer, wife of Cú Chulainn. Each believed his flattery and hurried forward. Then they began racing, lifting their skirts to run faster. The noise was so great that the men inside thought they were under attack. They jumped up, grabbed weapons, and ran to defend the hall. "Stop!" Sencha shouted. "You fools! It's just your wives, no doubt stirred up by Bricriu again. Shut the door!" So the guards shut and locked the doors to keep the women outside. Conchobar then announced that instead of fighting, the women would settle the matter with a contest of words. Each wife took turns explaining why she deserved to enter first. After they had all spoken, Loeger and Conall each stood up and claimed that their own wife had won. Loeger and Conall were so eager that they knocked down 2 posts from the building to let their wives in through the gaps. But Cú Chulainn went even further. He simply lifted the whole side of the house to let Emer, his wife, walk inside. The earth shook, and Bricriu and his wife fell into the mud along with their dogs. Still, the question of who was Ulster's greatest hero remained undecided. The 3 warriors traveled to Connacht to have King Ailill judge them. After putting them through many challenges, Ailill declared Cú Chulainn the best, but Loeger and Conall refused to accept it. Then they went south to Munster to see the wise and magical Cú Roy. He too said that Cú Chulainn was the greatest, but again the other 2 rejected the decision. So the 3 heroes left, each still claiming the honor, and they headed back home to Emain Macha with no clear winner. While they were on their way back, the other warriors of Ulster gathered in King Conchobar's hall for a great feast. As they ate and drank, a giant man suddenly walked into the hall. He was terrifying to look at, huge in size, wearing an old ox hide over his shoulders. He carried a massive club in one arm, and in his other hand was a giant axe, so sharp it could slice a hair just by the wind brushing it against the blade. His eyes were yellow, and his fingers were as thick as another man's wrist. Then the giant spoke. "I've traveled all through Ireland, Britain, and beyond, but I've found no one brave enough to face my challenge fairly." "Say what your challenge is," said Fergus MacRoish. "The men of Ulster are known for their honor." Then the giant spoke. "Let one of you come forward. I will cut off his head tonight, and tomorrow he must cut off mine." The warriors laughed and said it was ridiculous. One of them, nicknamed Fat Neck, joked, "Why don't I just cut off your head, and then you can try to cut off mine tomorrow?" "That's not the deal," said the giant. "But if no one is brave enough to accept my terms, I'll let you do it. Just promise that if you cut off my head, you'll let me return the favor tomorrow." "Fine," said Fat Neck. "I promise." Everyone cheered as Fat Neck took the giant's axe. The giant calmly placed his head on the chopping block, and Fat Neck chopped it off in one powerful swing. But to everyone's shock, the giant stood up, picked up his severed head, and walked silently out of the hall. The men stared in disbelief, especially Fat Neck. The next night the giant returned, his head back on his shoulders, and demanded that Fat Neck keep his word. "No!" cried Fat Neck in terror. "This is a trick! I won't do it!" Loghaire, who had come back from his journey with Cumhaill and Cú Chulainn, shouted, "That's cowardly. I'll take your challenge. Cut off my head tomorrow if I can cut off yours tonight." So Loghaire beheaded the giant. But when the giant returned the next night, Loghaire ran away. Conall Cernunnos then stepped up and offered the same deal. He cut off the giant's head, but he too disappeared when it was time to keep his word. On the fourth night, the giant returned once again, angry. "You cowards," he yelled. "You fight over who gets the hero's portion of a feast, but you break your word and run away. Even you, Cú Chulainn, are you afraid to die?" Without saying a word, Cú Chulainn stepped forward, grabbed the axe, and cut off the giant's head. As before, the giant rose, picked up his head, and walked away. The next evening, Cú Chulainn came back to fulfill his promise. Everyone in the hall mourned him, thinking he would surely die. Some urged him to escape. "I would rather die," said Cú Chulainn, "than live in dishonor." The giant entered the hall. "Where is Cú Chulainn?" he asked. "I'm here," said the young warrior. "Your voice trembles," the giant said. "Are you afraid?" Without replying, Cú Chulainn lay down and placed his neck on the chopping block. "Stretch out your neck, boy," the giant said. "I want a clean swing." "Why are you playing with me?" said Cú Chulainn. "I've kept my promise. Just do it." The giant raised the axe high up to the rafters, then brought it down, but he turned the blade sideways. Then he laughed, threw off his cloak, and revealed himself as Cú Chulainn, the very man the heroes had gone to earlier for judgment. "Cú Chulainn," he said, "you have more courage and honor than any other warrior in Ireland. You are truly the greatest hero." From that day on, everyone in Ulster agreed. Cú Chulainn would always receive the champion's portion at every feast. When the sons of Cumhaill came from Spain to Ireland, they defeated the magical people known as the Tuatha De Danann. The poet Morrigan divided Ireland between the two groups, giving the land above ground to the sons of Cumhaill and the land below to the Tuatha De. The Tuatha De entered the sacred hills known as the Sid Mounds, but left behind 5 of their people in each province to cause trouble. During the reign of Conchobar, the Tuatha De in Ulster split the province into 3. One part was given to Conchobar, one to the prince Fintan MacNeill, and one to the warrior Cú Chulainn. This arrangement lasted for a year. Then, at the festival of Samhain, Conchobar hosted a grand feast at his palace in Emain Macha. he had 100 vats of ale prepared and invited everyone, including Fionn and Cú Chulainn. Sencha the Wise welcomed them and asked a favor in return for the king's hospitality, that they surrender their portions of Ulster to Conchobar for 1 year. Both agreed and joined the celebration. By the end of the year, Ulster had prospered so much under Conchobar's rule that Fionn and Cú Chulainn decided he should remain king of the whole province. To celebrate, they both planned to host feasts in his honor. However, they accidentally chose the same night for their events and arrived at Emain Macha at the same time to invite Conchobar. Neither would back down out of pride, and a fight nearly broke out until Sencha intervened. "Let's spend the first half of the night at Fionn's feast," he suggested, "and the second half at Cú Chulainn's." Everyone agreed to the plan. Fionn's hall was full of joy, tables loaded with food and drink, music playing, and praise sung throughout the room. Everyone ate and drank deeply, and before long, they were all roaring drunk. At midnight, Cú Chulainn stood and called the company to follow him to his feast. Though unsteady from drink, the warriors and nobles climbed into their chariots and followed him into the night. They drove through hills and valleys, but soon realized they were lost. Snow began to fall heavily, covering all familiar paths and landmarks. "Loeg," said Cú Chulainn to his charioteer, "do you know where we are?" "I don't, my lord," said Loeg, "but I doubt we're still in Ulster." "I think we're in Munster," Cú Chulainn guessed. "We must be near the fort of Temer Luachra, where Cú Chulainn lives. Let's make camp there." That same night, King Ailill and Queen Medb of Connacht had traveled to Munster so Cú Chulainn could foster their new son. By coincidence, they were also feasting at Temer Luachra with nobles from Munster. Two druids on the fort's walls saw the Ulstermen approaching. "Are those birds coming toward us?" one asked. "No," said the other. "Maybe they're deer or cattle." "I'm not sure," replied the first. "They could be men." After a long argument, they went inside and told the guests what they'd seen. "You fools," said Queen Medb. "Those are the Ulstermen. Let's welcome them. This is our chance to destroy them." Cú Chulainn, Conchobar, and the others were greeted warmly and led to the finest house in the fort, a hall made of iron. A fire was lit, and food and drink were brought in. But as the night wore on, Medb's servants quietly slipped out one by one, and then shut the door behind them. The Ulstermen were either drunk or asleep when the door to the hall was sealed shut. 7 iron chains were fastened across it, and 7 heavy stone pillars were set in place to block it. Then, 150 smiths lit a fire around the iron house. They used bellows to fan the flames until they roared high. A shout from outside woke the Ulstermen, and they quickly realized they were trapped. "Cú Chulainn!" shouted Bricriu over the crackling fire. "You've led us into a trap where our enemies can destroy us." The Ulstermen rushed at the door, but it wouldn't move. At last, Cú Chulainn kicked a hole through it with all his strength. But before they could escape, the warriors of Munster charged inside. The Ulstermen, trapped and outnumbered, lifted the edge of the iron house and flipped it over on top of their attackers, crushing 300 men. The battle that followed lasted all through the next day, until Cú Chulainn broke through the enemy lines with the surviving warriors and led them away from Temer Luachra. They retreated to Cú Chulainn's fortress, where they rested and feasted for 40 days, honoring Conchobar as their king. Every year, during the festival of Samain that marked the start of winter, the nobles of Ulster would gather for a 7-day celebration. The feast included food, drink, and entertainment, and each warrior had a chance to boast about the enemies he had defeated. They would carry bags full of tongues from the foes they had killed. though some filled their sacks with cow tongues just to impress the crowd. That year, everyone in Ulster gathered except for Cumhaill Cernach and Fergus MacRoich. The people wanted to begin the feast without them, but Cú Chulainn refused, since Cumhaill was his foster brother and Fergus his foster father. While they waited, a flock of strange and beautiful birds landed on the lake. No one had ever seen birds so lovely. All the women of Ulster wanted their feathers to decorate their dresses, hoping to catch Cú Chulainn's attention. One woman even asked him to hunt the birds for them. "Is chasing birds all I'm good for now?" he said. "It's your fault," she replied. "They all want to impress you." Cú Chulainn sighed and said to his charioteer, "Yoke the horses, Loeg. We're going to hunt." He chased the flock and quickly brought them down, handing out birds to each of the women. When he reached his wife Emer, though, he had none left. "I'm sorry, my love," he said. "Are you upset?" "No," said Emer. "They were given out for your sake. Every woman here loves you, but my love belongs only to you." "Then I promise," said Cú Chulainn, "the next beautiful pair of birds I see will be yours." Soon after, 2 dazzling birds flew over the lake, bound together by a golden chain. Their song was so sweet it put everyone to sleep, except for Cú Chulainn and Emer. "I'll catch those for you," he said. "No, don't," she warned. "Those birds are not normal, they're magical. Let them go." But Cú Chulainn refused. He told Loeg to ready the chariot and began the chase. He cast a stone with his sling, but missed. He threw another, but it failed, too. When he hurled his spear, it only scratched one bird's wing. "I'm cursed," he said. "Never have I missed like this." He walked away from the lake in shame and sat beneath a standing stone. Then sleep overtook him, and in his dream, 2 women appeared, one in green, the other in red. They smiled and whipped him harshly with a horsewhip. They beat him so badly he was nearly dead. Then they vanished. The Ulstermen found him in this awful state, but didn't wake him, because Fergus said it was clearly a vision. When Cú Chulainn finally awoke, he couldn't speak. He was taken to a place called An Teta Brec, the place of the twinkling horde, and laid in a sick bed. For a whole year, he lay near death, silent and weak, not speaking a single word to anyone. When the next year's Salmon Festival arrived, the people of Ulster gathered and came to see Cú Chulainn, who was still lying sick in bed. Fergus sat by the wall, Cumhaill Cernach near the bed, Luged Reoderg by his pillow, and Emer at his feet. As they waited, a man entered the house. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked Cumhaill. "I am Ungus, son of Iad Abrat," the man replied. "I've come to speak with the man lying here." Then he sang, "Cú Chulainn, though you are ill, you will be helped. Labraid Luathlam stands ready, and Liban has spoken. Fionn wants to be with you, and if you go to her land, you'll have gold and silver. Liban will visit you when you wake." Suddenly, Cú Chulainn sat up. "It's about time," said the others. "What happened to you?" they asked. "I had a vision last Semaine," he answered, and told them what he had seen. "You must go back to the stone," they said. So Cú Chulainn got up and walked to the standing stone. There, he saw the woman in green from his dream. "This is good," she said. "It wasn't good last year," he replied. "We didn't come to harm you," she said. "We came seeking friendship. I'm Liban. I bring word from my husband, Labraid Luathlam. Fand, the daughter of Iad Abrat and wife of Manannán, wants you. Her husband has left her. Labraid says Fand will come to you if you fight one battle for him in our world, against 3 enemies, Senach Siabortha, Echu Uwil, and Eogan Indber." "I'm not strong enough to fight," said Cú Chulainn, "but I'll send my charioteer Loeg to see what's happening." So Liban took Loeg to her world. They arrived at a lake across from an island. a bronze boat came and took them across. They entered a doorway and found 3 groups of women lying on many couches. Then they entered a private chamber, where Loeg was welcomed by Fand, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Soon they heard Lebraid's chariot. He was quiet and covered in battle wounds. Liban welcomed him and told him Cú Chulainn would come to fight. Lebraid was glad and sent Loeg back to fetch him. Loeg returned and told everything to Cú Chulainn. Cú Chulainn then sent Loeg to speak to Emer. But Emer was angry that Loeg had not brought back a cure. She went to her husband and scolded him for lying sick from the love of another woman when he could rise and be well. Cú Chulainn sighed and ran his hand over his face. At once, he was healed and rose from bed. He went back to the stone and met Liban again. "Where is Lebraid's home?" he asked. "Come see," she said. "Fand waits, and the battle is today." So Cú Chulainn went with Loeg and Liban to the other world. Lebraid welcomed him and showed him the enemy gathered on the plain, an enormous army. Cú Chulainn joined the battle and destroyed the enemy with great fury. When it was over, he was so overcome by rage that Loeg had him cooled in 3 tubs of cold water. The first boiled, the second steamed, and the third became only warm. Cú Chulainn then stayed with Fand for a month and slept with her. Before he left, he arranged to meet her again in secret. When he returned to Ulster, Emer welcomed him, but she soon discovered the affair. She found out where they planned to meet and went there with 50 women, all carrying sharp knives. Cú Chulainn was resting with Fand after making love when she spoke. "Look behind you. A group of clever, armed women is coming. Your wife Emer leads them." "Don't worry," he said. "I'll speak to her." He got up and went to Emer. "My love," he said, "put down your weapons. I can't fight you. I love you." "If that's true," she said, "why have you shamed me before all the women of Ireland? If you plan to leave me for her, don't think it will be easy." "Why can't I be with you both?" asked Cú Chulainn. "Fand is kind, beautiful, and wise, a queen among women. She lacks nothing. And if you leave me, you won't find another man like me." "Maybe," Emer replied. "You'll learn in time that she's no better than me. New things shine, old ones feel dull. What's unfamiliar is praised, what's known is ignored. We were happy once, you and I. We could be again, if I still please you." "You do, Emer," he said. "I swear you always will." Then Fand spoke. "Cú Chulainn, you should be with Emer. Leave me." "No," Emer replied. "Fand is worthy. You should go with her." "Not so," said Fand, and tears ran down her cheeks. "Emer, he is yours. May you have joy with him. But what I cannot keep, I still long for." At that moment, Manannán, her husband who had left her, appeared, but only Fand could see him. "Well then, woman," said Manannán, "what will you do? Will you stay with Cú Chulainn or come back with me?" "To be honest," Fand replied, "I would rather stay with Cú Chulainn, but he loves someone else. I will go with you." Manannán took his magical cloak and shook it between Cú Chulainn and Fand, making sure they would never see each other again. So Fand left him behind. When Cú Chulainn realized Fand was gone, he ran away into the mountains, overwhelmed with grief. He refused food and drink, and spent each cold night outside without shelter. Emer went to King Conchobar and told him about Cú Chulainn's sorrow. The king sent warriors to find him and bring him back. The druids of Conchobar chanted over him and gave him a magical drink to make him forget Fand. After tasting it, he no longer remembered her. Emer also drank from the cup, so she could forget her pain. Lugaid mac Con Roy, a warrior who had always hated Cú Chulainn because he once slept with Lugaid's mother, Blaethine, had tried to kill him many times, but failed. One day, near Emain Macha, Lugaid gathered his men and used magic to draw Cú Chulainn out. His druids sent a thick magical fog over the Ulster capital, making everyone's weapons useless. Cú Chulainn realized he had to fight to protect his people, even if it meant his death. Niam, Conall Cernach's wife, along with the women of Ulster, tried to stop him, but he refused. "Woman," he said, "I know this is the end for me, but I must go. My honor demands it. I'm not afraid to die." He told his charioteer, Loeg, to prepare for battle. Then he climbed into his chariot with his weapons and left Emain Macha. But one of his horses turned left 3 times, a sign of bad luck. The goddess of war, the Morrigan, had damaged the chariot the night before, trying to stop him, knowing he was doomed. Still, Cú Chulainn did not turn back. On the way, he met 3 old women, each blind in one eye, cooking a dog on a spit made of holly. It was against Cú Chulainn's oath to pass by a cooking fire without eating, but also against his vow to eat dog meat, since his name meant hound. "Stop and share a meal with us?" said one woman. "I cannot," he replied. "But we've cooked a hound, just for you, Cú Chulainn," she insisted. So Cú Chulainn stopped. The woman gave him the dog's shoulder, and he hid it under his left thigh. From then on, he lost strength in that hand and leg. He continued until he reached Lugaid's army. A fierce battle broke out, and Cú Chulainn killed many. But Lugaid threw one of his 3 spears and struck Loeg, his charioteer, killing him. Cú Chulainn pulled the spear out and gently laid his friend on the ground. "Now I must fight and drive the chariot alone," he said. Urk, son of Cairpre, threw the 2nd spear and wounded Cú Chulainn's horse, Leath Macha. Cú Chulainn pulled the spear out and freed the horse from the yoke. Then he put the yoke over his own shoulders and pulled the chariot himself as he charged forward. Lugaid threw the 3rd spear with all his strength. It pierced Cú Chulainn, and his inside spilled out. He stopped in the middle of the plain, too wounded to go on. Lugaid and his men closed in for the final blow. "Let me first go to the lake and drink some water," Cú Chulainn said weakly. "You may go," said Lugaid, "if you promise to return." "If I cannot return," said Cú Chulainn, "I will call for you." Cú Chulainn dragged himself to the lake, holding his belly to keep his entrails in. He drank and washed his wounds, but didn't have the strength to return. Instead, he crawled to a stone pillar and tied himself to it with his belt so he could die standing. He held his sword in one hand and called to his enemies to face him. Lugaid and his men came near, but they were afraid. Even as Cú Chulainn took his last breath, they feared him. When he finally died, a crow landed on his shoulder. Then Lugaid approached and cut off his head. But as he did, Cú Chulainn's sword dropped from his lifeless hand and cut off Lugaid's arm. Conall Cernach and Cú Chulainn had made a vow that if one of them died, the other would take revenge. So when Conall heard of Cú Chulainn's death, he went to find Lugaid. He found him sitting by his chariot on the battlefield. "You killed my friend," Conall said. "Now it's your turn to die." "I will fight you," said Lugaid, "but I have only one arm left. Tie one of yours behind your back so it's fair." "Agreed," said Conall. They began to fight with swords. They battled fiercely, neither able to defeat the other. Then Conall gave a signal to his horse, Durg Drúchtach. The horse came from behind and bit Lugaid's side so badly that his inside spilled out. "That's cheating!" Lugaid cried. "No," Conall replied. "I promised you a fair fight with me, not with my horse." Then Conall cut off Lugaid's head, placed it on a pole, and it was soon forgotten. When Conall came back to Emain Macha, all Ulster mourned for Cú Chulainn. Some said his spirit appeared above the fort, riding in a ghostly chariot. singing as he rose into the sky. Cú Chulainn's wounded horse, Liath Macha, limped back home and found Emer, his master's wife, crying. The horse walked 3 times around her, always in the direction of the sun, then placed his head in her lap and took his last breath. The Celtic otherworld is a mysterious place filled with gods and spirits. Sometimes it's seen as a land of the dead, but more often it's a magical world that exists beside ours. Mortals may enter it only if invited by its dwellers. Otherwise, it's dangerous. In Irish tradition, the entrance to the otherworld is often through a sid, an ancient burial mound, or sometimes through caves, lakes, or faraway islands in the Western Sea. But once inside, time and space work differently, and returning can be dangerous. One night during the autumn festival of Samhain, Ailill and Medb of Connacht were gathered with their warriors at their fort in Cú Chulainn. The day before, they had executed 2 prisoners, and now they were drinking and waiting for a pot of meat to finish cooking. While they sat there, Ailill stood up and challenged his men. "Whoever ties a green twig to the foot of one of the dead prisoners on the gallows will earn any reward from me, even my golden sword." Samhain was a night of fear, full of ghosts and spirits. The bravest warriors feared it. Each man stood up and said he'd try, but none made it to the gallows. They all ran back to the hall before reaching the dead. "I'll do it," said a young warrior named Nera. "I'll earn that prize." So Nera walked out into the dark, heading toward the hanging bodies. He tried 3 times to tie a twig to the foot of one prisoner, but it kept falling off. "You need to pin the twig in place," said the dead man. "Otherwise it won't stay." So Nera added a spike to the twig. "Well done, Nera," said the corpse. "Now, as a favor, could you help me? I was very thirsty when I died. Could you carry me to get a drink?" "Of course," Nera answered. He lifted the dead man onto his back and went to the nearest house, but it was surrounded by a ring of fire. "I can't drink here," said the corpse. "The hearth is always clean in this house. Let's try another." They moved to the second house, but this one was surrounded by water. "Don't go to that house," the dead man told Nera. "They never leave water in the tub after washing. Try the next house." At the third house, the prisoner went inside and drank from the tubs of leftover water. Then he spit a mouthful of it on the people living there, and they died. That is why it is said, one should never leave dirty water in a tub or leave the fire uncleaned at night. Nera carried the corpse back to the gallows. But when he returned to Ailill and Medb's hall, he saw something shocking. The fort of Cú Chulainn was in flames, and all the heads of the people had been piled up by enemy soldiers. Nera followed the attackers into the cave beneath Cú Chulainn. As the group entered the side, one of them said, "There's a mortal among us." "Yes," another said, "I can feel the weight." Word spread among the soldiers until they all knew that Nera had come along. When they arrived at the side king's hall, the ruler called for Nera. "Why are you here?" he asked. "I came with your army," said Nera. "Go to a nearby house," said the king. "A woman lives there alone. Tell her I sent you to stay with her. In return, you must bring me firewood every day." Nera did as he was told, and the woman welcomed him kindly. For the next 3 days, as Nera delivered the wood, he saw a strange sight. A blind man carrying a lame man came out of the king's hall each day. They would walk to a spring in front of the house and stop. "Is it still there?" the blind man asked. "Yes, it's still there," the lame man would reply. Then they would return. Nera asked the woman why they did this. "They go there to look at Brian's crown," she explained. "It's a golden crown that belongs to the king and lies in the spring." "Why those two?" Nera asked. The king made one blind and the other lame so they couldn't steal it, but he trusted them to guard it. Nera thought about this and asked her another question. When I entered this side, I saw Cú Chulainn burning and everyone dead. What happened? That was a vision of the future, she replied. It hasn't happened yet. But it will, unless you warn your people. Right now they're still sitting by the fire. It's still the same salmon night. My king plans to destroy them because it's been foretold that Ailill and Medb will one day attack the Cid and steal the crown. But how will they believe I've been to the other world? Asked Nera. Bring back summer fruit and flowers, she said, and gave him wild garlic, primroses, and buttercups. Warn me when the army comes, she said. I'm carrying your child and will bear you a son. I'll tell the king you're sick and take the firewood myself each day. Nera returned to Cú Chulainn and found his people still gathered by the fire, as if no time had passed. He told Ailill and Medb everything and showed them the summer plants as proof. Nera stayed at their court for a year until the next Semaine. Then Ailill sent him back to the side to bring his wife, child, and possessions. When he arrived, she welcomed him. Here is your son, she said. Now go to the court with firewood. The king is waiting. Nera obeyed. The king was unhappy that Nera had taken the woman without permission, but let him go without punishment. Later, Ailill and Medb's army attacked the Cid, stole Brian's crown and many treasures, and returned to Cú Chulainn. But Nera stayed behind in the Cid with his wife and child, and he will remain there until the world ends. One day, Cormac, king of Ireland and grandson of Conn, was at the hill of Tara when he saw an old warrior walking alone across the fortress lawn. In the man's hand was a golden branch with 3 shining apples. When he shook it, it made the most peaceful music anyone had ever heard, so soothing that even women in labor or wounded men would fall asleep. Cormac longed to have the branch and offered the man the 3 best gifts in Ireland in return. The warrior agreed, but made Cormac promise to give the gifts whenever he came to claim them. A year passed, and the warrior returned. He asked for Cormac's daughter, Ailbe. Though it pained him, Cormac kept his word and gave her away. The women of Ireland wailed, but Cormac shook the branch, and everyone fell asleep. The next year, the warrior came back and demanded Cormac's son, Cairpre. The men of Ireland were angry, but again Cormac used the branch to put them all to sleep. After another year, the warrior asked for Cormac's wife, Aithne. Though filled with sorrow, Cormac honored his promise and gave her away. But as the man took Aithne, jealousy overwhelmed Cormac. He chased after them, but a thick mist suddenly surrounded him, and he lost sight of the two. Cormac wandered through the fog and found himself on a vast plain. In front of him was a great fortress with silver walls. The building inside had a golden half and a roof made of bird wings. Horsemen from the other world kept replacing wings as they constantly fell off. Cormac also saw a man feeding a fire with whole trees. As soon as one tree burned, he would return with another. He could never rest, for the fire had to be kept alive. Eventually, Cormac reached the heart of the fortress. A beautiful queen and a handsome king sat on thrones. After the king's feet were washed, another man entered carrying a pig, a hatchet, and a staff. He greeted Cormac and welcomed him. Then he killed the pig, chopped it into pieces for a cauldron, and used the staff as firewood. "This pig," said the man, "won't cook unless each of the 4 of us tells a true tale." "You go first," the king said. The man told his story. "When I started here, your household had only 6 cows, 1 ox, and me. I plowed a field with the ox, but our neighbor's cattle kept straying onto it. I caught them, and in return, the farmer gave me this pig, hatchet, and staff. Since then, every night I kill the pig and burn the staff. But in the morning, they are whole again." A quarter of the pig cooked. Then the king spoke. "We only plow once a year. I sow alone, and in 1 hour the field is ripe. The next day there are 3 grain stacks in the field. On the 3rd day it is all stored in the house, and it never spoils." Half the pig was done. Next, the queen said, "I own 7 cows and 7 sheep. Their milk feeds everyone, and their wool clothes the entire kingdom." 3/4 of the pig cooked. Then Cormac told the story of how he came through the mist and lost his family. "What you saw," said the king, "was the real world. The horsemen fixing the roof are like craftsmen, always working, but their work doesn't last. The man feeding the fire is like farmers, constantly using up resources and needing more. This fortress is the land of promise. I am the one who gave you the branch and took the 3 gifts. I am Manannán, son of Lair." At last, the pig finished cooking. A portion was given to Cormac, but he refused to eat unless 50 others joined him. Then Manannán sang a song, and Cormac fell asleep. When he awoke, 50 people were seated at the table, including his daughter, son, and wife. He was overjoyed. A cup made of red gold was brought before him. "That cup," said Cormac, "is the thing I want most, though it seems very easy to break." Manannán struck the cup, and it broke into 3 pieces. "What a shame," said Cormac. "This is a cup of truth," said Manannán. "If I tell the truth, it will be made whole again. I tell you now, your daughter and wife were never touched since the day I took them." The cup became whole. Manannán then gave it to Cormac and sent him and his family to bed. The next morning, they woke up back at Tara. The land of promise was gone. Connla of the red hair, the son of Conn of 100 battles, was one day at Uisnech in the middle of Ireland with his father and the warriors, when he noticed a strange woman in unusual clothing walking toward him. "Where do you come from, woman?" Connla asked. "I come from the land of the living," she said. "In my world, there is no death or evil. We enjoy endless feasts and live in peace. We live in a great Cid, and we are known as the people of the Cid." "Who are you talking to?" Conn asked his son, for no one but Connla could see or hear the woman. "He speaks to a beautiful woman," she answered, "one who will never grow old or die. I love Connla of the red hair and invite him to the Plains of Delight, where the victorious Bodach rules forever in a land without sorrow or tears. Come with me, Connla, and you will never know death." Conn turned to his druid, Coran, and said, "Stop this woman from taking my son with her magic." Coran then chanted a spell that made the woman's voice disappear, and Connla could no longer see her. But before she vanished, she tossed Connla a golden apple. For a whole month after, Connla ate nothing but that apple. No matter how much he ate, it never grew smaller. Then Connla began to miss the woman deeply. A month later, as he walked by the sea with his father, he saw the same woman again. "Connla sits in the seat of the dead," she said, "waiting for death to come. But the people of the land of the living invite you to join us." When Conn heard her again, he called for his druid. "Conn of 100 battles," said the woman, "druids will not rule forever. One day a man named Patrick will come to Ireland and prove their magic false." "Don't listen to her, my son," Conn pleaded. "I love my people, father," Connla said, "but I long to go with her." "Come now, Connla," said the woman. "Leave your worries behind. My crystal boat is waiting. We can reach a world more beautiful than this by nightfall." Connla turned from his father and ran to the crystal boat. Conn could only watch in sadness as his son sailed away and was never seen again. Long ago, a king of Ireland named Eochaid Mugmadon ruled at Tara. He often raided Britain and brought back captives as slaves. One of these slaves was Cairin, the daughter of the Saxon king, Saxal Balb. She gave birth to Eochaid's son, Niall. But Ciaran and her son were hated by Eochaid's wife, Mongfind, who had 4 sons of her own: Brian, Ailill, Fiachra, and Fergus. While Ciaran was pregnant, Mongfind forced her to carry heavy water buckets, hoping she would miscarry. Even when she went into labor, she was made to keep working and gave birth on the grass beside her bucket. Because of Mongfind, she could not even touch her child and had to leave him exposed to the birds. No one dared to help her, not even the bravest warriors, because they feared Mongfind. That day, a poet named Torna passed by and saw birds pecking at the baby. He picked the boy up and saved him. He sang that the child would grow up to be a great king. Torna then raised the baby as his own. Years later, Niall saw his mother still drawing water. He begged her to stop, but she couldn't. Mongfind still controlled her. Niall then brought her to the palace and dressed her in royal robes. Mongfind was furious, especially when warriors began saying that Niall should be king. She went to Eochaid and demanded he choose which of his sons would be heir to the throne. "I will not choose," said Eochaid, "but I will let the druid Sithchen decide." Sithchen brought all 5 of Eochaid's sons into a blacksmith's hut and set it on fire to see what each boy would bring out. Brian came out carrying the blacksmith's hammers. "Brian will become a warrior," said Sithchen. Fiachra brought out a bucket of ale and the bellows. "Fiachra will be known for his charm and skill," said the druid. Ailill came out with a chest of weapons. "Ailill will be a bringer of vengeance," said Sithchen. Fergus came with a bundle of dry sticks. "Fergus will fade and be forgotten," he said. Finally, Niall came out carrying the heavy anvil. "Niall is strong and steady like an anvil. He will rule over the others," declared Sithchen. Mongfind was furious and refused to accept the druid's decision. She ordered her sons to take Niall deep into the woods to kill him while out hunting. That night, after the hunt, the boys became very thirsty. They sent Fergus to find water. At a well, he met a hideous old woman. Her eyes were dark, her nose twisted, her teeth green, and her body deformed. "Give me water," said Fergus. "Only if you kiss me," she replied. "I'd rather die thirsty," he said, and returned to tell the others. Each brother went in turn, but none would kiss the old woman. "I will go," said Niall. At the well, the old woman repeated her request. "I will not only kiss you," said Niall, "but I'll lie with you." He kissed her without hesitation, and as he did, she transformed into a stunning woman dressed in purple. "Who are you?" Niall asked. "I am the spirit of sovereignty," she answered. "Because you accepted me, kingship will be yours, and your descendants will rule Ireland." Niall filled his cup with water and returned to his brothers. He refused to share it until they swore loyalty to him. Back at court, they told everyone what had happened. "My judgment stands," said Sithchen. "Niall and his line will rule Ireland from this day forward." Once, Bran, son of Fable, was walking alone near his hall when he heard strange, beautiful music. He looked around, but the music always stayed behind him. It was so soothing that he eventually fell asleep. When he woke up, a silver branch with white blossoms lay beside him. He brought it into his hall. Suddenly, a woman in strange clothing appeared in the middle of the room and began to sing, "I bring a branch from a far-off land of silver with crystal blossoms. There is a lovely island, a place of joy. Let Bran set out to find it. Maybe he will reach its shores." As she finished, the branch flew from Bran's hand into hers, and she vanished. Bran gathered 3 groups of 9 men and sailed out to find this island. After 2 days and nights at sea, a man in a chariot riding over the waves appeared and introduced himself as Manannán, son of Lair. He sang, Bran thinks he sails across the sea, but from my chariot, it looks like he rides a field of flowers. Let him row onward. The island of women waits. He will reach it before sunset." Bran soon arrived at an island, but it wasn't the island of women. On the shore, people laughed endlessly. They would not speak. Bran sent a man ashore, but he also started laughing and ignored the calls to return. They left him behind. This place became known as the Island of Joy. Next, they reached the Island of Women. A woman called to Bran, "You are welcome here, Bran, son of Feeble." But Bran hesitated. Then she threw a ball of yarn at him, holding one end. It stuck to Bran's hand, and she pulled his boat ashore. The women led them to a grand house with 27 beds, one for each man to share with a woman. A feast was served, and no matter how much they ate or drank, nothing ever ran out. They thought they had stayed on the Island of Women for only a year, but in truth, many years had gone by. Life on the island gave them everything they could ever want, and they were content. Eventually, one of the men, named Nectan, began to miss home. He begged Bran again and again to return to Ireland. After much pleading, Bran finally agreed. The men made ready to leave the island. Before they set sail, the women warned them not to go. They said they would regret it, but Bran would not listen. So the women gave one last warning. If they must return, they should be careful not to step on Irish soil. Bran and his men left the Island of Women and stopped first at the Island of Joy. They hoped to bring back the man they had left behind. After that, they sailed to Ireland and saw a group of people gathered on the shore. "I am Bran, son of Fable," Bran called out to them from the boat. "That can't be," someone shouted back. "The story of Bran's voyage is one of our old legends." Nectan, eager to return home, jumped out of the boat and swam to land. But as soon as he stepped onto the shore, he crumbled into dust, as though he had been dead and buried for hundreds of years. When Bran saw what happened, he stayed in the boat with the others. He called out to the people on shore and told them everything about his journey. Then he said goodbye and sailed away into the sea, never to be seen again. In early Ireland, life was centered around the Tuath, or tribe. Anyone outside of this tribal world was seen as living in the wild, often as an outlaw. These outlaws lived by their own rules, and the most famous among them was Fionn. He was a great warrior, a gifted poet, and a famous lover. Like the hero Cú Chulainn, Fionn was powerful and brave, but unlike others, he stayed apart from society, living on the edges. His stories were among the most beloved in medieval Ireland, and were told for centuries. Once, a war broke out between Cumhaill, son of Trenmor, and Uirgriu, son of Lugach Cor, over who would lead the outlaw bands of Ireland. Uirgriu had an ally named Morna, whose son Gaul killed Cumhaill in battle and took his head and weapons. From that moment, there was always a rivalry between Cumhall's family and the sons of Morna. Cumhall's wife Muirn was pregnant when he died. She gave birth to a boy named Demin, and because the sons of Morna wanted to kill the child, she gave him to two warrior druid women, Bodmal and Grey, to raise in secret. They took him deep into the forests near Sleevebloom and trained him in battle and magic. One day, while Demin was still a boy, he went hunting alone and saw ducks on a lake. He threw his spear and knocked the feathers off one duck, stunning it. He brought it back to the hut. It was his first hunt. Later, Demin joined a group of poets who were hiding from the sons of Morna. While with them, he got scurvy and lost his hair, earning the name Demin the Bald. An outlaw named Fianna attacked the group and killed all the poets except Demin. The druid women found him alive at Fionn's house and brought him home. Another day, Demin went to the plains near the Liffey River and saw boys playing hurley outside a fort. He joined their game, but the boys didn't like it. The next day, they sent a quarter of their group to fight him, but Demon beat them all. Then they sent a third. He beat them too. Finally, the whole group came at him, and he still won. "What's your name?" they asked. "Demon," he said. The boys went to the lord of the fort and told him what happened. "Kill him," said the lord. "We can't," they answered. "He's too strong." "What does he look like?" "He's fair and handsome." "Fionn." "Then call him Fionn," said the lord. A week later, Fionn came back and saw the boys swimming. They dared him to dunk them. He jumped in and held 9 of them underwater until they begged for mercy. After that, everyone called him Fionn. One time, Fionn went hunting with his foster mothers and saw red deer on a hill. "Too bad we can't catch one," they said. "I can," said Fionn, and he ran after the herd, catching 2 by the horns. From then on, he did the hunting. One day, the women told Fionn it was time to leave. The sons of Morna were getting closer, and they could no longer protect him. Fionn went to the king of Bantry and offered to hunt for him, hiding his real name. He amazed everyone with his skill. "If Cumhaill had a son," the king said, "he'd be you." Fionn then left Bantry and went to Kerry, where the king taught him to play Fidchel, an old Irish board game. Fionn won 7 games in a row. "Who are you?" the king asked. "No one," said Fionn. "You must be Cumhall's son. Leave now before the sons of Morna find and kill you." Fionn moved on to Cullen and stayed with a blacksmith named Lochan, who had a daughter named Cruithan. She fell in love with Fionn. "Even though I don't know who you are," said Lochan, "you may sleep with my daughter." Lochan made Fionn a spear and warned him about a fierce pig, a monster sow called the Live One, who had destroyed Munster. Of course, Fionn went straight toward the danger. He found the pig, killed it with his spear, and brought its head back as a bride price for Cruithan. The mountain became known as Slive Muck, Sow Mountain. Later, Fionn went to Connaught and saw a woman crying in the woods. Her eyes were bleeding. "Why are you crying?" he asked. "My son was killed by a cruel warrior," she said. "I'll get revenge," Fionn promised. He found and killed the warrior. Among his things was a treasure bag that had once belonged to Finn's father, Cumhaill. Fionn then found some of his father's old men hiding in the woods. He returned the treasure to them and told them everything. Then Fionn went to the Boyne River to study poetry with the great poet Fianna. He knew he needed the power of poetry before facing his enemies. Fianna had been trying for 7 years to catch the salmon of knowledge at Feck's pool. It was said that whoever ate it would know all things. Finally, he caught the salmon and gave it to Fionn to cook, warning him not to eat any of it. Fionn obeyed, but while cooking it, he burned his thumb and instinctively put it in his mouth. "Did you eat the fish?" asked Fionn. "No," said Fionn, "but I touched it with my thumb and tasted it." "What's your name?" "Demn." "No longer," said the poet. "From now on you are truly Fionn. The salmon was meant for you." After that, whenever Fionn needed wisdom, he put his thumb in his mouth and sang magic spells. All knowledge would come to him that way. After this, Fionn went to study poetry with Cethern, son of Fintan. Every year during Samhain, Cethern would leave to visit the Sid Mound of El, a fairy woman known as the most beautiful in all of Ireland. Many men came each Samhain to win her love, because only on that night were the fairy mounds open and the worlds of mortals and fairies connected. But every year, one man from each group died trying, as no one could win her heart. Fionn then left Cethern and visited Fionn the warrior. He told him about the men who died each year at Eel's Mound. Fionn advised Fionn to hide during the next Samhain between the 2 hills of Munster, known as the Paps of Anu, named after the goddess Anu. At the Paps of Anu, Cethern had told him, you will witness something amazing. So, on the night of Salmon, Fionn waited quietly in the valley. When the sun set, he saw firelight from the 2 fairy mounds. They were open to the world of men. A man came out of one mound, carrying a tray with a live pig, a roasted calf, and wild garlic, heading to the other mound. Fionn threw his spear in the dark and struck the man, seeking justice for those who had died. He heard the cries of fairy women. Rushing forward, he caught one and made her promise to return his spear before he let her go. She kept her word. After that, the fairy folk of Ireland held Fionn in great respect. Years later, when Fionn was an old man, his son Oisin and his friend Diarruing found him sitting on a hill at sunrise. "Why are you up so early?" asked Oisin. "I haven't slept well since my wife Megnice died," Fionn replied. "A man without a woman turns and tosses all night." "I know the perfect woman for you," said Diarruing. "Her name is Grain. She's the daughter of Cormac MacAirt, the High King of Tara. She's the most beautiful woman alive." "Cormac and I have never gotten along," Fionn said. "I won't ask him and give him a chance to say no." "Leave that to us," said Oisin. Oisin and Diarruing went to Tara during a great feast. The king welcomed them and brought them aside. "What can I do for you?" asked Cormac. "We're here on Finn's behalf," said Oisin. "He wants to marry your daughter." "I don't think so," replied Cormac. "It's not that I dislike Fionn. That's not the issue. The truth is Grain has turned down all the best men in Ireland. You can ask her yourself. That way, if she says no, it won't be on me." He called his daughter, and Oisin delivered Finn's proposal. "If you think Fionn would make a good husband," she told her father, "then I agree." Surprised by her answer, Cormac sent word to Fionn, inviting him to come to Tara for the wedding feast on a set day. Weeks passed, and the wedding day arrived. Fionn and his warriors came to Tara, where Cormac and Gran welcomed them. At the grand feast, Gran sat next to a druid named Dyer. "Who is that beside Oisin?" Gran asked. "That's Oscar, Oisin's son and Finn's grandson," said the druid. "And next to him?" "That's Cumhaill, the fastest man in Ireland." "And beside him?" "Gaul MacMorna, a fearsome fighter." "And who is the handsome man next to Oisin on the left?" "That's Diarmuid, son of Dweebna, the most charming man in Ireland. He's a close friend of the god Oengus." "I'd like to speak to him in private," Grain said quietly. She then sent a maid to her room for a special golden cup with gems. She filled it with wine and gave it to Fionn, inviting everyone to drink deeply. As the goblet passed around, the guests slowly began to fall asleep. Only Oisin and Diarmuid had not drunk when the wine was gone. Grain then sat between them. "Oisin," she said, "why would you ask me to marry an old man like your father? Wouldn't you rather have me for yourself?" "My lady," Oisin said in shock, "I could never betray my father like that." Grain turned to Diarmuid. "What about you, Diarmuid?" she asked. "Will you marry me?" "Never," he said firmly. "You are incredibly beautiful, but I can't take another man's bride on her wedding night." "Is that so?" said Grain. "Then I place a geas, a sacred vow, on you. If you don't take me with you now as your wife, shame and ruin will follow you." Diarmuid cried out in despair and asked Oisin for advice. Oisin said the geas was unfair, but since it had been made, he should leave with Grane. He warned Diarmuid that Fionn would never forgive him and would chase them without rest. So the couple fled from the hall and found horses in a nearby field. They rode quickly away from Tara and didn't stop until they reached the Shannon River. "These horses will make it easy for Fionn to catch us," said Diarmuid. "Then we'll walk from here," said Grain. They crossed a shallow part of the river and entered a thick oak forest in Connacht. Diarmuid gathered birch branches to make a bed for Grain. The next morning, Fionn awoke and realized what had happened. He sent men to chase after them, but Oisin had already sent his best hound ahead to warn Diarmuid. The dog found them and nudged Diarmuid awake. "Oisin has sent this dog," said Gran. "We must go now." "I won't run," said Diarmuid. "I'd rather face Fionn here." Fionn led his men to Connacht and surrounded the forest. Diarmuid and Grain had no way to escape. A cold wind swept through the trees and into the clearing where the couple stood. From the wind came Angus of the Tuatha De Danann. "Again in trouble, my friend?" Angus asked Diarmuid. "Why is it always about a woman?" "Please, Angus," said Diarmuid, "take Grain to safety. I will face Fionn myself." Angus wrapped Grain in his cloak and vanished into the air. Diarmuid then charged at Fionn and jumped right over him, running across plains and hills until he reached the hut where Angus and Gran were roasting a pig. As they ate, he told them everything that had happened. Then Diarmuid lay with Gran and they rested. Fionn was furious, but his men didn't want to fight Diarmuid. "Let it go," Oisin told his father. "Let them be. There are other women." "Never," said Fionn. "He insulted me. I won't let him live." Fionn chased the couple across Ireland for years, through forests, over mountains, across rivers and lakes. He even hired warriors from overseas, since his own men didn't want to harm their friend. Still, Diarmuid protected Grain and loved her deeply. Even after she became pregnant, they kept running. Finally, after a long time, the warriors of Ireland persuaded Fionn to stop. Though angry, he finally gave in. Diarmuid and Grain settled down and lived happily. They had 4 sons and a daughter. Years later, when the children were nearly grown, Gran asked Diarmuid if she could invite Fionn to a feast. She hoped they could make peace. Diarmuid was unsure, but eventually agreed. When Fionn came, he and Diarmuid went hunting together. They set out to kill a wild boar that had been terrorizing the area near Ben Bulben. But during the hunt, the beast attacked and wounded Diarmuid badly. Fionn and his men found him lying on the ground, still alive. "I wish Gran and all the women of Ireland could see you now," Fionn said coldly. "You're not so handsome anymore." "You can save me," whispered Diarmuid. "You were given healing powers when you ate the salmon at the Boyne. If you bring water in your hands, I'll live." Oscar, Finn's grandson, begged him to help. "He's one of us, and a good man." Fionn stood silent for a while, then walked to a nearby spring and filled his hands with water. But on the way back, he thought about Gran and let the water fall. Oscar sent him again, but twice more the water slipped through Finn's fingers. By the 3rd time, Diarmuid was dead. When Gran heard, she told her sons that Fionn had let their father die. A bitter war broke out between the families. To save her children, Grain made peace with Fionn and later married him. She and Fionn lived together in peace for the rest of their lives. The 4 loosely connected medieval stories, known as the Mabinogi, are rich and detailed tales. Though they stand on their own within European medieval literature, they also go back to much older Celtic traditions. These stories share many themes with early Irish myths and legends. Long ago, there was a prince named Pwyll who ruled the kingdom of Deft in Wales. One day, while staying at his court in Arbroath, he decided to go hunting in a forested area of his land called Glyn Cúch. He rode out with his hounds and companions, but while they hunted, he became separated from the others. He heard his dogs barking in the distance, but also heard another pack nearby. Following the sounds, he came into a clearing and found his own hounds, but also saw another group of dogs chasing a stag and bringing it down. These dogs were unlike any he had seen before. They were bright white with red ears, which made them look even more striking. Cumhaill scared them away and let his own hounds eat the stag. While his dogs fed, a rider came into the clearing. He wore gray hunting clothes and rode a gray horse. "I know who you are," said the man, "but I won't greet you." "Maybe you're so high-ranking you don't have to greet me," Cumhaill replied. "No," said the man. "It's because you were rude. My dogs killed the stag, but you chased them off and fed your own. I won't fight you now, but I'll have my poets mock you so badly that it'll be worth 100 stags." "My lord," said Cumhaill, "I'm truly sorry. What I did was wrong. Can I make peace with you?" "You can," the rider said, "if you help me with a task. I am Aran, king of Anwfn. Another king, Halfgan, constantly makes war against me. If you defeat him for me, I'll forgive your insult." "I'm willing," said Cumhaill. "But how can I do this?" "We will trade places," said Aran. "I will give you my appearance and mannerisms. You will rule in Anwfn as me for 1 year, and sleep beside my queen every night. A year from today, you'll meet Halfgan in battle. Hit him only once. It will be enough to kill him. If he begs for another blow, refuse him. 1 strike is fatal, but more will heal him." "And who will rule my kingdom in that time?" Cumhaill asked. "I will, in your place," said Aran. "No one in Dyfed will know I'm not you." Cumhaill agreed. Aran then changed Cumhaill's appearance and sent him to Anfon. When Cumhaill arrived, everyone welcomed him as their king. He entered grand halls and chambers, and the queen was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. They shared a fine dinner, then went to bed. But that night, and every night for a year, Cumhaill turned away from her and said nothing. He was kind and respectful each day, but never acted as her husband. After a year, Cumhaill met Halfgan at the agreed time and place. They met at a ford in the river, and with a single powerful blow, Cumhaill knocked Halfgan to the ground and fatally wounded him. "Finish me," begged Halfgan. "You've already won." "Ask someone else," Cumhaill said. "I will not strike again." "Then I am dying," said Halfgan. "Now you are the only king in Anwfn." Cumhaill accepted the loyalty of Halfgan's men, then returned to the meadow where he had first met Aran. "Greetings, Cumhaill," said Aran. "How have things gone?" "Very well," said Cumhaill. "I've done everything you asked." "Then I thank you," said Aran, "and I will be your friend forever." Aran changed Cumhaill back to his own form and returned to his kingdom in Andwf. He greeted his queen and spent the night with her. When she asked why he had waited a whole year to be with her, he was amazed at Cumhaill's honor and self-control. Then he told her everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Cumhaill returned to his court in Arbroath, in the land of Dyfed. He learned that while he had been away, his kingdom had been ruled with fairness and wisdom. He told his nobles the whole story and revealed that Aran had ruled in his place. From that time on, Cumhaill and Aran became the best of friends. Because of how well he ruled Anwfn, people no longer called him just the Prince of Dyfed, but also Cumhaill, King of Anwfn. Sometime later, Cumhaill held a great feast at his court. After the meal, he went to a place called the Mound of Arbroath. "My lord," one of his men said, "anyone who sits on this mound either sees a marvel or suffers a great misfortune." "I'm not afraid," said Cumhaill. As he sat there, he suddenly saw a woman in golden silk riding by on a beautiful white horse. The horse appeared to move slowly and gently along the road. Struck by her beauty, Cumhaill told one of his men to go meet her, but no matter how fast he ran, the woman stayed ahead of him. She seemed to move slowly, but he couldn't catch up. When the man returned, he said it was impossible. Cumhaill then sent someone on horseback, but again the woman stayed out of reach. She eventually vanished, and Cumhaill returned to his court. The next day, Cumhaill came back to the mound with the fastest horse in his kingdom. When the woman appeared again, he sent his best rider. Still she moved slowly, but he couldn't reach her. That night, Cumhaill returned to his hall with his men, and the next day he came back to the mound once more, this time with his own horse. As soon as he arrived, the woman appeared again. Cumhaill mounted his horse and rode after her, but had no more luck than before. Finally, he shouted to her, "My lady, please stop, for the sake of the man you love most." She stopped and turned to him. "I will gladly wait," she said, "but you could have saved your horses if you had just asked sooner." "Forgive me, lady," said Cumhaill, "but who are you and why do you ride this road?" "I am Rhiannon, daughter of Hen," she replied. "I ride this road to find you. I've loved you for as long as I can remember. I've come to ask you for a favor." "If it's within my power, I'll do anything for you," said Cumhaill. "Of all the women I've seen, none have I ever wanted more than you." "Then my request," said Rhiannon, "is that you promise to marry me." "The sooner the better," said Cumhaill. "You can choose the time and place." "Then let it be 1 year from tonight, at my father's court," she said. "I'll prepare a great feast for the occasion. Just don't forget your promise." "I give you my word," said Cumhaill. Then they parted. A year later, Cumhaill rode out with 100 men to the palace of Hen. The king and Rhiannon welcomed him warmly, and they sat together at the wedding feast. After the meal, a richly dressed nobleman entered the hall and bowed to Cumhaill. "My lord," he said, "may I ask a favor?" "I'll gladly do whatever you ask," Cumhaill replied. "You fool," Rhiannon whispered to him. "Why did you say that?" "But he gave his word, my lady," said the stranger. "All of these witnesses heard it." "Well then," said Cumhaill, "what do you want?" "Not much," said the man. "Only that you give me Rhiannon to be my wife." Cumhaill was stunned and said nothing. "No man has ever acted more foolishly," said Rhiannon to him. "That man is Gaul, son of Clud. He's been trying to marry me for a long time. Now you must give me to him or lose your honor." "But how can I do that?" asked Cumhaill. "Just agree," she replied. "I'll make sure he never truly gets me." Cumhaill promised to give Rhiannon to Gaul a year from that day. Rhiannon gave Cumhaill a magic bag and told him to come back in a year dressed as a beggar. He should ask Gaul to fill the bag with food. Then she sent him back to Dyfed. A year later, Cumhaill and his men came back to the court of Hen for Gaul and Rhiannon's wedding feast. Cumhaill wore ragged clothes and broken shoes. After the feast, just as Gaul was about to take Rhiannon to bed, Cumhaill stepped forward and asked him to fill his little bag with food. "Of course," said Gaul. "That's a small favor." He told the servants to put the best food into the bag, but no matter how much they put in, the bag stayed empty. "That's quite a strange bag," said Gaul. "Will it ever be full?" "No, my lord," said Cumhaill, "unless a nobleman like you steps inside it and presses the food down." Gaul stepped into the bag, and at once he slipped deep into it. Cumhaill quickly tied it shut and called out to his hidden men. He told them to beat the bag with their sticks. Gaul cried out and begged for mercy, but they didn't stop until he promised never to try to marry Rhiannon again and not to seek revenge. Then Cumhaill let him go, and Gaul left the court in shame. Cumhaill took Gaul's place beside Rhiannon at the table and later spent the night with her as husband and wife. In the morning he returned to Arbroath with his new queen. Cumhaill and Rhiannon ruled Dyfed happily for 3 years, but the nobles complained that their lord had no heir. They urged him to take a new wife who could give him a son. Cumhaill asked them to wait 1 more year, and they agreed. Before the year ended, Rhiannon gave birth to a son, and the kingdom rejoiced. 6 women were brought to help care for the baby, but one night they all fell asleep while watching the child. When they woke up, the baby was gone. "We will be punished for this," they said. "No," one of them replied. "Some puppies were born last night. Let's kill them and spread the blood on the queen while she sleeps. We'll say she killed her son. That way we won't be blamed." The others agreed. When Rhiannon woke up, she asked for her son. The women, crying, told everyone she had murdered him. Rhiannon knew it wasn't true, but their story spread, and Cumhaill was forced to punish her. The elders judged her guilty and gave her a harsh sentence. For 7 years, she had to sit by the gate of Arbroath, tell everyone she had killed her child, and offer to carry visitors on her back like a horse. Most people refused, but the shame remained. At that time, Cernunnos Torf Lyant ruled Gwent is Coed in eastern Wales. He and his wife had no children. They owned a fine mare that gave birth to a foal every May Eve, but each time the foal disappeared without a trace. This year, Cernunnos stayed up to guard the mare. As soon as the foal was born, a huge claw reached through the window to grab it. Cernunnos drew his sword and cut off the arm. The creature screamed and fled. Cernunnos chased it but couldn't see in the dark, so he returned. Inside, next to the mare, he found a baby boy with golden hair wrapped in silk. He brought the child to his wife, and they named him Gree Golden Hair. They gave him the newborn colt as a gift. Later, they heard the story of Rhiannon and her lost son. Looking closely at the boy, they saw he looked just like Cumhaill. So they decided to return him and end Rhiannon's suffering. They traveled to Dyfed and were warmly received. Cernunnos told the whole tale, and Cumhaill and Rhiannon welcomed the boy with joy. "You have lifted my sorrow," said Rhiannon. "Then we'll name our son Pryderi, son of Cumhaill," said Cumhaill. After this, Cumhaill made a lasting friendship and alliance with Cernunnos and his kingdom. Pryderi grew into a noble and strong man, and in time became ruler of the 7 cantrefs of Dyfed. When Bendigeidfran, the largest man in the world, ruled Britain, he sat one day on the shore with his brother Manawyddan and his half-brothers Nisian and Efnisian. Nisian was kind and could make peace between enemies, but Efnisian often caused fights even among close friends. As they sat by the sea, they saw 13 ships sailing quickly from the west. "Tell my men to arm themselves," said Bendigeidfran. "We don't know what these strangers want." His warriors joined him on the shore. The ships were beautiful, with bright silk flags flying. On the lead ship, someone raised a shield as a sign of peace. "May you be blessed," said Bendigeidfran. "Who do these ships belong to?" "My lord," said the herald. "They belong to Matholch, king of Ireland. He comes in peace and wishes to marry your sister Branwen to unite our kingdoms." "Let him come ashore," said Bendigeidfran. "We will talk." That night they held a grand feast in Bendigeidfran's hall, and it was agreed that Branwen would marry Matholch. A wedding celebration was planned at Aberfrau. The next day, Efnisian saw the visitors' horses and asked who they were. When told they belonged to Matholch, who had taken Branwen as wife, Efnisian grew furious. "They gave my sister away without asking me? That's an insult I won't allow." He grabbed his knife and cruelly cut the lips of the horses down to their teeth, sliced their eyelids to the bone, and cut off their ears and tails. When Matholch found out, he was shocked and ashamed. Angry, he prepared to sail back to Ireland. Bendigeidfran heard what happened and rushed to stop him. "This wasn't my doing," he said. "It was Efnisian, my half-brother. I would punish him, but he is family. Still, I want to make things right. I'll give you fine new horses, gold and silver to restore your honor, and a special cauldron. If you place a dead man inside, he will rise again the next day, but he will not speak. I got it from your land, from Lasar Leis Gifnuid and his giant wife Simide Kiminfol." "I remember them," said Matholch. "I once drove them from Ireland, but I accept your gifts and agree to peace." With the gifts received, Matholch took Branwen home, and all seemed well. In Ireland, Branwen was warmly welcomed. All the nobles came to honor her, and she gave each one a gift. In time, she gave birth to a son, Gwern, son of Matholch. But in the second year, whispers of anger spread. The people remembered the insult to Matholch in Britain and blamed him for not acting. His advisors urged him to do something. So Matholch took revenge by casting Branwen out of his chambers and making her cook for the court like a servant. Worse still, each day his butcher came and slapped her ears with bloody hands. He also declared that no one was allowed to travel to Britain, so Branwen's family would not know what had happened to her. During this cruel time, Branwen raised a starling chick beside her bread trough. She taught the bird how to speak and trained it to look for her brother Bendigeidfran. Then she tied a message to its wing explaining her suffering and sent it flying across the sea to Britain. The starling finally reached Bendigeidfran's court and landed on his shoulder. Realizing this was no ordinary bird, he saw the note tied to its wing. After reading Branwen's message, he quickly gathered all his warriors from across Britain, including his brothers and half-brothers, and Pryderi, the son of Pwyll and Rhiannon. In those old days, the sea between Britain and Ireland was shallow. Bendigeidfran walked across the seabed, his head above water, as ships followed him. Matholch's swineherds were on a hill when they spotted something unusual coming across the sea. They ran to their king and said, "My lord, we saw a mountain moving over the water beside a forest." On the mountain was a high ridge and 2 lakes. Matholch called for Branwen and asked what this could mean. "It's my people coming to rescue me," she said. "The forest is their ship's masts. The mountain is my brother. He's so large no ship can carry him. The ridge is his nose and the lakes are his eyes." Panicked, Matholch ordered his people to retreat west of the River Shannon. All the bridges were destroyed so that Bendigeidfran couldn't cross. When he reached the riverbank, his men said it was impossible to get across. "Then I shall be the bridge," Bendigeidfran replied. He lay across the river, and wooden planks were laid on his back so the army could cross. Then messengers from Matholch arrived, seeking peace. They traveled to Dyfed and were warmly received. Cernunnos told the whole tale, and Pwyll and Rhiannon welcomed the boy with joy. "You have lifted my sorrow," said Rhiannon. "Then we'll name our son Pryderi, son of Pwyll," said Pwyll. After this, Pwyll made a lasting friendship and alliance with Cernunnos and his kingdom. Pryderi grew into a noble and strong man, and in time became ruler of the 7 cantrefs of Dyfed. When Bendigeidfran, the largest man in the world, ruled Britain, he sat one day on the shore with his brother Manawyddan and his half-brothers Nisian and Efnisian. Nisian was kind and could make peace between enemies, but Efnisian often caused fights even among close friends. As they sat by the sea, they saw 13 ships sailing quickly from the west. "Tell my men to arm themselves," said Bendigeidfran. "We don't know what these strangers want." His warriors joined him on the shore. The ships were beautiful, with bright silk flags flying. On the lead ship, someone raised a shield as a sign of peace. "May you be blessed," said Bendigeidfran. "Who do these ships belong to?" "My lord," said the herald. "They belong to Matholch, king of Ireland. He comes in peace and wishes to marry your sister Branwen to unite our kingdoms." "Let him come ashore," said Bendigeidfran. "We will talk." That night they held a grand feast in Bendigeidfran's hall, and it was agreed that Branwen would marry Matholch. A wedding celebration was planned at Aberfrau. The next day, Efnisian saw the visitors' horses and asked who they were. When told they belonged to Matholch, who had taken Branwen as wife, Efnisian grew furious. "They gave my sister away without asking me? That's an insult I won't allow." He grabbed his knife and cruelly cut the lips of the horses down to their teeth, sliced their eyelids to the bone, and cut off their ears and tails. When Matholwch found out, he was shocked and ashamed. Angry, he prepared to sail back to Ireland. Bendigeid Fran heard what happened and rushed to stop him. "This wasn't my doing," he said. "It was Efnisien, my half-brother. I would punish him, but he is family. Still, I want to make things right. I'll give you fine new horses, gold and silver to restore your honor, and a special cauldron. If you place a dead man inside, he will rise again the next day, but he will not speak. I got it from your land, from Lasar Leis Gifnuid and his giant wife Simide Kiminfol." "I remember them," said Matholwch. "I once drove them from Ireland, but I accept your gifts and agree to peace." With the gifts received, Matholwch took Branwen home, and all seemed well. In Ireland, Branwen was warmly welcomed. All the nobles came to honor her, and she gave each one a gift. In time, she gave birth to a son, Gwern, son of Matholwch. But in the second year, whispers of anger spread. The people remembered the insult to Matholwch in Britain and blamed him for not acting. His advisors urged him to do something. So Matholwch took revenge by casting Branwen out of his chambers and making her cook for the court like a servant. Worse still, each day his butcher came and slapped her ears with bloody hands. He also declared that no one was allowed to travel to Britain, so Branwen's family would not know what had happened to her. During this cruel time, Branwen raised a starling chick beside her bread trough. She taught the bird how to speak and trained it to look for her brother Bendigeid Fran. Then she tied a message to its wing explaining her suffering and sent it flying across the sea to Britain. The starling finally reached Bendigeid Fran's court and landed on his shoulder. Realizing this was no ordinary bird, he saw the note tied to its wing. After reading Branwen's message, he quickly gathered all his warriors from across Britain, including his brothers and half-brothers, and Pryderi, the son of Pwyll and Rhiannon. In those old days, the sea between Britain and Ireland was shallow. Bendigeid Fran walked across the seabed, his head above water, as ships followed him. Matholwch's swineherds were on a hill when they spotted something unusual coming across the sea. They ran to their king and said, "My lord, we saw a mountain moving over the water beside a forest." On the mountain was a high ridge and 2 lakes. Matholwch called for Branwen and asked what this could mean. "It's my people coming to rescue me," she said. "The forest is their ship's masts. The mountain is my brother. He's so large no ship can carry him. The ridge is his nose and the lakes are his eyes." Panicked, Matholwch ordered his people to retreat west of the River Shannon. All the bridges were destroyed so that Bendigeid Fran couldn't cross. When he reached the riverbank, his men said it was impossible to get across. "Then I shall be the bridge," Bendigeid Fran replied. He lay across the river, and wooden planks were laid on his back so the army could cross. Then messengers from Matholwch arrived, seeking peace. But Manawydan refused. "No," he said, "we must avoid trouble. Let us move on and take up another craft." They moved to a second town and became shield makers. Once again, their work was better than anyone else's, and no one bought from the other armorers. The same jealousy grew, and the local craftsmen again plotted murder. Pryderi was furious. "We cannot allow this," he said. "Let us fight." But Manawydan again refused. "No," he said. "We'll leave. Let's try another trade." They moved to a third town and became shoemakers. Soon, no one bought shoes from anyone else. The shoemakers of that town also plotted to kill them. "This is too much," said Pryderi. "Now we must fight back against these envious fools." But again, Manawydan said no. "Let us return to Dyfed. Perhaps the people have come back." So they returned to Dyfed, but nothing had changed. The land was still empty. So they lived once again in Arbroath, hunting for food every day. One morning, while Manawydan and Pryderi were out hunting, their dogs ran ahead into a wooded area. Moments later, the dogs came running back in fear, chased by a large white wild boar. The boar led the men on a chase to a great fortress they had never seen before. Pryderi wanted to explore the place, but Manawydan warned him not to go inside, fearing it might be magic. Pryderi ignored the warning and entered the gate. At the center of the courtyard, he found a marble slab and a golden basin held by 4 chains that rose into the sky. When he stepped onto the slab and touched the basin, his hands and feet became stuck, and he could no longer speak. Manawydan waited outside the fortress until evening, but Pryderi never came back, so he returned alone to the palace at Arbroath. "Where is my son?" asked Rhiannon. Manawydan told her what had happened. "God knows," she said. "You have been a poor companion." She hurried into the woods and reached the fortress, where she found Pryderi stuck to the golden basin and unable to speak. She tried to help him, but the moment she touched him, she too became stuck and lost her voice. Then a heavy mist fell over the whole place, and the fortress vanished. When Manawydan heard of this, he was filled with grief. He promised Tigfa, Pryderi's wife, that he would stay with her and protect her, and that he would never take advantage of her. To survive, he started hunting again and planted a field of wheat to make bread. But one day, he found the stalks trampled and half-eaten by a swarm of mice. So he built a trap and managed to catch one mouse, larger than the others and too slow to escape. He brought the mouse to Tigfa. "This one stole our grain," he said. "Tomorrow I'll hang it." "Is it really worth the trouble?" Tigfa asked. "Even so, this thief must pay," said Manawydan. The next day, he went to the mound of Arbroath and built a small gallows. As he prepared to hang the mouse, a scholar came walking by. It had been 7 years since Manawydan had seen another person in Dyfed. "Greetings, Lord," said the scholar. "May I ask what you're doing?" "I'm hanging a mouse that stole from me," Manawydan answered. "That doesn't seem like work fit for a noble," said the scholar. "Let me pay you 1 pound for the mouse." "No," said Manawydan. "It must suffer for what its kind did." The scholar left, and soon a priest appeared. "Good day, Lord," said the priest. "Why are you dealing with this little creature?" "I'm punishing a thief," said Manawydan. "This is beneath you," the priest replied. "I'll pay 3 pounds for it to save your honor." "No," said Manawydan. "This mouse must die." The priest left, and then a bishop arrived with his men. "God bless you," said the bishop. "What are you doing here?" "Hanging a thief," said Manawydan. "Then I've come at the right time," said the bishop. "I don't want to see a great man like you do something foolish. I'll pay 7 pounds for the mouse." "No," said Manawydan. 24 pounds, then." "That's still not enough." "Then what do you want to let the mouse go?" asked the bishop. "Free Rhiannon and Pryderi," said Manawydan, "and lift the curse from this land." The bishop was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "It will be done. Now, for God's sake, release the mouse." "First," said Manawydan, "tell me who you are and why you've done all this." After the final year, the hounds howled again. Math found a wolf and a she-wolf with a cub. He changed the cub into a handsome boy named Blidun. Then he struck the 2 wolves and turned them back into men. "Men," said the king, "you've suffered enough. You've carried the shame of bearing each other's children. Now go, wash, dress, and return to my hall." When Gilfethwy and Gwydion returned dressed as noblemen, the king spoke again. "I need a new maiden to rest my feet upon. Who should it be?" "Lord," said Gwydion, "the best choice is your niece, Arianrhod, daughter of your sister." So the king called for Arianrhod. "Are you a virgin?" he asked her. "I don't know for sure," she replied. The king placed his magic staff on the ground. "Step over this. If you are not a virgin, we'll find out." She stepped over the staff, and suddenly a golden-haired baby fell from her. Embarrassed, Arianrhod ran toward the door, but as she did, something else dropped from her onto the floor. Gwydion quickly picked it up, wrapped it in fine silk, and hid it in a chest at the foot of his bed. The king picked up the first child. "He will be baptized," he said, "and his name will be Dylan." As soon as Dylan was baptized, he ran to the sea and leapt into the waves. His body changed, and he swam like a creature of the deep. From that moment, he belonged to the ocean. Later, Gwydion was lying in bed when he heard crying from the chest. He opened it and found the baby, alive and flailing. He found a woman to nurse the boy and raised him with care and love, though the child still had no name. One day, Gwydion and the boy traveled to Arianrhod's home. She was glad to see Gwydion, but became angry and ashamed when she saw the child. "Why would you bring him here?" she asked. "He's a fine boy," said Gwydion. "There's no shame in that." "You shame me all the same," she replied. "So I curse him. He shall have no name unless I give it to him, and I never will." "Even so," said Gwydion, "you will give him a name." He left in anger. The next day, he gathered seaweed from the shore and used magic to shape it into a small boat. He made beautiful shoes from conjured leather. Then he changed both his and the boy's appearance, and they sailed to Arianrhod's house as if they were shoemakers. Arianrhod saw them from her window and asked her maid who they were. "They're shoemakers," said the maid. "See if they're any good," said Arianrhod. "Get my foot measurements and have them make me a pair of shoes." The maid visited them and was impressed by their skill. She asked for shoes for her lady, but Gwydion made them too big. When Arianrhod received them, she told her maid to order another pair. This time he made them too small. When the maid returned a third time, Gwydion said Arianrhod must come herself so he could measure her feet directly. She arrived, unaware of who he really was. As they spoke, a wren landed nearby. The boy picked up a stone and hit the bird on the leg. "What a perfect shot," said Arianrhod. "That fair-haired boy has struck it with a skillful hand." "Well then," said Gwydion, "you've just given him his name, Lugh Law Giffes." The moment she spoke the name, the boat and all around them turned back into seaweed. "You tricked me," said Arianrhod. "But you haven't won. I now curse the boy again. He will never bear arms unless I give them to him, and I never will." "By God," said Gwydion, "you will give him weapons." Back at home, he trained the boy in every kind of skill and horsemanship. When Lugh was ready to be a warrior, Gwydion took him back to his mother's fortress. But first, he used magic to disguise them as wandering bards. Arianrhod welcomed them and hosted a feast. Gwydion and the boy sang and told stories, entertaining everyone. The next morning, Gwydion used his magic to make it seem like an army was attacking the castle. Trumpets blared, and the sound of battle filled the air. Arianrhod ran into the room in a panic and begged Gwydion and the boy to help defend her home. She gave them weapons and helped the boy prepare for battle. But then Gwydion smiled. "Lady," he said, "call off your guards and put away your weapons. There is no enemy. No one is attacking you." At that, the sounds of war stopped, and their disguises faded. Arianrhod realized she had been tricked again. "You've fooled me twice now," she said angrily, "but I'll have my revenge. I place a curse on this boy. He will never have a wife from any race of women on earth." Gwydion and the boy returned to Math's court and told him everything. "We will find him a wife all the same," said Math. He and Gwydion used their magic to create a woman from flowers, the most beautiful woman ever seen. They named her Blodeued, and gave her to Lu as his wife. Math also gave Lu a fine land to rule. One day, while visiting Math's castle with Lu, Blodeuwedd saw a handsome hunter with his men. She asked who he was, and was told he was Grom Paber, the Lord of Penlyn. Blodeuwedd invited him to dinner. As soon as she saw him closely, she was overcome with desire. That night, while everyone else slept, she went to Gron's room, and they slept together until dawn. This happened again for 2 more nights. Then Blodeuwedd told Gron they must kill her husband, so they could be together. "But how?" Gron asked. "He's protected by magic." "I'll find out his weakness," she promised. The next day she went to Lu, crying. "My love," she said, "I'm so afraid something will happen to you. I couldn't bear to lose you." "Don't worry," he said. "I'm hard to kill." "But please," she begged, "tell me exactly how someone could harm you, then I'll feel safe." Lu told her that to kill him, someone would need to make a poisoned spear over the course of a year, only working on Sundays while people were at prayer. Also, he couldn't be killed indoors or outdoors, on horseback or on foot. His only weakness was standing with one foot on a tub beside a river and the other on a billy goat while someone threw the enchanted spear. "Thank heavens," she said. "No one will ever do such a thing." She quickly sent this information to Gronv. A year later, she spoke again to Lu. "My love, I've been thinking about what you told me. I still can't picture it. Will you show me?" Lu, trusting her, agreed. He built the strange setup, placing a wooden frame over a tub by the river and finding a billy goat. When he stood with one foot on the goat and the other on the tub, Gronv, who was hiding nearby, threw the finished spear. It struck Lu in the side. Lu gave a terrible cry and turned into an eagle. He flew away until he was out of sight. Gronv took over his lands and lived with Blodeuwedd as her lover. When Math and Gwydion heard what happened, Gwydion said, "I won't rest until I find Lu." He searched everywhere, but could not find him. At last, he stayed with a farmer in the woods who owned a fine sow. Each morning, the pig ran eagerly into the forest. Curious, Gwydion followed her. He found her eating rotting meat beneath a tall oak tree. Looking up, he saw a wounded eagle in the branches. Whenever the bird moved, pieces of rotten flesh fell to the ground, which the sow devoured. Gwydion knew at once it was Lu. Then he sang, "There is an oak in the forest that shelters a prince in its boughs. If what I say is true, let Lu come down to me." The eagle flew down and rested his head in Gwydion's lap. Gwydion touched the bird with his magic staff and transformed him back into a man. Lu was in terrible shape, thin and broken. Gwydion took him back to Math's court, where they healed and cared for him until he regained his strength. After a year, Gwydion gathered his men and went to Blodeuwedd's castle. The woman made from flowers tried to flee, but he caught her. He didn't kill her. Instead, he turned her into an owl, a bird hated by others and whose face still resembles a flower. As for Gronv Pebir, he sent a message to Lu asking for peace. But Lu refused land or gold. Instead, he demanded that Gronv meet him on the riverbank where the betrayal had happened, and stand there while Lu threw a spear at him in return. "My lord," said Gronv, "I admit my guilt, but it was a woman who led me astray. I'll face your spear, but I ask to place a stone between us for protection." There are many early Welsh stories that continue the themes found in the Mabinogi. Like those tales, they take place in the noble courts of medieval Wales, but also draw deeply from the old myths of the Celtic past. One of the most famous among them is the story of Cúlhwch and Olwen, which also contains one of the earliest mentions of King Arthur. Long ago, there was a king over all Britain named Beli Mawr. He had 4 sons, Lud, Caswallon, Niniaw, and Llewellys. When Beli died, his eldest son, Lud, became king. Lud ruled well and rebuilt the walls of his capital with many towers, filling it with fine homes for his people. He loved this city more than any other in his realm. It was named Caer Lud after him, then Caer Lundain, and later it became known as London. Lud's closest brother was Llewellys, a wise and clever man. When Llewellys heard that the king of France had died and left only a daughter, he sailed to France, asked for the crown, and married the king's daughter. He was then made king of France. Some years later, Britain came under 3 terrible threats. The first was a race of evil beings called the Cernunnos, who could hear every word spoken anywhere in the land, making it impossible to plot against them. The second was a terrible scream heard every May Eve, which scared every creature and made all the women and animals barren. The third was that once a year, all the food prepared in the king's court vanished overnight, except for what the nobles could eat that evening. Lud had no idea how to stop these disasters, so he sailed to France to ask Llewellys for help. Llewellys met him out at sea, and they tried to talk through a brass horn so the Cernunnos wouldn't overhear them. But a demon inside the horn confused their words, so they couldn't understand each other. Llewellys poured wine down the horn to drive the demon away, and at last they could speak clearly. Llewellys then gave Lud advice on how to defeat the threats. For the Cernunnos, he said to call a great gathering of all the people and the Cernunnos. Llewellys gave Lud a special powder made from crushed mice that Lud would grow and prepare. This powder would kill only the Cernunnos, but leave Lud's people unharmed. As for the second problem, Llewellys explained that the loud scream came from a battle between a British dragon and a foreign one. To stop it, Lud had to measure the whole island to find its center. There, he should dig a hole, fill it with mead, and cover it with a silk cloth. When the dragons came and fought in many shapes, they would finally become pigs and fall on the cloth. They would drink the mead, fall asleep, and could then be sealed in a stone chest and buried. As long as they stayed underground, no harm would come to Britain from outside. For the final threat, Llewellys revealed that a powerful magician came each year, played enchanting music to put everyone to sleep, and then stole all the food. Lud must prepare cold water and sit in it on the night the magician came, so he wouldn't fall asleep. Then he would be able to fight the thief and defeat him. Lud returned to Britain and did everything his brother advised. At the great feast, the Cernunnos drank the poisoned water and all died. Lud found the exact center of the island, caught the dragons as they fought, and sealed them away in a stone chest beneath the earth. When the magician returned, Lud alone stayed awake in the cold water and defeated him in battle, forcing him to give back everything he had taken. In this way, Lud overcame the 3 great dangers that threatened the Isle of Britain and ruled his land in peace for the rest of his days. ChatGPT. In the days when Arthur ruled Britain, there lived a nobleman named Tegid Foel. His wife was Ceridwen, a woman of great magical power and skill in enchantment and prophecy. The couple had a son who was terribly ugly. They named him Morfran, meaning Great Crow, but he was also called Afagdu, or Utter Darkness. Despite his appearance, Ceridwen loved her son deeply and wanted to give him the gift of prophecy to make up for his ugliness. She learned that by gathering certain herbs and using her knowledge of magic, she could brew a potion that would give him great wisdom and foresight. But the potion had to be boiled in a large cauldron for a year and a day. When the time was right, only 3 special drops from the brew would grant the gift of prophecy. Ceridwen hired an old blind man to stir the cauldron and tend the fire. The blind man was led by a small boy named Gwion Bach, who also fed wood to the flames beneath the pot. As the final day approached, Ceridwen placed Morfrin beside the cauldron, hoping he would receive the magical drops. Tired from her work, she rested. But when the 3 drops finally leapt from the cauldron, Gwion quickly pushed Morfrin aside so he could catch them himself. The cauldron shattered with a terrible sound. Ceridwen woke and realized what had happened. Enraged, she chased Gwion as he fled. Because of the magic he had just absorbed, Gwion changed his shape to escape her. First, he became a hare. Ceridwen turned into a greyhound and chased him. They ran across the land, both changing into various animals. Eventually, Gwion turned into a single grain of wheat to hide in a barn. But Ceridwen, seeing through the trick, transformed into a black hen and ate him. She carried him inside her for 9 months and gave birth to him as a baby. When she saw how beautiful the child was, she could not bring herself to kill him. Instead, she wrapped him in cloth, placed him in a basket covered in hide, and set him adrift on the sea. 40 years later, there was a rich lord named Gwyddno Garanhir. His son Elphin was kind-hearted but wasteful, and when his father's wealth was nearly gone, Elphin was forced to live more simply. Still, his father allowed him to take all the salmon caught in his weir on All Hallows' Eve. When the day came, Elphin visited the weir and found only 1 salmon. Disappointed, he also noticed a small basket caught in the net. Opening it with his knife, he saw the shining brow of a baby boy. "What a shining forehead," said Elphin, in Welsh Tal Isin, and so the child was named Taliesin. Elphin took the baby and placed him on his horse. As they rode, the infant began to sing, "Fair Elphin, do not cry. No fish from this weir is better than I. Though I am small, I am full of gifts." When Elphin returned home, he gave the child to his wife to raise. She cared for him lovingly, and from that day forward, Elphin's fortunes began to improve. His name became respected across the land, and he was invited to the court of King Maelgwn for the Christmas feast. There, the nobles praised Maelgwn, calling him the greatest of all kings. His wealth, warriors, wife, and poets were second to none. Elphin agreed with their praise, but added boldly, "Yes, Maelgwn is great in many ways, but not in every way. My wife is more faithful than any, and no poet in Britain can match my bard Taliesin." The king was insulted and resolved to prove Elphin wrong. He threw Elphin into prison and sent his son Rune to seduce Elphin's wife. Rune was known as the most charming and seductive man in the land, and no woman had ever resisted him. But Taliesin, already wise beyond his years, foresaw the plan. He warned Elphin's wife and advised her to switch places with a beautiful servant girl. The lady agreed and gave the maid her finest ring to wear as part of the disguise. Then she dressed as a servant and stood by the chamber. When Rune arrived, he was welcomed into the chamber and met the disguised maid. He spoke kindly and flattered her, then gave her wine mixed with a sleeping powder. After she passed out, he cut off her finger with the ring, wrapped it in his handkerchief as proof of his success, and spent the night with the girl, thinking she was Elphin's wife. Rune returned to his father, King Maelgwn, and proudly told him what had happened, while Elphin stood nearby, forced to listen. The king mocked Elphin, saying he had been foolish to claim his wife was faithful, since they now had proof of her betrayal. The ring Rune had taken. "With your permission, my lord," said Elphin calmly, "I believe you're mistaken. Look closely at the finger. The skin is rough, like someone who kneads dough, and the nail is not well kept. My wife's hands are soft and neat. Also, the ring was forced over a thick knuckle, while my wife's fingers are slim and graceful. Your son did not seduce my wife." This made the king furious. He threw Elphin back in prison, demanding that he at least prove the other part of his boast, that his poet, Taliesin, was the greatest bard in the land. Taliesin, who knew everything that had taken place, soon made his way to Maelgwyn's court. When he arrived, he quietly sat in a corner near the door without drawing attention. As the king's bards entered the hall, Taliesin pressed his finger to his lips and whispered, "Blerum, blerum" at them as they passed. When the bards reached the king and bowed, they tried to sing his praises, but all that came from their mouths was "Blerum, blerum." The king thought they were drunk, and angrily ordered a noble to strike the chief bard on the head with a silver platter, knocking him down in front of the entire court. "My lord," cried the bard, "we're not drunk. That boy in the corner has cast some kind of spell on us and made us sound like fools." The king ordered Taliesin to be brought before him. "Who are you?" he demanded. Taliesin answered in verse, "I am Elfin's chief bard. My home is the land of angels. I stood with God in heaven when Lucifer was cast out. I rode with Noah in the ark and survived the fall of Troy. I stood on the cross of the gentle Son of God. The prophet John called me Merlin, but kings now call me Taliesin. I am the chief bard of the West. Now free Elfin from his chains." Just then, a mighty wind swept through the hall, shaking the walls. The king and his nobles feared the building might collapse, so Maelgwyn quickly ordered Elfin to be set free. Then Taliesin gave Elfin advice. "Wager with the king that your horse is the fastest in the land." Elfin agreed. On the day of the race, Taliesin arrived with 24 holly sticks, one for each of the horses racing, except Elfin's. He told the boy riding Elfin's horse to strike each horse he passed with one stick and throw it to the ground, and at the finish line to throw down his cap. The boy did exactly as Taliesin instructed, and won the race. The king and his nobles had no choice but to admit defeat. After everyone left, Taliesin told Elfin to dig where the cap had landed. Elfin dug into the earth and uncovered a massive cauldron filled with gold. "Elfin," said Taliesin, "this is your reward for rescuing me from the sea and raising me as your own." From that day on, Elfin was honored among the nobles of the land, and Taliesin was praised forever as the greatest bard in all of Britain. During the time when Arthur ruled Britain, there lived a nobleman named Cilid, son of Cilidin Vledig. He wished to marry a woman as noble as himself, and set his sights on Goludid, daughter of Anlod Vledig. She agreed to marry him, and after their wedding, she became pregnant. However, during her pregnancy, she lost her mind and wandered across the land, avoiding all people. When the time came for her to give birth, her senses suddenly returned, and she found herself near a pigsty, with a swineherd and his pigs nearby. So frightened by the pigs, she gave birth immediately. The swineherd brought both mother and child to Cilid's court. Because of the place of his birth, the baby was named Cúlhuch, meaning pig run, though he was born of noble blood and was a cousin of King Arthur. As was the custom, the boy was sent into foster care to be raised by a noble family. Not long after giving birth, Goludid fell ill and knew her end was near. She called her husband to her side and told him that he could remarry after she died, but only when a briar grew on her grave. After she died, Goludid secretly instructed her tutor to tend her grave daily so that nothing would grow there. Every morning, Cilid sent a boy to check the grave, but the tutor always made sure it was clean. One day, however, the tutor forgot. That same day, Cilid went hunting and stopped by the grave. Seeing a briar growing there, he decided it was time to remarry. "I know a woman who would suit you well," said one of his men. "She is the wife of King Doged." Tillid and his men went and killed King Doged, then married his widow and took control of his lands. One day, Tillid's new wife was walking outdoors and came upon an old, toothless woman. She asked the hag about Kilid's children. "He has only one son," said the old woman, "named Cúlach. He is away in foster care." The queen returned home and asked to meet Cúlach. When he was brought to her, she decided to take revenge on Kilid for killing her former husband. So she placed a curse on the boy. "You will never touch a woman until you win Olwen, daughter of Isbadadin, lord of the giants, and I curse you to fall hopelessly in love with her." At her words, Cúlach blushed deeply and felt his whole body overcome with love for a girl he had never even seen. Determined to find and marry Olwen, he asked his father what he should do. "Go to your cousin Arthur," Cilid told him. "Ask for his help." So Cúlach mounted his steed and rode to Arthur's court. When he reached the gates, the porter stopped him. "You may not enter," the porter said. "Food is on the table and drink in the horn. Only the son of a king or a skilled craftsman may come inside." "If you don't let me in," Cúlach threatened, "I will curse you and Arthur. I will raise such a cry that every pregnant woman in the land will miscarry, and all others will become barren forever." "Wait here," said the porter. "I'll speak to the king." The porter told Arthur that a man more noble than any he had seen was waiting at the gate. Arthur, though it was against his custom, allowed him to enter. Cúlach rode directly into the feasting hall on horseback and boldly demanded a gift from Arthur. If he was denied, he said, he would shame Arthur's name across the land. "By my sword, Caladfulch, and by my wife Gwenwyffer," said Arthur, "you shall have whatever you ask, but tell me your name." "I am Cúlach, son of Cilid," the boy answered, "and I am your cousin." "Welcome, cousin," Arthur replied. "Now tell me what it is that you seek." "I want your help," Cúlach said, "in winning Olwen, daughter of Isbadadin, chief of all giants, to be my wife." "I have never heard of her or her father," said Arthur, "but I will send my messengers to search for her." For a full year, Arthur's heralds traveled the land, but found no trace of Olwen. So Arthur gathered his finest warriors and pledged to join Cúlach in the quest himself. Cúlach rode out with Arthur's men, including the brave knight Kay, to search for the maiden. After traveling far and wide, they reached a great open plain. There before them stood the most magnificent castle they had ever seen, and in the fields outside grazed a large flock of sheep watched by a shepherd dressed in animal skins. "Whose sheep are these?" asked one of Arthur's knights. "They belong to the lord of that castle," said the shepherd, "Isbadadin, chief of the giants. We've come with Arthur to ask for his daughter, Olwen." "May God help you," said the shepherd. "No man who has asked for Olwen has ever survived." Cúlach and the knights followed the shepherd to his home. His wife welcomed them and told them that Olwen came there every Saturday to wash her hair. She sent word to summon the girl. Olwen soon arrived, wearing a bright red silk robe and a golden necklace set with jewels. Her hair was golden like wildflowers, and her skin and chest were as white as sea foam. Her eyes shone brighter than any hawk's, and her cheeks were like rubies. Wherever she stepped, white clover bloomed in her path. She sat beside Cúlach, and he said, "Maiden, I have loved you from afar and searched for you across the land. Come with me and be my wife, so that no one can accuse me of wrong." "I cannot go," said Olwen. "I made a promise to my father that I would not leave him without his blessing. He will only live until I marry. But if you truly love me, go to him and ask for my hand. Complete every task he gives you, and I will be yours. But if you hesitate, you will never have me, and you will not leave alive." "I will face every trial," said Coluch, "and I will win you." Olwen left, and Cúlhuch and his companions went to Isbadadon's castle. The giant sat upon a massive throne, so large that his eyelids had to be raised by servants with iron forks. "Greetings," said Cúlhuch. "I ask for your blessing to marry your daughter." "We'll see," grumbled Isbadadon. "If you want to marry Olwen, you'll first have to complete the tasks I give you." "I accept them all," said Cúlhuch. "You say that now," said the giant, "but the tasks are many and near impossible." Isbadadon then gave Cúlhuch a long list of difficult tasks, from bringing him the birds of Rhiannon to tracking and killing the great wild boar Turc Troith. Cúlhuch agreed to them all, saying he would succeed with Arthur's help. The first task was to find Mabon, son of Modron, who was stolen from his mother when he was only 3 nights old and had never been seen since. To begin their search, Arthur and his men visited the ancient blackbird of Silgri. "When I first came here," said the bird, "there was a blacksmith's anvil in this spot. I never pecked it, only rested my beak on it at night. It wore down to the size of a nut, but I know nothing of Mabon. Ask the stag of Redinfra." The men found the stag and asked the same question. "When I first came," said the stag, "a small oak sapling grew here. It rose tall with 100 branches. Now only a stump remains. I know nothing. Try the owl of Cwdm Cawlwyd." Arthur and his knights found the owl, older still. "When I arrived here, this valley was bare. A forest grew, was cut down, and another grew. And yet I've never heard of Mabon. You must seek the eagle of Gwernabwy, the oldest of all." When they found the eagle, he said, "I once perched on a mountain so tall it touched the stars. Now it is worn to the size of a hill. But I've heard nothing of Mabon, except from the salmon of Lyn Lugh." Arthur found the salmon and asked him. "With every tide," said the salmon, "I swim upriver to Caer Loyal. There, from within the walls, I hear deep weeping." They followed the river and heard the sorrowful voice from within the fortress walls. "Who cries behind these stones?" they asked. "I am Mabon, son of Modron," came the reply. "We'll set you free," they promised. Arthur and his men stormed the fortress and rescued Mabon, bringing him back to show Isbadadon their success. With Arthur's help, Cúlhuch traveled across lands and seas, completing every task the giant gave him, no matter how impossible it seemed. Only one challenge remained. They had to get the blood of the pitch-black witch, daughter of the White Witch, who lived deep within a dark cave in the far north. Arthur sent 2 men into the cave, but they barely escaped. He sent more, but they too failed. At last, Arthur entered the cave himself and slew the witch with his sword. Her blood was gathered and brought back as demanded. With every task complete, Cúlhuch, Arthur, and the warriors returned to Isbadadon's hall. "Is Olwen mine now?" asked Cúlhuch. "She is," said Isbadadon, "but you must thank Arthur. And now, my time has come." Then Goro, one of Cúlhuch's companions, grabbed the giant by the hair and cut off his head. They placed it on a spike in the castle courtyard. Cúlhuch took control of Isbadadon's kingdom and spent the night with Olwen as his wife. The next morning, Arthur and his men returned home. The arrival of Christianity in Ireland did not bring an end to the ancient Celtic myths. Instead, the old traditions were woven together with Christian beliefs, especially in the stories of Ireland's most well-known saints, Patrick, Brigid, and Brendan. 2 brief letters written by Saint Patrick himself in the 5th century still survive. These rare texts offer a personal look at a man striving to share the Christian message, despite opposition both from the native Irish and from church leaders in Britain. A later and more legendary version of his life, written by the Irish churchman Muir Chew about 2 centuries after Patrick's death, combines myth and faith and is the source for much of the story told here. Very little is known for certain about the real Saint Brigid, except that she probably lived shortly after Patrick's time and established a monastic community at Kildare, west of Dublin, that welcomed both men and women. There are 3 early biographies of Brigid in Latin and Old Irish, and the version in this chapter is based on the 7th century account by Cogitosus. As for St. Brendan, he likely lived in southwest Ireland around the same time as Brigid. Almost nothing is known about his life, but the story of his legendary sea voyage, written down by the late 7th century, became a popular book throughout medieval Europe. Though it is clearly symbolic of the Christian journey, it may also preserve memories of real sea expeditions by Irish sailors across the North Atlantic. Patrick was born in Britain, across the sea from Ireland. When he was 16, Irish raiders kidnapped him from his family's estate and brought him to Ireland, where he was sold into slavery. His master was a druid named Miliach, and Patrick was made to tend sheep in the cold and rain, often hungry and alone. With no one else to turn to, he returned to the Christian faith he had known as a boy. Each day, he prayed 100 times, and just as many again during the night, asking for God's help. After 6 years, Patrick had a dream in which he heard a voice telling him to escape and find a ship waiting for him. He obeyed the voice, fled from his master, and found the ship. They sailed for 3 days and nights and landed in a wild, empty land with no food or water. Like the Israelites in the wilderness, they wandered without hope until Patrick prayed again for help. Soon after, a herd of wild pigs appeared. The men caught and ate them and were saved. Patrick returned to his family in Britain, who welcomed him with great joy. But back at home, he began to see visions calling him to return to Ireland and spread the Christian faith. He traveled across the sea to Gaul on his way to Rome, but stopped in the city of Auxerre, where he met a holy bishop named Germanus. Patrick stayed there for many years, training to become a priest. Eventually, God sent an angel named Victoricus to Patrick with a message. It was time for him to go back to Ireland. With the blessing of Germanus, and now ordained as a bishop, Patrick returned to Britain and then set sail once more for the land where he had once been enslaved. He was not alone. His companions Auxilius, Cernunnos, and other helpers joined him. At that time, a powerful pagan king named Loegair ruled from Tara, the royal seat of Ireland. He was surrounded by druids and magicians who practiced dark arts. 2 of his chief advisors, Lochru and Lucet Mael, could supposedly see the future through demonic powers. They had long warned Loegair. A man will come across the sea with a shaved head and a staff curved at the top. He will chant strange words from a board in his house, and his followers will reply, "Amen, let it be so." Loegair was still king at Tara when Patrick arrived on the coast of Ireland, landing first at Inberdee in Leinster. He then traveled north along the shoreline to Inverslane, near the Boyne River, and hid his boat there. His first mission was to find his former master, Miliach, and offer to buy his freedom, because under Irish law, Patrick was still legally a slave. A swineherd discovered Patrick and his followers near their boat and ran to tell his master, a man named Danu. Believing they were thieves or raiders, Danu went out with the intent to kill them. But he was a man of good heart, and when he saw Patrick, God moved him. Patrick preached to Danu, and he became the first person in Ireland to convert to Christianity through Patrick's mission. Patrick then journeyed across the land to the mountain called Sliab Mis, where he had once served as a slave. But when his former master, Miliach, heard that Patrick was coming, the devil stirred fear in his heart. Rather than face a man he once owned who had now become powerful, Miliach set fire to his house, locked himself inside, and burned to death with all his possessions. From a distance, Patrick saw the smoke rising and understood what had happened. He stood still and wept, saying, "Why, Miliach? You chose fire over God. Because of this, your sons will never rule, and your family will serve others." Patrick left Miliach's land and preached across the nearby plains. It was there that the Christian faith began to grow. As Easter approached, Patrick talked with his companions about where to hold the first celebration of the holy day in Ireland. He chose the plain of Brega near Tara, the very heart of Irish paganism and idol worship. At the same time, the pagans were celebrating their own festival with rituals, chants, and ceremonies dedicated to their gods. The nobles and druids had gathered at Tara to light a sacred fire. According to tradition, no one in the land could light a fire before the king's fire was lit. But that evening, Patrick lit his own fire first, in full view of Tara. Furious, King Loegr summoned his druids and demanded to know who had dared break this law. Though they didn't know who had started the fire, the druids warned him that unless he put it out that night, the fire would spread, grow stronger than any other, and drive away the old gods forever, turning the hearts of all the people. Loegr was shaken, as was all of Tara. He declared he would find and kill the one responsible. He ordered his warriors to prepare for battle, and they set off to find Patrick. They found him nearby and brought him before the king. Lochru, the chief druid, mocked Patrick and the Christian faith. Patrick looked him in the eye and prayed. Instantly, Lochru was lifted high into the air and slammed onto a rock, his skull shattered. The crowd was filled with anger and fear, and the king ordered his soldiers to seize Patrick. But suddenly, darkness fell across the land, and the earth shook. The king's warriors were thrown from their horses, and many died. Only the king, his queen, and 2 others survived. The queen fell to her knees and begged, "Spare my husband. He will kneel before you." Though Loegr was still filled with rage and had plans to kill Patrick, he knelt before him to save his life. But Patrick knew what was truly in the king's heart. Before Loegr could gather more soldiers, Patrick transformed himself into a deer and escaped into the forest. The king returned to Tara with only a handful of men who had survived. The next day, Loegr and his followers gathered in the royal hall, still troubled by what had happened. Suddenly, Patrick and his companions appeared before them, though no door had been opened. Everyone was astonished. The king, wanting to test Patrick, invited him to eat at his table. Patrick accepted, fully aware of what would happen. During the meal, the druid Cumhaill secretly dropped poison into Patrick's cup. But Patrick blessed the cup, and the wine turned solid like ice. He tipped it over, and the poison fell out. Then he blessed the cup again, and the wine turned liquid once more. After the meal, Cumhaill challenged Patrick to a contest of miracles on the plain before Tara. "What kind of miracle do you suggest?" asked Patrick. "Let us summon snow upon the land," the druid answered. "I will not do anything that goes against God's will or nature," Patrick replied. "You're only saying that because you know you'll fail," said the druid. Then Cumhaill spoke his spells, and snow began to fall, covering the whole plain up to a man's waist. "You've shown us what your magic can do," Patrick said. "Now let's see if you can undo it. Make the snow vanish." ChatGPT. "I won't be able to make the snow disappear until tomorrow," said Cumhaill. Patrick then lifted his hands and blessed the land, and at once the snow vanished. The people were amazed and cheered for him, but the druids were furious. Next, the druid called on his dark gods and brought darkness over the land. The people were terrified and begged him to restore the light, but he couldn't. Patrick prayed to God, and suddenly the sun shone brightly again, and the people rejoiced. After these miracles, the king suggested a test. Both Patrick and the Druids should throw their holy books into water to see which one would be unharmed. Patrick agreed, but the chief Druid refused. He had heard that Patrick baptized with water and claimed water was sacred to him. "Then throw your books into fire," said the king. Again the Druid refused, saying fire was sacred to Patrick too. "That's not true," said Patrick. "Let's do this. You go into a house with one of my followers. You wear my robe and he'll wear yours. We'll fill the house with both dry and wet wood, seal it and set it on fire. Let the true God decide who is protected." The Druid accepted. A house was prepared with one half of dry wood and the other of wet. Patrick sent his young disciple Benignus into the dry side, wearing the Druid's robe. The Druid went into the wet side, wearing Patrick's robe. The house was then locked and set ablaze. By Patrick's prayers, the fire consumed the Druid and his part of the house completely, while Benignus was left unharmed. Patrick's robe was untouched by the flames, but the Druid's robe was burned to ashes. The king was furious, but Patrick said to him, "Unless you believe now, you will die. The wrath of the Lord is upon you." Loghaire gathered his advisors to ask what he should do. "It is better to believe than to die," they told him. So the king went to Patrick to be baptized, though with reluctance. "You come now," said Patrick, "but it would have been better if you had believed from the start. You will remain king, but none of your descendants will rule after you." After this, Patrick traveled across Ireland, preaching the gospel, baptizing those who believed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and showing the power of God through many miracles. Around this time, in pagan Britain, there lived a young woman named Monasan, the daughter of a king. She was inspired by the Holy Spirit and refused every offer of marriage. Though her parents beat her and tried to force her to change, she stayed firm, always asking who had made the world and the lights in the sky, for she was seeking the Creator through the wonders of nature. Her parents were at a loss. When they heard of Patrick's works in Ireland, they brought her across the sea to speak with him. "Do you believe in God?" Patrick asked. "With all my heart," she said. Patrick baptized her with water and the Holy Spirit, and the moment he did, she fell down dead. She was buried in Ireland, and 20 years later her remains were moved with honor to a chapel nearby, where they are still venerated. At this time, a wicked British king named Caradoc became known for persecuting and killing Christians. Patrick sent him a letter urging him to repent and follow God, but Caradoc laughed at him. When Patrick heard this, he prayed and asked God to remove the king from the world forever. Not long after, Caradoc heard music and a voice singing to him that his time as king had ended. Then his family and followers joined in the song. Suddenly, in front of them all, Caradoc was transformed into a fox and fled the palace, never to be seen again. During these days, there was a savage pagan in Ulster named Cumhaill Macu Gracha, known for his cruelty and murder. People called him the Cyclops. One day he was sitting on a hill, looking for travelers to rob or kill, when he saw Patrick walking down the road. Curious, he decided to play a trick before killing him. He had one of his men pretend to be terribly ill and brought him to Patrick to be healed. "If he had truly been sick," said Patrick, "you would not be surprised by what has happened." Cumhaill pulled back the cover and saw that the man was dead. Shocked and ashamed, the outlaw was overcome with guilt. "Forgive me, Patrick," he said. "I admit my evil and place myself under the judgment of your God." Patrick baptized Cumhaill and told him that if he truly wanted God's forgiveness, he must go to the sea, get into a small boat with no food, water, or oars, and trust God to decide his fate, whether it be life or death. "I will do as you say," said Cumhaill. He went to the sea, chained his feet, and threw away the key. Then he set off in the boat. The north wind blew for days until he landed on an island where 2 holy priests lived. They taught him the Christian faith, and he remained there the rest of his life. In time, he became a bishop known for his holiness and wisdom. One Sunday, Patrick was preaching near the sea, but was disturbed by the noise of some pagans digging a ditch around a fort. He told them not to work on the Lord's Day, but they ignored him. "You'll gain nothing from this work," he warned. The next day, a great storm came and destroyed everything they had built, just as Patrick had said. There was once a rich and respected pagan man in Ulster named Danu. Patrick asked him for a piece of land on a hill to build a church, but Dare instead gave him lower ground. Patrick accepted it without complaint. Later, Dare sent a horse to graze on Patrick's land, which angered the saint. The next day, the horse was found dead. Furious, Dare ordered his servants to kill Patrick, but before they could act, Dare himself fell down dead. His servants rushed to Patrick and begged for help. Patrick blessed a cup of water and told them to sprinkle it on the horse. They did, and the horse came back to life. They also sprinkled it on Dare, as Patrick had expected, and he too was revived. Grateful, Dare gave Patrick the hill he had first asked for. There, Patrick built the church that became the holy city of Armagh. One day, Patrick passed by a grave marked with a cross without noticing it. Later, when his charioteer told him, Patrick was upset. It was his custom to stop and pray at every cross he passed. That night, he left his lodging and returned to the grave. Using the powers God had given him, Patrick asked the dead man in the grave who he was. "I was a pagan," the man replied, "but a Christian from another land died nearby. His mother, not knowing which grave was his, mistakenly placed the cross on my grave." Patrick said that was why he hadn't seen the cross. It was not over a Christian grave. He ordered the cross to be moved to the proper place and then returned to his lodging. Patrick never traveled on Sundays. Once, while sleeping in a field on the Lord's Day, a heavy rain came down. Everything around was soaked, but not the ground where Patrick slept. His charioteer came crying, saying the horses had run off in the storm and he couldn't find them. "God always hears us when we need him," Patrick said. Then he raised his hand, and his fingers shone with a bright light like stars. With that light, the charioteer found the horses and stopped weeping. When Patrick's life was nearing its end, an angel came to him and told him that God would grant him 4 final wishes. First, that his spiritual authority would always remain in Armagh. Second, that anyone who sang his hymn would have their sins judged by him. Third, that the family of Danu, the first man to welcome him to Ireland, would be shown mercy and would not perish. And lastly, that all Irish people would be judged by him at the end of the world. So on the 17th of March, at the age of 120, Patrick left this life and entered the presence of God. Holy Bridget was born in Ireland to Christian parents of noble birth. Her father was named Dubthach, and her mother Broisek. From a young age, Bridget was known for being modest, self-controlled, and eager to do good. One day, when Bridget was old enough, her mother asked her to churn milk into butter. But Bridget, wanting to help the poor, gave away all the butter she made. When her mother returned and saw there was no butter, Bridget was scared. But God answered her prayers and miraculously restored all the butter. Everyone who saw this praised God and the deep faith of this kind-hearted girl. Later, her parents decided she should marry, as was expected in those days. But Bridget wanted to stay a virgin and dedicate her life to God. She went to a priest named Cumhaill and asked to become a nun. As he placed the veil on her head, she knelt at the altar and touched the wooden base. That spot is still green today and is believed to heal those who touch it with faith. One day, Bridget was cooking bacon for visitors. She saw a hungry dog and gave him some. Yet when she served the food, there was just as much bacon as before. The guests were amazed and praised her strong faith and God's blessing. Another time, while harvesting grain, dark clouds gathered and heavy rain fell across the land. But God protected Bridget's fields, and no rain touched them. She and her workers were able to gather the harvest from morning to evening. On one occasion, while Bridget was tending sheep, a heavy rainstorm soaked her. She went into a nearby house in her wet clothes. Inside, she saw a bright ray of sunlight shining through a small opening. Thinking it was a solid beam of wood, she hung her wet clothes on it. They stayed as if it were real wood. When the owners saw this, they were amazed and praised God. Another day, a young thief wanted to test Bridget's generosity. He came to her 7 times, each time in different clothes, asking for a sheep to feed his family. Bridget gave him a sheep each time, but at the end of the day, when the sheep were counted, none were missing. The thief, shocked by what he saw, returned the 7 sheep. When they were counted again, the flock still had the same number as in the morning. Once, some lepers asked Bridget for beer, but she had none. Seeing water ready for a bath, she blessed it, and by faith, it turned into beer. She gave the drink to the thirsty men in great amounts. There was a young nun who had taken a vow of virginity, but had given in to temptation and become pregnant. She came to Bridget in shame. Bridget prayed over her, and by her great faith, the child vanished, and the young woman was restored to virginity. One day, a woman came to visit Bridget with her 12-year-old daughter who had never spoken. Bridget greeted them kindly and held the girl's hand. She asked her what she wanted to do with her life. The mother said the girl couldn't speak, but Bridget said she would not let go of her hand until she did. Then the girl spoke, saying she wanted to serve God like Bridget. From that moment, she could talk. One day, some wicked men from another province stole Bridget's cattle. On their way back, they tried to cross a shallow river. Suddenly, the river rose like a wall and swept the men away, drowning them. But the cattle were unharmed and returned to Bridget's land on their own. While Bridget was in the forest with her pigs, a wild boar ran into the herd. It was frightened, but Bridget gently approached it and blessed it. The animal calmed down and stayed near her without fear. There was once a foolish man who saw a fox in the fort of a local king and killed it, not knowing it was a trained fox loved by the king for its tricks. The king was furious and said he would kill the man and his family unless they found another fox that could do the same tricks. Bridget heard what had happened and felt pity for the man. She prayed to God, and a wild fox came to her from the woods. The fox performed all the same tricks as the first one. The king was delighted and let the man go free. Bridget went back to her home, but the clever fox ran away from the king's fort and returned to the forest, with the king's men chasing after it. One day, while Bridget was preaching the gospel in her homeland, she saw 9 strange-looking men acting wildly. They were followers of an evil cult that worshipped the devil. They had promised to commit murder and violence before the month ended. Bridget, full of kindness and faith, spoke to them and tried to convince them to turn from their evil ways. But they refused to listen. After they left her, they believed they saw a man on the road. They attacked him with swords and cut off his head. Feeling proud, they carried the bloody head and weapons through the fields to show what they had done. But God had worked a miracle. At Bridget's prayer, the man they killed was only an illusion sent by God, so they had not harmed anyone. When the men realized what they had done, they were filled with guilt and turned their hearts toward God in repentance. At that time, there was a rich and lustful man who desired a beautiful young woman, but she refused him. He made a plan to trick her. He gave her a silver brooch to keep safe, then stole it back secretly and threw it into the sea. He then accused her of losing it and said that because she had failed, he would take her as a slave to use her as he pleased. Terrified, the young woman went to Brigid and asked for help. While they were talking, one of Brigid's servants came in with a fish he had caught. Brigid told him to cut the fish open, and inside was the very same silver brooch. Later, when the man took the woman to court and demanded she be given to him, she took the brooch from Brigid and returned it to him in front of everyone. The man dropped to his knees and admitted his sin. The woman thanked God for saving her and returned home safely. Another time, the king of the land ordered all the tribes to help build a road across the country. The road was to be strong enough for wagons and horses, using logs and stones even through swamps and fields. The hardest part of the road, near a swampy river, was assigned to Brigid's small clan. They asked a bigger clan to switch places, but they were mocked and sent away. Brigid's people came to her for help, but she told them to trust in God, who controls all creation. The next morning they saw that the river had moved away from their land and now ran through the land of the people who had laughed at them. In this way, God honored the humble and humbled the proud. Even after Brigid died, her miracles continued. One day, the abbot of her monastery asked his workers to bring a millstone from a mountain. They found the stone easily, but it was too heavy to carry down. The abbot told them not to give up and to roll the stone down the slope. He prayed to Brigid that it would not break. As it rolled, it avoided obstacles and landed safely at the bottom. Then the workers brought it to the mill with oxen. The millstone was put into use, and the monks were able to grind their grain for food. But one day, a druid sent his grain with a Christian man to the mill. The stone refused to turn. The workers realized the grain came from a druid and replaced it with wheat from their own fields. Then the stone turned again. Later, the mill caught fire, and everything inside was destroyed except the stone, which remained whole. It was placed outside the church as a sign of Brigid's miracles. To this day, people who touch the stone with faith are healed of sickness and disease by Brigid's holy power. Saint Brendan, the son of Findlug, was born in Munster and became the spiritual guide of many monks. One day, while Brendan was praying in a meadow, a priest named Berend came to him in the evening. The priest began to weep and fell to the ground until Brendan lifted him up and kissed him, asking what was wrong. Berend told him about a hermit named Murnoch, who had sailed across the sea and found a place called the Island of Delight. When Berend went to visit, he saw many monks living in separate small huts. They would come together to eat and worship God. While there, Berend and Murnoch found a small boat and decided to search for the promised land of the saints, a place God would give to his people at the end of time. After sailing for a short time, they entered a thick fog and saw a bright light around them. They landed on a green, beautiful island and found a river. Standing near it was a man dressed in shining light. He told them to rejoice because they had found the land they were looking for. But he also said they could not stay and sent them back to the Island of Delight. The monks there were glad to see them and were amazed by the sweet smell of paradise on their clothes. Berend finished his story and left. The next day, Brendan gathered 14 monks and suggested they search for the promised land of the saints. The monks told him they had already left their homes and riches to follow him, and they would go anywhere he led them. Brendan and the monks went to the western coast of Munster to build a boat. They made a wooden frame and covered it with cowhides soaked in oak bark, sealing the seams with fat. They added a mast and packed food for 40 days. Just before they left, 3 more monks arrived and begged to join them. Brendan, knowing through God's wisdom that these new men would face trouble, still allowed them to come. They raised the sail and began their journey west. After 15 days, the wind stopped, so the monks began to row. Then Brendan said, "Brothers, stop rowing. Pull in the rudder and sails. Let God guide us wherever He wants." After 40 days, they ran out of food. Then they saw a high, rocky island to the north. Water poured down its cliffs, but they couldn't reach it or find a place to land. The monks were weak from hunger and thirst. Brendan told them not to worry. God would show them a place to land in 3 days. As Brendan said, on the 3rd day they found a small landing spot just big enough for their boat. On shore, they were met by a dog who led them to a large hall filled with beds and seats. On the table inside were fresh bread, fish, and wine. The walls were beautifully decorated and had silver-covered horse bridles. "Be careful not to be tempted by these treasures," Brendan said. "Pray for the soul of anyone who gives in to evil." The monks gave thanks and enjoyed the food and drink. After they finished, Brendan told them to rest for the night. But during the night, Brendan saw something troubling. The devil had taken the shape of a small Ethiopian boy and was speaking with one of the new monks. Brendan prayed hard for this brother. In the morning, after worship, they prepared to return to the boat. But a table appeared before them again, full of food and drink. They stayed for 3 days, and each day God provided for them. On the 4th day, Brendan warned them not to take anything from the island. "We wouldn't do that," they answered. "One of you already has," Brendan replied, looking at the monk who had spoken with the devil. The man fell to his knees and cried, "I have sinned, Father. Please forgive me and pray for me so I don't die." Brendan lifted him up, and they all saw a small black figure leap from his chest and fly away crying. Brendan then told the monk that he would soon die. After receiving communion, the man's spirit left his body and was taken to heaven by angels, and his body was buried there on the island. As Brendan and the monks prepared to leave, a young man came running to them with a basket of bread and a jar of water. He told Brendan that they had a long journey ahead, but they would not run out of food or water before Easter. Brendan thanked him for the gift and sailed back into the ocean. On their journey, they ate every other day while their boat drifted across the sea. One day, they saw an island nearby. A good wind helped them reach it and find a place to land. As they walked around, they saw many sheep, all bright white. There were so many that they could barely see the ground. Brendan told his monks to take one perfect sheep for their meal. Suddenly, a man appeared, carrying a basket of bread and everything they needed. He bowed before Brendan 3 times, lying flat on the ground. Brendan helped him up and welcomed him. The man told them they would stay on this island for Holy Saturday, then go to another island for Easter. After Easter, they would travel to a place called the Paradise of Birds and remain there until 8 days after Pentecost. Brendan asked the man why the sheep were so large, as big as cows. The man said no one was there to milk them, and winter never reached the island. Brendan and his monks set off in their boat to celebrate Easter on the nearby island. But before they reached it, their boat ran aground. The monks got out and spent the night on the land, but Brendan stayed in the boat because he knew what the island really was. In the morning, he told them to sing the holy service and smoke some fish over a fire. But as soon as they lit the fire, the ground began to move. Brendan told them to hurry back into the boat and push away. the island began moving into the sea. Brendan calmed them, saying, "Do not fear." This was no island. It was the largest fish in the sea, called Gisconius. He always tries to touch his head with his tail, but he's too big. Then they sailed to the paradise of birds. On the southern shore, they found a small river from a spring where they could land. Above the spring was a giant tree filled with white birds. Brendan sat by the spring and looked at the birds. One of them flew down beside him. The sound of its wings was like bells. It opened its wings in joy and spoke to Brendan. "You wonder who we are," it said. "We were angels once, but when the great battle in heaven happened, we chose neither God nor Lucifer. So God sent us here, not punished, but apart from the angels who stayed loyal. We roam the skies as spirits, but on holy days and Sundays we become birds to sing praise to God. Holy Father, your journey is only beginning. You still have 6 more years before you reach the promised land." Brendan and his monks stayed there until after Pentecost, listening to the birds' songs. Then they raised the sails and went back into the sea. Their boat was pushed across the ocean for 3 months, and all they saw was water and sky. Just as their food ran out, they saw an island far away, but the wind kept them away. After 3 days of prayer and fasting, they found a small inlet and landed. An old man with white hair met them and hugged each one. Brendan tried to speak, but the man made signs asking them to be silent. He led them to a monastery where monks washed their feet and brought them to a dining room filled with bread. Finally, the abbot spoke and told Brendan they were 24 monks who lived by God's grace. Every day, 12 loaves of bread appeared for them. They had lived there for 80 years, since the time of St. Patrick, without growing old or weak. Brendan and his monks stayed for many days. The monks gave them food, and they sailed again. For 20 days, the sea carried them in a circle. Then God sent a new wind. For years, Brendan and his monks visited many strange islands. On one, called the Island of Strong Men, one of the late-coming monks stayed behind. Another island had red grapes as big as apples. They saw a crystal tower in the middle of the ocean, taller than the sky. They also found the Island of Smiths, where huge men threw burning metal at their boat. One day, they saw a tall, smoky mountain in the sea. Its cliffs were steep and black like coal. Suddenly, the last monk who had joined them late jumped into the water and swam to shore, as if he had no control over himself. He called back to Brendan and the monks, but they couldn't help. A group of demons appeared and set him on fire to punish him for his sins. Brendan and his brothers sailed away in sadness, watching the fiery mountain glow in the dark. After they had sailed for 7 days away from the island of fire, Brendan and his monks saw a man sitting on a rock in the middle of the sea. Waves crashed all around him, but he remained there alone. Brendan asked him who he was and how he came to be there. "I am Judas," the man replied. "I am here by the mercy of Jesus Christ. This is not a place of punishment, but a place of rest given to me in honor of his resurrection. Every night, except on Sundays and holy days, I burn like molten lead in the fiery mountain you saw. But now, by God's mercy, I ask you to pray that I may stay here until sunrise." Brendan agreed. But that evening, a group of demons arrived to take Judas back. "Leave this place, man of God," they said. "We cannot touch him while you are here." "Why do you protect this man with the name of the Lord?" they shouted. "He is the one who betrayed him." "Still," said Brendan firmly, "you cannot touch him until the new day begins." The demons screamed and ground their teeth in anger, but they obeyed. At sunrise, they came back, grabbed Judas, and dragged him off to the island of fire. Brendan and his monks sailed on. 3 days later, Their boat reached a small rocky island that looked sharp and dark like flint. They found a spot to land and met a man named Paul. He was a hermit covered in long white hair from head to foot. He welcomed each monk by name and said he had come long ago from St. Patrick's monastery. He had lived there in a cave, drinking only from a small spring nearby. Paul told Brendan that his long journey was nearly over. The land promised to the saints was close. Soon after, Brendan and his brothers left the island and sailed for 40 days into a thick fog. When the sky cleared, they saw a wide and beautiful land filled with bright light. They landed and walked through this wonderful place, amazed by trees full of fruit and the peaceful light that never faded, because the Lord Jesus himself was the light there. At the center of the island, they found a cold and fast river. As they stood by it, a young man appeared and told them they could not cross. He told Brendan that it was not yet time for him to stay in that land. Instead, he must return home and rest with his ancestors. Brendan and his monks left the island with heavy hearts. They passed again through the fog and quickly returned to the Island of Delight, the place from where they had first set out. The land promised to the saints had never truly been far. From there, they traveled back to Munster and returned to their monastery. Their brothers welcomed them with great joy, and tears filled their eyes when Brendan said that his time on earth was almost over. After setting all things in order and receiving the holy sacraments, Brendan gave his soul to the Lord, to whom belongs all glory and honor from ages past to ages still to come.